and ready for what lies ahead. I hope I've made clear to you today how much of a privilege and an honour it is to be leader of my party.
Hello and welcome back to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Niamh Brooke, reporting again from the 91st SNP Annual Conference in Aberdeen. A bit less sunny than it was yesterday, unfortunately, but that doesn't mean we're not going to have lots to talk about today. And joining me on the couch this morning, we have Nadia Chand and Katie Hagman, Councillor, so thank you very much for joining us today. How are we all feeling about today's conference programme? We've got a lot on our plates today.
Yeah, we have a lot, and Katie's, you'll be able to see, what do you feel about the conference today?
Yeah, it's been really great actually. So, I mean, you're saying that it's not so sunny, but there's a real positive atmosphere in the conference, and I think that's brilliant. And, I think our debate yesterday talking about, our pathway to independence, I think was wonderful actually. And I think it was said on many occasions, we are a party where everybody is able to have a voice, where our members are able to come and speak. There's respect across all the different opinions, and I was really pleased to be able to support the First Minister going forward. I think there's a really credible plan, and I think for me what shines out within that is that real commitment that this is not just about the SNP, this is about bringing civic society together. Yes, absolutely, and the message is really clear. When the SNP wins, then we are able to take forward that mandate for a referendum, but we need the whole of Scotland to get behind us. Everybody needs to get that excitement again. So, it does feel that we've got this real positive energy that we want to capture. So, yeah, it's going to be a good day. We're going to start, obviously, with our internal reports. And as National Women's Convener, I've submitted my report going forward. And again, it's about building up that momentum. It's about supporting every member and making sure that everybody has a voice. And all the office bearers, I believe, certainly I know I am, but we're all hosting events as well on Sunday morning, drop-in events. So again, so we can help empower our members. We're there to support. It's not just about these elected positions, it's not just about our MSPs, it's not just about our councillors, it's about every member in the party and ensuring that we really have that cohesive team SNP approach going forward. So yeah, good stuff.
And would you be able to tell us a little bit more about the event you're hosting too?
So on Monday morning, as the National Women's Convener, it's a drop-in session. Every branch in the SNP should, not all, but most have appointed a women's officer. So it's about engaging directly with women within the party and empowering them so that they have the knowledge. And we've got some incredible women's officers who are really at the forefront and pushing for policy as well. But then there's other new volunteers, because we are volunteers, we're all volunteers in the SNP, we're not in paid positions, and it's about ensuring that there's training and support, because not everybody is an expert, but there's always someone there to chat. So last year, as the National Women's Convener, I hosted a range of online events, and again it was about equipping us with that knowledge about being able to come together. And obviously Scotland's pretty big. We've got branches all across the country, so we're able to meet online, which we do, but here at conference it gives us a chance to come together and just have a sit down, see friends, and just really support each other on that one-to-one basis, which gets missed if you're always just on a screen together.
So it's about, that's important, sort of building that sense of community, allowing people to develop those real relationships.
Absolutely, and sometimes it's really basics of how do I contact other members of my party, how do I support women in my branch, and it's sharing good practice. There's some incredible volunteers that have brought views and blethers, and actually sometimes women just would like that space together. But then that being said, we have had men who are women's officers. We're very inclusive. We're a very inclusive bunch. So
yeah, it's important to listen and also to understand, as being the women's officer of the party, around Scotland. And did you hear different opinions or things differently done? And how do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, as I say, everybody comes with their own experience, and there's no right nor wrong way, and it's about having that open dialogue. And I think sometimes women especially are maybe they're not as forthright sometimes as some of our male colleagues, and often women won't put themselves forward unless they're specifically asked, and that's why some of the national charities and when it comes to elections, it is asking her to stand, actually support her. So I'm really fortunate I've been able to work with Elect Her, who offer a whole host of online support to women, to encourage women to get actively involved. So it might be that some women are members of the SNP and they want to get involved a little bit more in their branch, and that's wonderful. Some might want to get involved with their communities in terms of standing for their community councils and actually how can we support. And there's the likes of Elect Her do offer support, and I can help signpost individuals, and it's empowering our women's officers to say you can support all the women in your branch. It might be just hosting a get together of whether it's a local walk or sitting down and having coffee and cake, or would you consider standing in the local community council? We've got the local government council elections in 2027, and it's really vital. Local authorities are providing so many frontline services that affect women especially every single day, whether it's childcare, whether it's education, and we all are aware that the burden of care often will fall to women, and it's so often council services that are supporting women in that. Even like the public transport and developing our public transport system with women in mind, it's very easy to think that your public transport has to go from the suburbs into the centre to get people to work, but actually if women are having to factor in childcare or caring responsibilities, or just even getting shopping, they might be working part-time, so you might have to take your children to school and then go on to work and maybe go and do an after-school pick-up and then go to the shop. So even thinking that way in terms of developing public transport system, women's experience are so important. So it's really important that we get women coming forward for local government and then up to Parliament as well. If we don't have that representation at the highest levels in the country, then things are going wrong. But as a party, look at our cabinet. It's wonderful to see so many incredible women, and I work really closely with Shona Robinson. I'm really sad to see her stand down. She's been such an inspiration, and she works so hard, and to be delivering tough finance settlements and budgets over the last number of years has been a huge challenge, but she's been incredible at it. So that's really inspirational for me as well.
Talking about it, like we are losing Kate Forbes as well, a very young, talented woman, and I hope she will come back.
For now.
Yeah, for now. Yeah, So doing this position, do you have to travel a lot?
So in local council, I think.
No, I'm talking about your SNP's women's officer.
As women's officer. So we have our national executive meetings, of which meet on a monthly basis. That tends to be at a fairly central point. So I do try and get always there in person. So it is a time commitment. That being said, there is that flexibility. So we're really mindful. We have to be accessible to everybody. So there is always that option to join online for our national executive meetings. But actually, it's really important to be in a room together. There is something that's missed when you're wholly online, and I say that as a huge advocate of working online. I live in a really rural part of Scotland, right down in the southwest. It takes me, it's 3 hours for me to drive to Edinburgh for meetings, so that's a 6-hour round trip. It's quite a commitment. I've always got podcasts and such things to listen to when I'm driving, so that's great. But there is a commitment, but we have to be accessible to make sure that if people don't drive, if there's no public transport connections, that people can join online as well.
And yes, speaking as a fellow rural resident of the southwest of Scotland, hello, I sympathise completely.
Yeah.
One of the internal resolutions while talking about that accessibility is the Education and Training Committee, which is an interest one, like encouraging the development of activist skills and knowledge and giving them that power. What sort of provisions do you think can be made in there to encourage more women to start taking on those kind of roles and gathering that knowledge?
So, do you know, I think it does come from being able to see it. If you don't see it, if you don't see women taking forward those leadership positions, that in effect is a real challenge and hurdle. But we need to essentially be reaching out and asking people. People sometimes are a bit scared to just ask that direct question of, would you get involved? And you know, we've got an incredible history of absolutely wonderful activists, you know, we really do, but we can't take that for granted. We need to empower our new activists coming in. We need to ensure that those activists that have been doing a huge amount and power of work over the decades, that they're brought into the fold and actually being able to pass back their incredible amount of information, where there's new technology, and we've got the new app for going round the doors and ensuring that when we are campaigning, we're campaigning with the best possible outcomes, because the last thing we want to do is ask our volunteers who are giving up their time voluntarily to go out to campaign, and actually we're not getting out of that what we need, because that's not fair on anyone. It's really not. So having better training and supporting our members has to be key, and if we can, you know, have a sort of central organisational model that can then go out and ensure that training, that best practice goes out to all our branches is definitely everything, in my opinion.
Yeah, it might reduce the pressure on the volunteers who are going out and knocking doors. Once it is trained, like, then they don't have the stress of what is going to be asked and what should I answer and things like that. Yes,
Yeah, there's a huge amount of stress. I mean, I think a lot of people, I remember once going out with an older lady. She's such a bubbly personality, but she was terrified to go round the door. She'd never knocked on a door in her life. You know, she was in her early 70s, but as fit and sociable person you could never else meet. And she was great, but she was so nervous. And I said, well, you know, we'll go out together. And we started knocking doors and things together. And say by the end of the session, she was just wonderful. And to see her build that confidence, and it just simply took somebody to say, will you come with me? I think you'll be good. Let's do a bit of a buddy system. And she was flying. She's great. And now she talks to everybody, and she's built up that confidence. So I see her in the local shops and such things, and she's chat.
That's nice. And off the back of what we talked about earlier, like designing public transport with women in mind and being more mindful of that, what getting involved with activism and that community work, what do you think these spaces sort of could do to make it a bit more accessible to women who perhaps have to deal with additional juggle other responsibilities?
So I think whenever there's organised, or whenever there's meetings and such, it's really incumbent on us to make sure they are as accessible as possible. I think, you know, we need to be mindful. Well, when are the school drop-offs and the pick-up times? You know, often, again, and it's the facts speak for themselves. You know, the majority of childcare and household tasks, unfortunately, do fall to women. You know, that is the reality that we're living at. But we need to be able to open out those opportunities. So let's not make sure at school pick-up times or at tea times that there's, you know, that's the only time we can meet. And let's speak to the women in our branches as well. Ask them, when is the best time that they're able to come and help? And actually sometimes doing big, long campaign sessions where, you know, there's this expectation that you're out for hours without, No, we have to be flexible. Even an hour, if people can drop in, do a little bit of work, that's brilliant. If they need to go and do other things as well, no bother. come back when you're available, and to not feel that, you know, this is a hardship. It's like, no, we're really grateful for any volunteer hours that our members can give us. So let us support it. And actually, there's a real sense of being part of that team as well. So, you know, and it is things like childcare as well, you know, just making sure that, you know, even your branch meetings and such like, of saying, you know, if you have a young child that, you know, they want to come along, there's no reason. I mean, my son came to so many branch meetings. He used to come to community council meetings with me as well. He used to sit, and I'd always take things, and he would maybe do his homework, and sometimes he'd really enjoy the presentations, and sometimes he'd be like, oh, I don't want to go to a community council. But, you know, I think just doing that and having the confidence, but again, explaining to other women as well of, you know, you can bring your child along if you need. And people are really understanding, but sometimes, again, there's that fear of, oh, I better not, of what if it's frowned upon. And what I would say to any member in the SNP is, if they are struggling in that way, or they're not quite sure, reach out where they can. I mean, I'm, as National Women's Convener, and we've all got our online profiles as well. And certainly, yeah, if there's any members here, SNP conference, that want to come and speak to me about that, absolutely. And as I said, my fringe event is, yes, it's primarily for women's officers, but actually it's open to any member of the party if they want to come along and just have a chat.
That's wonderful. Yes, yeah. And about the coastal position which Katie's having.
Yes, you've done a lot of local organising in your area. You had a joint statement out this week with Unison and Unite, the trade unions.
Yes, yeah.
And particularly with Ros Foyer's speech yesterday.
Yeah.
What sort of future do you see with the SNP perhaps engaging slightly more closely with trade unions? I mean, there's a Scottish Trade Union Council, there was a relationship there, but how do you see that developing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's absolutely crucial. It is, and to have Ros Foyer yesterday, you know, come and speak to our conference was it was a moment. It was a moment to mark, and, you know, she always speaks really well. But, you know, I think it's absolutely vital that we work with our trade union partners. You know, our workforce, in our communities, they need to have that voice. It's, you know, there's a long tradition of working with trade unions. The SNP Trade Union Group are hugely active. You know, so, and they are, I mean, you just need to look at the SNP, the agenda, and you can see the trade union group have been, you know, they've been working really, really hard. So in my role at COSLA for local government, I work with the trade union groups a lot. So, you know, I'm leading the pay negotiations with local government. I'm also leading the pay negotiations with Scottish Government and local government with our teachers as well. So, but it's not just about pay. It's about terms and conditions. It's about a whole host of points, and it's absolutely vital that we have that relationship, that we can talk to our trade union partners. And I think one of the points of the last few years, which is why it's been absolutely wonderful to get a 2-year deal with our Scottish Joint Council colleagues for pay. It allows us to have those discussions about, well, what are the other areas that are really important to our workforce? And that includes, you know, maybe shorter working weeks, the right to disconnect, because certainly, you know, there's this pressure that we're online 24/7, and actually individuals and you know, our workforce, yeah, they have a right to disconnect from work. It's about having a community, it's about having a society where everyone is respected, and certainly the campaign, you know, where frontline workers in local government are being subject to abuse. There's, you know, they're really, you know, it's really hard to see frontline staff getting abuse for simply doing their job. And there is absolutely no place in Scotland for that. Nobody, or I should say everybody, has the right to feel safe at work, and that is a fundamental right, and that has to be protected. So, you know, I was really pleased, and I think it was really good that I was able to issue that joint statement with Unison, GMB and Unite and COSLA representing local government to ensure that our workforce does feel protected.
And I guess it will help you making policy while you make the policies like so, because you have a good relationship with the workforce and you know what are the issues they are facing, and then it might help you with the policy making.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, certainly from a local government point of view, we've got our national negotiating bodies, but each local authority works with trade union partners as well. So, there is that voice, and certainly we've got a really good number of SNP run councils. We could do more, and that's the challenge for the local government elections, because actually when you've got that majority of SNP council leaders, it allows us to really drive forward our progressive, our ambitious targets for local government as well. So if I get anything out of this morning, or if there's any takeaways, it's like, please consider yourself to stand for local council elections, because that local voice is wonderful, and it's a real opportunity, and it comes with its challenges. Of course it does. Nobody's going to say it's easy at all times, but
it's a full-time commitment.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. But it's so important that we've got strong voices in local government, so that we can take forward some of the national policies that Scottish Government are working so hard, because frankly we can make all the policies in the world, but if we can't deliver them, and that's where the strength really lies in your SNP councillors as well.
Yep. And a motion that was particularly talked about yesterday was the Get Scotland Building initiative, and increasing more funding to local councils for housing. I imagine that's something you're really excited about.
Absolutely, and I think the point has been made in several forums. Absolutely, we need more housing. I think everybody's agreed on that, without any doubts really. But it's so important, that knock-on effect of house building in local communities. It helps build the economy, it helps your builders, your suppliers. It actually has some big ramifications for employment, and actually for getting that regeneration as well in some areas. So there's huge benefits, not to mention the environmental benefits. Our housing stock does need brought up to standards in some areas. And it's also about health as well. I was speaking to some of the stands about lung and health in terms of outcomes as well, and actually housing is really important. So we talk, our ambition is to eradicate child poverty. Housing is absolutely key to that, and it is a fundamental right that everybody should have a home. Because it's a real, it's Scotland's shame, I suppose, if we don't tackle that. And there is a plan, and it's wonderful to get the announcement from Mary McCallan in Parliament of that ambition for housing and tackling the housing emergency head on, and local government's right there ready to help and deliver where possible.
Thank you, Katie. And I think I'm a bit mindful of time, because you might have to go back to the conference. It's 10:30 already.
Yes, I will make my way down for the internal reports, but really appreciate speaking to you.
Thank you so much for coming and talking to us.
Today's wonderful to speak.
Thank you. I will grab my bits and bobs and have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you very much. That was Councillor Katie Hagman joining us today, and I think a very productive conversation that was.
Those who would like to go for local government, please go ahead, because as Katie said, it's important for female representatives to come and contribute.
And nice to get a little bit of insight as well into those internal resolutions that will be discussed this morning. The activism training resolution is a particularly interesting one. I'm absolutely looking forward to getting back out into the hall today and seeing people's thoughts once that session has come to a close. Oh no, I will be waiting until it's over, and then I shall head into the crowd, and it's just like, excuse me, please tell me your feelings on this. It's going to be great.
Yeah, that would be
But,
great. Yes, yeah.
yeah. But once we've gotten through that internal resolution session, there's a whole lot of other very interesting things.
Yeah, and
on the docket
we have
today.
lined up a lot of discussions, topics, and we have a lot of guests coming up for us, and yeah, it
Yes.
will be a wonderful day today.
Yes, Nadia, who is coming to visit us today?
We have Alan Brown going to discuss about nuclear energy, and we will have Tommy Shepherd in Bitumen will be talking to us about independence, and we will have Seamus Logan, the MP for Aberdeenshire, will be discussing with us about Westminster and independence and the policies. And then we will have, whom do we have else?
And we will be having some representatives
women,
from
we will
OSPI coming to speak to us later today.
We will have Maureen Watt will be discussing with us. I don't know if we will be able to have all the guests, but we have to head on and start talking to people. Yeah.
Yeah, and particularly first up, we will have that motion on making anti-racism education.
Oh yeah.
Compulsory
we will have
in
Fatima
schools.
Georgie coming
Yes.
to discuss with that, us with that, and I. Hello.
We'll definitely have a lot to be discussing today, but joining us for another chat now, we will have Councillor from Dundee City West, Heather Anderson, to talk to us a bit more about the programme today. Hello, it's lovely to see you. Thank you very much for joining us. So, how are you feeling about the conference so far?
I'm having an absolute blast. It's great. So I think we're all really thrilled by. Sorry. Let's start again. Just start again.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Technology, the best thing in the world until it stops working, isn't it? So what have you been filling your time with at the conference so far?
Yesterday I went to one of the workshops on housing and how we actually meet the housing crisis, so lots of really good ideas about how we attract pension investment into the housing stock and how we open up avenues for local authorities to get money other than rent income to renovate houses. It's just the need for building and renovation. That was great. Absolutely loved the debate yesterday. I thought it was really good that the party can have 2 hours of taking out its washing it in public, having a very civilised debate, having a clear vote, and it was brilliant to see John the First Minister absolutely on fire yesterday. So I think everybody felt really enthused, really excited, and thinking, my God, we've got to get out and get these 65 seats now.
Right before you came to join us, we just had a very productive conversation with Councillor Katie Hagman about the new housing initiative and more money into local councils. It's definitely, I think, watching that debate as well. You say, regardless of what you thought of the actual policies, you could not deny that energy in the room. It was. I've attended quite a few political events in my life, and it was really something.
Yeah, it really feels like we've got our focus back. We've been through a rough few years, a lot of uncertainty, a bit of a battering. We had went through that general election with the Labour Party, which was a bruising, but that's all fallen apart. They've gone to the right of the Tories have imploded. We're now dealing with reform, which is a different political argument to have. But it really feels that the SNP is focused. The First Minister has given us an absolutely clear target of 65 seats. I'm standing as the candidate for Dundee City West.
Oh, wow.
So I'm certainly we're out 4 days a week, knocking on doors, talking to people, making sure we know where our vote is, getting people who have been hesitant to come back and be certain about voting and voting both votes for SNP.
And as you say, there has been a bit of a decline in trust in the Scottish Government. There was, I'm sure you'll have seen the social research report published earlier this week that said it had declined quite dramatically since the last figures 5 years ago. So what sort of projects, particularly after this conference, do you think the party should be pushing forward to try and build that trust back up
I think
again?
I think you have to take into account that we have been living through a mantra from the Labour government and the Labour Party before the election of everything's broken, Britain is broken, nothing has worked. We're at the end of, a desperate period. So that really drags everybody down. And I think part of the job for the SNP is saying everything isn't broken. Actually, a lot of things are working, and we know where we need to do more, we know where we need to work harder, we listen to what people are saying, but we want to build a positive future, which is not based on hatred, stigmatising a group of people. It's not the asylum seekers who've caused the housing crisis. It's the right to buy, decades of lack of investment. So it's trying to say there is a positive future and we need to paint that picture again.
Yeah, and particularly with talking about that misinformation around asylum seekers, there's a couple of very interesting and relevant resolutions on the programme today. Very early on this morning, so I just got the little programme on my lap, we've got that motion on making anti-racism education compulsory in schools, and later this afternoon talking about integration of asylum seekers from day one. I was having a conversation with the councillor Abdul Bastani yesterday, and it was an absolutely fascinating conversation to have. He was very passionate about it, and that's something you'd be looking forward to see really pushed.
Yeah, and I think it's pointing out, what you have to remember, as Farage is the guy who brought you Brexit, and the people who were the demons, the bogey people before, were the Europeans. So he hated the Europeans, got us to leave the European Union, and now he's thinking, who can I blame for everything that's wrong now? Or blame these people. So it's a very well-trodden process of stigmatising one group of people, holding them accountable for everything wrong. We've got to call it out,
And there was a lie as well, like when the Brexit happened, when Nigel Farage came and said we will allow we will go to the world, and it will be open to the world, not just in European Union. We will go to Asian countries, and we will have immigrants. And when that happened, now he's saying that no, we can't have. It's complete racist, and we don't need it. Scotland doesn't need that.
No, No, it's about whether you're a wrecker or a builder.
Yeah.
And the SNP is a builder.
Yes,
you're trying to build a better nation. You're trying to build a better country. He's just trying to wreck and blame everybody as an excuse for his. He's going to come here. He's going to dismantle the NHS. He's going to probably dismantle the Scottish Parliament. So it's like he's a wrecker, and it's also short-term gain, and it's that whole thing about saying this guy is a multi-millionaire backed by very dodgy interests. Whose agenda do you think he's working to? It's not yours.
Do you think it's a privatisation of NHS is going to help them much better? That's why they want to privatise the NHS.
Yeah, he doesn't believe in people having basic human rights. He doesn't believe in universalism. So he's basically, for big business, coming in, making a quick buck, thinks you should earn a lot of money, pay private healthcare. That's his sort of working model. So if you haven't got the money, then that was somehow your fault that you ended up in that situation.
And healthcare as well.
It's just a
social care
commodity.
and everything. Yes,
yeah.
So,
And reform has been gaining quite a bit of popularity, particularly in the recent months, and with an increased series of far-right protests, particularly over Scotland. I had the leader for Falkirk Council reporting on me yesterday, and we had quite a long chat about the protests around the Gladden Hotel. With that very clear rise in popularity for reform, do you feel there's any particular concerns that should be addressed around that, and where that rise in popularity
this country has been affected?
From?
Yeah, we've had 4 demonstrations on Saturdays and then on Sundays. The first one was the most disturbing one. It was a standoff with about 260 on our side and 200 and odd anti-migrant demonstrators who spent 3 hours calling us paedophiles. And then
is it next to an asylum hotel?
Yeah, we started off in a park and then walked separate marches to the asylum hotel. The second one was at the asylum hotel with better separation, and again we outnumbered the protesters, and then I think the numbers have dwindled. But it's that thing about they're feeding a grievance, and they're saying to people who are feeling scunner, and powerless, the reason they're feeling like that is the people in that hotel. So it's this sort of easy equation, you know. And they had all their banners about protecting women and girls. So one of the things that happened last week was the launch of Women Against the Far Right. And we had a meeting in Dundee, which I was able to get to, but it was a second meeting in Dundee. But that whole thing about saying, do not take attacks on women and girls and colonise that for your agenda, because we're talking about protecting women and girls every day, all the time, not just to be hijacked as a slogan. And it's a complete wedge issue. So you take something incredibly emotional.
Yeah, and councillor, because you are from Dundee,
Yep.
and you have a lot of universities, international universities, and there are a lot of international students over there.
Yep.
And how do they feel it and find it? All these things, because they are new to the country, and they don't have anyone. They are away from their parents, and they have spent huge amount of money in this country.
Yeah.
And they have to face all these things. So
Yeah.
how do you support them? And because this one is anti-racism, and how do you support those international students?
Well, I think it's working with universities and having meetings like Women Against the Far Right. We've had meetings in Dundee because we had a murder. So that brought a lot of the community together. So working with NABA in Dundee to develop all those connections with the different communities within Dundee. And it's the same from the council of going out to where people are rather than asking them to come to us. So we should be going to their gatherings, their meetings. They're going to organise a multicultural event in Dundee, which they're running, that they're part of. So I think it's making sure that they know we're here and we're supportive and we want to work with them and support them and their voices are heard.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for doing that. Yeah.
And would you be able to tell us a little bit more about that recent launch, Women Against the Far Right? Could you tell us a bit more about that mission?
I think the main thing is about saying we're furious that the issues that matter to women who've been fighting for the protection of women and girls for decades have been hijacked as if it belongs to somebody else. And certainly, I don't want to go into too many personal details about the people who are organising the events in Dundee, but they wouldn't necessarily be your first suspects for defending women and girls, So it's about saying, do not take this issue, which is incredibly important to us, and hijack it for to foster hate and bigotry. You're just using that to create hatred and bigotry, and we're not standing for it.
They're using the vulnerables in the society for their own interest. Yeah.
And that was something that's a big core part of that mission, was tackling of that sort of disinformation.
Yeah, we had somebody, probably not worth repeating, but they sent an email around saying that children shouldn't be going to the school because they'd be beheaded. So you're dealing with that level of disinformation and fear-mongering and distress, and then going back to parents and saying this is completely untrue, this is not happening, this is not going to happen to your kids. So it's just generating fear, which is the worst instinct to go towards rather than hope.
And where have you seen in your community, where have you seen a lot of that disinformation coming from?
Well, that was just on social media. It was through social media.
And that is a resolution on the programme later, isn't it? One about tackling online disinformation. Yep. It was proposed by Banffshire and Buchan Coast.
I think it's really hard to do it because it's so instant, but we have to call it out. So it's that whole thing about we're out on the doors 4 days a week in Dundee. We need to knock on doors, chat on doors, and talk to people, because we can't compete with the fantasies that are invented and spread online every sort of couple of minutes. We just need to be there, letting people speak and hear what their concerns are and trying to respond to them. And we can counter it on social media from our side, but I think it's so hard to control what people are doing at the moment.
Yeah.
An interesting bit of the resolution as well is encouraging more young people to be involved in shaping that strategy. The SNP does have a massive and very active youth wing. So in line with resolutions like that, they've certainly got a lot of motions on the table today. What can you see them doing in the coming days?
I think it's teaching all of us to use social media better, to get engaged in actually producing content, producing the footage, so we're getting our message out there. I think part of the difficulty is, when social media started, we used it to enormous effect back in 2013, 2014, because people shared opinions with their friends. I think that happens less now because of the algorithms, so it's 1 minute sound bites that people are doing now. Yeah.
And that's something you could see people sort of building that up.
Yeah, we're trying to do that in Dundee.
Would you mind talking a little bit more about that, what you're trying to do in Dundee?
Well, in terms of the social media, I'm constantly told that I can't be more than 16 seconds. So I'm trying to make sure that everything I say is filmed so that it gets into a 60-second clip so it can be broadcast. But in Dundee we've got very good data on where our vote is, and part of it is going back to everybody and checking where they are now. We're doing a lot of casework, so we're picking up cases for people and following it up with the other local authorities. So the nice thing is we're going to people's doors when we're not asking them to vote. It's a long way from an election, but we're saying we're here, do you need us to do anything? So it's maintaining those relationships.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah.
And thank you so much for joining us. It was
No
really
worries.
lovely to talk to you.
This is so good to talk to.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
I'm ready for what lies ahead. I hope I've made clear to you today how much of a privilege and an honour it is to be leader of my party.
Oh yes. A bit worn, mind you, because we've been on the go for a long time. But
And hello and welcome back to Broadcasting Scotland. I'm Maeve Brooke, and joining me on the couch for our next session is representatives from Women Against State Pension Inequality, Olive and Ethel, or their organisation is called WASPI. Thank you very much for joining me today, ladies. I really appreciate it. And you've got a stall in the exhibition hall.
yes, we have.
I've been to visit it. Have you been speaking to a lot of people?
We have. We've been speaking to a lot of the delegates. We've had SNPs coming past. We've had MPs. Very supportive from the SNP. We've had youngsters coming by from the various stalls that the SNP have set up. We've been speaking to students. We've been speaking to the young people that have been coming by. Very interactive with us, which is good to see. The WASPI campaign is very well known now. I mean, we remember at the very beginning coming to various conferences when we were explaining to people exactly what WASPI was about, what had happened to 50s born women, you know, how it had affected us. And nowadays we get people coming up, I'm a WASPI woman, 50s born woman that never got a pension at 60 and didn't know anything about it, didn't know that the government had put the pension age up. And that was the very beginning of it, when we realised what had happened. A lot of us didn't know until into 2000s, but 2007 when things started to rumble about people
becoming aware. People that were going to be retiring at 60, and it was going up to maybe 60 and a half and 61. This is when we started to be aware that actually what had happened was, at that time it was going up to 65. And we were told, the statement was that all 50s born women would now retire at 65 in line with men. But what happened was they started to put increments in. Some people retired earlier than that, or got their state pension earlier than that, and some of us had to wait till we were 66. But it was the fact that the government didn't tell us. I mean, the PHSO has said that not enough was done to contact the women who were going to be specifically affected by the increase in the state pension age.
And because I've spoken to a few people about this particular bit, and a lot of them hadn't heard of it and were quite shocked. Last year in March, wasn't it, the Ombudsman did actually rule the decision as maladministration and said that compensation should be paid. And has it?
No.
It
most definitely has not. But the fact that we got the maladministration, I mean, we've been speaking to MPs, MSPs, anyone that would really listen to us, to say, you know, we were entitled to this compensation. Definitely entitled to it. And whenever the result come through, all this campaigning had been worth it. And we just waited on the government. Of course, there was a change of government as well, so that took a little while as well to settle down. And then at the end of last year, the new Labour government, who had supported WASPI right from the very beginning. We've been at Labour Party conferences, both in Scotland and in England. We've had stands from them as well. And we spoke to the MPs and the MSPs. We still have some Labour support out there. We're still speaking to the people that we spoke to before about getting the compensation, although Labour has now pulled the rug, as it would be.
Yes, that was one of the resolutions discussed, isn't it? The around the Labour pension review.
Yeah.
And I can only imagine how angry you are.
Yeah. But the campaign carried on, and I think it said more about the Labour Party than it did about the WASPI campaign. We've come through Brexit, we've come through COVID. We had to step back during COVID. Obviously, we couldn't contact as many people as we would like to have done through COVID. But once that was over, it was a case of getting back out there. You know, still had contact with MPs, obviously the email and that type of thing, MPs and MSPs. And the unions have been great supports to us as well, especially Unite and Unison. You know, there's been a lot of support from different areas, even whenever we've got our sashes on, we're walking down the street. Keep going, ladies.
Yeah.
You know, don't you worry, we will.
And regarding that relationship with the unions, I was talking to one of my earlier guests, Katie Hamlin, about her union work, and we talked about Ros Foyer's speech yesterday.
Yes.
It was quite something, wasn't it?
Yes, we had a lot of people. We were actually at our stand, but we've had a lot of people coming, you know, and saying it was such a great speech. And well, I hope to see her at some point at the stand, because you know we'd like to see her. But we've got a lot of people who have stood up and gave great speeches on behalf of WASPI, and it's so much appreciated, not only in Scotland but obviously down south as well. We've seen a lot of people come and go, but we are still here and we will carry on going on about this compensation. But we also make sure that the young people coming up behind us realise if they could do this to us, they can do it to you. And the fact you get some of the young ones coming up and saying, oh, there'll be no state pension by the time I retire. And always, we would say to them, well, don't accept it. Don't just let them roughshod over the top of you. But I think things have changed in the last few decades where the younger people are more aware of their vote and how they want their vote carried out by their MP or their MSP or their councillor. And the fact that you get in touch with them a lot more and, you know, nowadays than what we could when we were in our teens. You know, it was only people that was really interested in politics that took any, paid any attention to what was happening. But by the young people that we've been speaking to down at our stand, there's a lot more youngsters very aware of politics nowadays than what we might have been.
And particularly since some discussion at this conference, there's been a resolution put forward to actually have a civic knowledge strand as part of PSE in schools, giving kids that compulsory education, how to register to vote, how to fill out ballot papers, how to get in touch with your MPs and what you should say.
I mean, in our early years, in our teens, there was not parliamentary TV. I mean, it was on the radio first. But in years gone by, you put your vote down in the ballot box and you walked away, and that was the end of your interaction, just voting for somebody. But nowadays, with the parliamentary TV, with Hansard, you know, I think the young people are spending more time being aware that they can actually contact their MP and their MSP, which is really important, because these people have to know, you know, that they have to pay attention to everybody in society. Things have changed so much in the last few decades, so much.
And I'm definitely noticing that greater awareness from young people on how to engage in politics. I'm from Ayrshire originally.
So am I.
Oh, really? Where?
Yeah.
Me too. Oh, we are neighbours. This is fantastic.
Yes.
But no, I vividly remember voting in my first local election and having to look up how to properly fill out a ballot paper because nobody had ever explained to me how to do it, and my parents, to their credit, had kind of just assumed that I would know. Nobody had ever explained it to me, and I remember being in the booth and just thinking, can I go outside and ask someone to show me how to do this?
Yes.
And with regards to the number of young people you've spoken to about your campaign, do you think that is something particularly young people in Scotland should be engaging in more, sort of pension campaigns and paying closer attention to it?
They have to. I think they have to be aware that the government is going to try and get the pension age up to 70. And we would like to say to them, are you really going to accept that? Because one, you might not last that long, and two, aging becomes a thing, you know, and you have to be aware of the fact that you might be in you might be in a job where you are no longer got good health, and the government hasn't taken a note of that. The Westminster government hasn't taken that into consideration. That we probably don't look like the 70-year-olds that perhaps 2 generations back looked like, you know, and they were possibly in their 40s at the time. So we have enthusiasm for life, but maybe not the greatest of health for a lot of people. But we have the enthusiasm, you know. So we are different people from who our parents and our grandparents and our great-grandparents might have been. But you have to be aware that your body at 30 or 40 is not going to be the same body at 68 and 70. And not to accept it. The young people of today have to be aware, if this can be done to us, not telling us that the pension aid was going to be aware that it can be done to you as well. And we've always been vocal for young people. We brought them into the world. Of course we want them to do well. Of course we don't want to take all their money away from them. But we paid into pensions through the national insurance when we were younger, and that carries on. So why is it now that the government's going to turn around and say, oh, there won't be enough money for pensions for these young people, because there's going to be a lot more older people than there is going to be youngsters working? And I'm not totally, I don't totally agree with that, you know, that we're living longer. And in some places, some people, they might be living longer, but I don't think that's going to be continuous, personally. I mean, the oldest person that I have ever been to a funeral was 97. That's the one person. I've been at 2 WASPI women's funerals. One was 62, one was 65. Neither of them saw their pension. I don't know where that money is going or where it is going. And another young lad that died at 43. I don't know where the longevity is coming in the young ones, you know.
And with all the discussions that have been had around the pension review so far at this conference, how do you feel they've gone?
I think they've gone well. I think there's been good speakers. I think there's more attention being paid to pensions nowadays than what there was in our day. Not because we didn't pay attention, because we were not aware. So the young people nowadays seem to be more aware of pensions because of what's happened with WASPI. I would say particularly because of what's happened with WASPI. And the pension age supposedly being put up from 65 to 66, up to 67, up to 68, and now they want to say, well, we'll pass up in 68, we'll just put you straight up to 70. I think young people have to be aware that it's very important to have a pension. I mean, it's not something that we even considered when we were younger, but I think young people nowadays, the lifestyles nowadays, what people want, they have to be aware of what their pension will do for them when they retire and how much they're going to have. And I think that's what all the talk is now.
And is that something you'd like to see once the conference has concluded, a greater sense from the SNP, that idea of treating young people like how your pension works, what it can actually do for you, why it's so important?
And making sure that they are aware of their pension, making sure that the pension is actually doing what they want it to do, because you can pay into a pension and not pay any attention to what it's actually doing. And I think it's one of these things that youngsters should be aware of coming up, because it is going to be important moving on for youngsters and those in their, you know, we're talking about maybe those in their 30s, 40s and 50s just now, but yes, I think education and pensions is something that should be included. It's just as important to save for your pension as it is for a fortnight's holiday. It's as important as that.
Will it make you feel better to know that I have definitely put more money into my pension account than I have into saving for a holiday?
Yes. Even when obviously when the campaign started, WASPI women were still working. We had to work on, and we would see young people in various places that make sure you have got a pension in place. We spoke to students, SNP students yesterday, and said, whenever you get your student loan paid off, make sure that your pension's the first thing that you're paying into. Definitely.
And you've got quite a big campaign going at the moment. Would you mind telling us a bit more about that? Like, what have you been planning recently?
Well, since COVID, it had taken a bit longer for us to get back out in the streets again. But we carried on. There's been a lot of interaction with MPs and MSPs again. We have a judicial review coming up at the beginning of December. Because the PHSO maladministration did not go where we thought it was going to go. We've had MPs in Westminster, especially Stephen Flynn, has tried to get a vote in Parliament because the PHSO said that this was to go back to Parliament for a vote. They were to make the decision, not government. And it might not have been something that we realised years ago, there's a difference between Parliament and government. But it was to go to the MPs, and of course Sir Keir Starmer said that, or Rachel Reeves said that there was no money for WASPI. After all the support that they have given us over the last 10 years, and they couldn't, at the end of the day, they couldn't give us money. And I think it definitely said more about the Labour Party than it says about the WASPI campaign. Why support us if this was the best you could, that was the best you could do? But the judicial review, we're hoping for a good result with that.
Yes,
but we're still here and we'll still carry on.
And yes, that was, you've said we were very nicely into my next question, thank you. You have got that judicial review coming up. Would you mind talking a little bit more about where that's come from, what it involves?
Well, it was the campaign was limited. They have the money that they put to the side. They also asked for donations. This would have been the last resort type of thing if we were not getting compensation. That they would put the judicial review would go forward, and because it's going to. I think it's the Supreme Court that's going to. It was one of the last things that we would do. It was definitely one of the last things we would do, because I think when the Labour government got in, we all thought, this is it, we'll just stand back and we'll wait to see what happens. But we definitely didn't expect that they would have to regroup and organise this judicial review. And that will take what was said by the PHSO, the Pension and Health Service Ombudsman, and make the final decision. That they did say it was to go to Parliament to be voted on, and we'll see what happens from there, what the outcome of that is going to be.
And ahead of that judicial review, is there any particular campaigning you've been doing to try and boost a bit of support?
Well, what they did was to try and get money so that we could put the judicial review forward. It wasn't going to be capped, which meant that we didn't know how much money it was going to cost WASPI for this. But it has been capped, and they have been raising money and getting donations put in via the various groups that have put donations towards it. So we've got our fingers crossed for that.
Fingers are crossed for it. And what are you hoping will come out of that judicial review? What are you planning for
obviously
afterwards?
the hope is that the government and Parliament will decide, make the decision that we should get compensation. It's not very often that the PHS will make a decision that's not carried out by Parliament. Usually they will do whatever the PHSO has suggested. So it has been looked at by a lot of people that have said, well, this is unusual, this is very unusual for the government not to go ahead with something that's been it's been said by the PHSO, the decisions, not to go ahead with the decision by the PHSO.
And I imagine that can only feed into the frustration as well, the fact that this
they're just keeping us going even longer, you know.
Something they normally do.
You know, sometimes it is frustrating. It is frustrating that this campaign has gone on for 10 years.
10 years.
10 years. And we're just as strong now as we were in the beginning.
And in that beginning, how did WASPI actually come to be?
It came to
How
be
did
on
that start?
Facebook. It came to be on Facebook.
As all good campaigns seem to.
And it is amazing how the campaign started and how it's been on when it's just been, I'm saying ordinary women, I mean it was 50s women from cleaners to clergy involved in this campaign, and being aware of it. We got onto Facebook, you know, here's a campaign, this is going to be something that we could talk about. Then it was decided we would have coordinators for various areas. When I became a coordinator for, at that time it was Banff and Buchan, now Aberdeenshire North and Moray East. Ely Whiteford, my SNP MP at the time, was already speaking about WASPI in Parliament. So I decided, I thought, right, okay, I'm not happy about the fact that, I mean, I got a letter when I was 55, but it was still frustrating. It was still frustrating, and the majority of these women didn't know until they were in their late 50s or maybe even 60 that they weren't going to get their pension. But that's how it started, and we all went upstairs or we went into rooms and printed off leaflets on our own printers. That's how we get started. Then the unions get involved. They provided money for printing, they provided money for us to organise buses to go to Westminster. We got in touch with our MPs, our MSPs, and told them, this is what's happening, can you support us? Local councillors as well. So it built up from very basics, and we were all in touch with each other on Facebook. Very rarely do we ever meet up with people. We meet up with people at conferences because there's a WASPI group, and we meet each other, apart from our, we've got our little areas. We've obviously got local women, but we had to go out and try and recruit these women and say, look, this is what's happened to us. We have to get going and tell the government, no, we're not standing for this. And that was how it developed. One of the longest running campaigns in the UK, but it was just ordinary women deciding, no, this isn't right, it wasn't right, it was a disgrace what they did in 1995 and not to tell us. But that was how it started.
And thank you so much for joining me today, both of you. I've really
You're very
appreciated
welcome.
the chance to talk to you.
Thank you.
I hope you get a lot out of the rest of the conference. Thank you for coming to speak to me today.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, can you make something new?
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy, but we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm ready for what lies ahead. I hope I've made clear to you today how much of a privilege and an honour it is to be leader of my party.
Hello and welcome back to Broadcasting Scotland. Just in case you haven't seen it so far, my name is Niamh Brooke and I'm reporting from the SNP's 91st Annual Conference. We've had a lot of guests in this morning. I was joined by Councillor Katie Hagman and a couple of fantastic representatives from Women Against State Pension Inequality. And now on the couch I'm being joined by Nadia Chand and former MSP. So thank you very much. It's lovely to meet you. I'm Niamh.
I'm pleased to meet you.
So how have you been enjoying the conference so far, Rob?
Fine. And you need to speak up a wee bit.
Yes, of course. Sorry, no problem.
I'm slightly deaf. I've got hearing aids.
I'll move in a little bit. Is that better?
Yeah.
Perfect.
There is a lot
There we go.
of noise at the background,
Well,
and also, yeah.
So Rob Gibson, you're a former MSP and you're here from Largs. That's right.
I was an MSP from 2003 to 2016 and 3 times elected. Highlands and Islands twice in the region, and then Caithness, Sutherland and Ross in 2011. So I'm specialised in rural affairs, land and sea reform, all these sort of things, you know, and the environment.
Environment and yeah.
It's very nice to have you here. I am with a reporter from Ayrshire, a WASPI representative from Ayrshire, Katie Hagman from Dumfries and Galloway, and yourself. We've had some very nice rural representation on the couch this morning. I'm very excited about it. So,
Yeah.
how have you?
Rob would like to talk about the accessible music and creative arts education pathway, and also neurodevelopment pathways, and then we can get into independence movement because he's a veteran independence fighter. We have a small technical issue, so we will come to Rob soon. Yeah. So.
Thank you.
I've said it before, I'll say it again, technology, it's the best thing in the world until it stops working. You all set, Rob?
Yes, sure.
Brilliant.
So Rob, you were saying that you'd like to talk about the accessible music and creative arts education pathway.
Yeah. As a traditional musician and singer myself, it's noticeable in traditional music that there's been big movements to try and make sure that discrimination doesn't exclude people, and particularly obviously women have been organised, because of misogynistic behaviour in music is just as prevalent as in almost every other sphere of life. But people who are neurodivergent and also disabled see the huge potential of being able to express themselves, and music and dance and so on are a great way for people to be able to do so. And there has to be proper provision that allows for that to happen. And so therefore we can't have council sort of saying that music is less important than maths or things like that. But the provision for these things costs more money. So the organisation Drake Music did a lot for disabled people, young people and so on, but we have to have it mainstream. It has to be there. Now, I know about the constraints in local government, so therefore we have to make the case for the spending to be built in, and hopefully for our government to be able to make sure that it's one of the things which are mandatory for local government to provide. But of course,
Westminster funding cuts will not help Scottish Government or the local government.
Certainly not. And the big problem, of course, is that we are dealing with a Westminster government that is just intent on an entirely different direction to what Scotland needs. And our ideas of inclusivity are going to require independence to be able to afford them, so that we can have things like Hoyer was talking about, wealth taxes, particularly land value tax would do that job quite well. In an independent Scotland, we'll need to have the powers to do so. So it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, since you have touched the independence, and I know you have been an a part of the independent movement for a long time. Can you tell us, the young generation, how was the independence movement in 1970s, and about SNP, and also your experiences?
Well, I found out that it was the 10th of March in 1967. I found that out today, that I joined the SNP.
Oh, wow.
George, there was a by-election then in Pollock. Not George Reid, no.
Okay.
I keep forgetting his name as well. He died recently. But, and so did George Reid. But no, I joined at that point, and it was before Winnie won the famous Hamilton by-election. So, like, we were a small minority, but I went to university eventually, and as a result, one of the things which the student nationalists did.
If I may ask, what was your age when you joined the SNP?
Well, I need to work it out. I was born in 1945.
Okay. Yeah.
So
67, 22.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But I was a supporter of it. You know, my aunt was a primary school teacher, so the school history books that she had, I read as a youngster. And our parents used to take us to castles and things like that. They weren't political or anything, but you got a grounding of the fact that you have roots and that these are part of your inheritance. So I joined the Scouts, and one of the things we did there was to sing quite a lot, and increasingly we sang Scottish songs as well.
Wow, okay.
So you gain a whole sense of who you are, and by the time I was becoming a teenager, the ideas about Scotland having independence were beginning to be talked about.
Yeah. And if I may request you to pause over there, and those days, your first SNP conference, how was it? How many people used to attend? It would be interesting to know that.
Well, it was obviously smaller than this. It was in Perth, in what is now the museum in Perth, the concert hall there. There was quite a lot of people there, you know. I just recently, because I'm a squirrel, I had all the agendas for all these conferences all the way through. So I gave them to Deirdre Brock to pass on to Scott, who used to be the party's lawyer.
Yeah.
So he's actually reading his way through a lot of material which shows the kind of decisions that we made over many years.
Oh, wow.
So there were motions to, for example, the one that strikes me, it's a very short one, is whiskey should only be exported in the bottle from Scotland.
In the bottle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when you think about it, that's an argument about not allowing it to be sent in bulk for people to have more middlemen, right? Now that was a very long while ago. Obviously we're in a much more sophisticated industry than we were.
Yeah.
But, you know, they discussed things like that and all the usual topics that have been augmented by our much more interesting views about inclusivity nowadays than we had then, you know.
At that time, Winnie Ewing was the Member of Parliament, right? And how was the female, was it equal number of male and female members?
No. But the thing was, there were leading women like Margaret MacDonald and Winnie Ewing and Isabel Lindsay and Margaret Ewing later on and so on. So the SNP always felt that it had a place and that women found their place in it reasonably easily. But obviously not, actually, when it came to... So Maureen Watt and I worked a way back when I was the vice convener for policy on means to attract more women to stand in the 1990s. That was one of the things that she did for me at that time, because we're all buddies from the 79 group and so on.
Yeah.
And that has developed, but you know, it's a work in progress, but it's much further forward than it was.
And also, since you touched the 1979 group, so do you think the policies at that time you all spoke about and wanted to do in 1979 group is still an SNP, or how much percentage of that is still an SNP?
Well, quite a number of them have been. Mind you, a socialist Scotland and a republic have yet to be achieved. But, you know, in 1997, we passed a motion at the Rothsay conference, which Mary McCaig proposed and I seconded, that we should have an elected head of state. And it was passed. And Rosanna Cunningham proposed the amendment and that we should campaign for it, which didn't actually pass. But by that time, the leadership were lobbying hard that this is just the conference, you know, it's just froth and so on. And when it came to the creation of the Scottish Parliament, they more or less ditched a lot of the policy making from before. And yet the 1970s was full of hugely detailed policies, which many of which would form the basis of much better policies than we've made since.
And
that's because lawyers get in the way of something.
At that time, like since you had covered environment and climate, in your 1979 policies, did you have the policies related to this?
Well, it's funny. In 1992, there was a handbook that we had put together for the election, and one of the words in it was supposed to be sustainability, and it was mistyped by somebody as suitability. I've thrown out the papers now, but you know, nobody spotted the difference then. But people would know what sustainable. I mean, John Swinney was able to speak about sustainability maybe round about then.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
And we've been talking with every guest we've had. I think has commented on the fact that at this particular conference, there's a very particular energy to the room. People keep using words like historic, landmark, saying they've never felt anything quite like this at an event like this. How does it compare for you, the atmosphere at this conference?
I think, you know, you can't be personal about this. Paul Henderson Scott was 93 when I was 71 or so, and we met in the Gallery of Modern Art in 2014 in Edinburgh, and he said, "Are we going to do it?" And I said to him, "Paul, Scotland will be independent, but we cannot demand that it's in our lifetime," which was a hard thing to say to someone who was 20 years older than me. But I can't say that it's going to happen in my lifetime, but it's quite clear that we are so much closer to it. That Anne Faulds, who put the arguments about precedents yesterday in legal terms, says when you go to argue it now in courts, you have all these, and it's going to be dealt with under English law, not Scots law, in those circumstances, to get that straight. You know, we don't like precedent all that well, but it's very useful. And when you see that and think about a judicial review doing things like that, you're talking about an incredible change from what it was like when we were aspiring as a small group to be an independent country.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, the atmosphere, I mean, I'm a historian anyway. Of course it's historical. Everything's historical, but some things are more important than others. And there's far fewer people voting now. The population is more atomized because of social media. There's no moderation in the stuff they pick up. COVID has also further atomized people. It's a much more difficult electorate to get to. And of the people who talked about the 30% in the middle, you know, McIntyre Kemp's talked about a very small group of people that need to change for us to get independence. So how do we get the young people to register and to vote?
Even if they register, how do we make them to come and vote?
Yeah, I mean, the idea of knocking people up, as we do in elections, on doorsteps, I don't know how effective it is, but they have to be inspired to do so. So there has to be things that make them think that's for them at that time. But that inspiring of confidence in people is the key issue now, as it always was, but also it's something which I think John Swinney does very well in his particular way. But it's going to need younger people with a lot of knowledge about the background around what we're trying to do and feel rooted in the culture and history of Scotland as well.
Coming back to culture and music and everything, do you think for any independence movement, culture and music plays an incredible part in the movement?
Well, in the 2014 campaigns, it was a huge one. The National Collective was a very important body. But, I mean, we see the usual politics being played, and there's two levels of that. There's Westminster interference with an entirely anti-cultural approach. And we see quangos and agencies in Scotland that are not doing what ministers want them to do. You know, that ministers should be able to say, this is what we want done, and then the civil servants and the agencies say how to do it. And then the ministers say, well, no, I think we should change that. Some of these funding things have been interfered with by agencies like Creative Scotland, which was embarrassing for the government. And Angus Robertson had to rescue the funds for 100,000. So we have to have a much better control over the way in which the agencies and quangos in Scotland work to the government's aims, not to their career interests. And I'm quite clear about that because I've got plenty of examples in environment, in forestry, all sorts of things. These people have got to be reined in. So
their commitment has to be for the Scottish,
it has.
Scottish people rather than themselves.
I mean, I have a laugh with some people in the environment movement who moved from one quango to another, but one what do you call it? Lobbying body to another. And it's a whole career path for a lot of people, you know.
And if I can ask as well, you're clearly very passionate about music, particularly traditional music, particularly with this resolution being discussed later today for including that provision for people with learning disabilities and who are neurodivergent to learn music and art and dance and those creative pathways. With your passion for music, when did you start drawing that connection?
Well, Jen Butterworth, who's in a band called Canaris Q, and is a brilliant guitarist and plays the fiddle and all sorts of things. She's in the BIT collective that helps to ensure equality for women. And I ran a festival in Dingwall, a traditional music festival, for 20 years, from 1983 to 2002. So I went back and looked at the programs to look at seeing how women and men figured in the thing. And remarkably, I would say, not 50% of major participants were women, but about 45%, which was quite good, given the fact that everyone with every kind of ability or lack of it should be able to take part. So I looked at our experience, which wasn't thought through, but we were open-minded to people who were women performers and men, and that's just a very simple part of it. The wider part of neurodivergence and disability is now beginning to be looked at in much more detail. Right? The way in which people are included through the things in the Ratlock and Dundee and so on, the big orchestras and so on, they're quite interesting. But I would like them to actually have some traditional music and traditional music involved in these things, because young people are being taught instruments. And what's happened in Scotland is the education and our literacy as a country has allowed us to have the strongest selection of traditional song of any country in Europe and many beyond. And we would need people to have that as part of it. But young people nowadays have every kind of music at their fingertips, and they listen to every kind of music. So we've got to be able to make sure that children and adults with disability get their chance to play that music.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why motions like this, while they're perhaps a minority interest, are important to be discussed at this conference, because we want to do these things.
And is that something you would like to see in the motion? And in the resolution today, while it's being discussed, it's to include that strand of creative education, the draft version of the Learning Disabilities, Autism and Neurodiversity Bill. Is that something you'd like to see
yes.
discussed, that emphasis on including
Yes.
traditional Scottish music as part of that?
I don't know who the minister is, but
Which one? Angus Robertson, isn't it?
I don't know who the minister for that would be in terms of the government's plans, but I would lobby.
You would
Of
lobby?
course.
Yes. Well, I'm absolutely sure you'll be able to find people around here who you'd be able to talk to about it. I was having some, off the back of this, you are not the first person I've spoken to at this conference to express an interest in traditional music being included as part of this. So I think it is something that is on people's minds, and I think it's a very interesting resolution to see at a conference like this, the idea that this is something that's being considered, music as that avenue for self-expression. I think it's really worthy, and like you say, even though it's a smaller resolution, it's not quite as big ticket as pension reviews
It
and
looks small, but it's very big because it has got different ways of helping people. One thing is, and also helping the independence movement, because the traditional music is, you're much senior to me, but like where I'm coming from, India, the independence movement and the culture and the music had a huge contribution to the movement. Yeah.
Well, I have to say, of course, we've got our folk night in the Blue Lamp this evening. We always try and find unofficially to do something, so people can come along. It's in the Gallagate, it's in town.
So that's a folk night tonight?
Yes.
Lovely. And where did you say it was?
The Blue Lamp, which
Blue
is
Lamp.
a very famous pub, and you enter by Candle Close, just next door, and it's quite a big space. We thought it was going to be a small one, but every year we do have, I call it a Rebels Ceilidh, because we're real rebels.
I like that, that's nice.
Well, the Rebels Ceilidh songbook of the 1960s was a nationalist songbook in Bowness.
Oh wow! Okay.
And I've tried to develop through in the 1980s, and now a kind of modern rebels with more up-to-date songs, and ones that, as well as some of the old ones. Some of the old standards are very important.
I forgot. Like you asked, I was about to ask something.
How do you feel that obviously you feel that an integral part of the cause of independence is preserving like culture and art and music, and how do you feel that's been carried forward?
Well, I think the party's a lot. When John Swinney quoted from Hamish Henderson's Freedom Come All Ye in his first speech as the First Minister, it signals something that was important. Before Nicola's time, we used to sing Scots Wahey at the end of the conference, and that's a very important song. So I think it's important to return to having some of these things, and it's important that music and the culture is understood by every generation. So music and education.
Perfect. And after this conference and this bill's been discussed, what would you like to see carried forward on the subject of making sure that Scottish tradition of music and art is an integral part of the independence movement? What would you like to see?
Well, I think we've got to keep singing and get more people singing.
And also there is an international...
Pete Seeger said,
Yeah.
I don't want to just put songs in people's ears, I want to put songs in people's lips. Right? That's what we have to do.
Yeah.
Not just songs in people's ears, but songs in their lips.
Yes.
That is very good. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I like that.
Well, that's one of the mottos that I have in a little book. We can't publish a book because of all the copyright things, but we've got an informal list of songs and so on, and I use that as the key line.
And also there is a tourism perspective of Scotland.
Oh, there is.
There is an international interest for Scottish music and art and Edinburgh Festival. But it's time for us to wind up now. Yeah.
We'll be heading back through to the feed of the main hall soon, but thank you so much
Not at all.
for joining us today. It was really great to talk to you
You're welcome.
about this.
Thank you, Jana.
Yeah, it was a lovely chat to know, like, you know, the history of SNP and how it was done.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks
We'll see you soon.
That was Councillor Rob Gibson joining us to talk about traditional Scottish culture and the Neurodiversity and Accessible Art Bill. We will now be moving on to the main feed of the SNP hall as the conference public feed begins again. So please don't go anywhere, and thank you very much for listening to me. I've been Niamh Brooke and Nadia Chand. I'll be seeing you later today.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy, but we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back slightly earlier than anticipated. I'm Niamh Brooke and Nadia Chand. Just while we're waiting for the feed of the main conference hall to start, I think it would be good for us to have a little reflection of some of the conversations we've had. It's I think we've both learned a lot. I definitely know I have.
Our last guest, Rob, was very interesting.
That was fantastic.
To know about, because we are sitting in the SNP conference, to know about how the conference was in 1970s. He said 60s, isn't it? 1960s,
yes, he did.
70s, and
so
80s.
He joined the party in 1967.
And also about the music, how it was embraced by the party and by the Scottish people, and it's so interesting. And also WASPI women, it's like one positive to one slightly negative, I would say, because it's very difficult to listen to the WASPI and their issues, and then coming to the positive side of Rob and his experiences, and then policy making by two councillors, and also yesterday we spoke about the Booker Council. I think again it's time for us to wind up because we are going back to the conference hall.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll come back again around 12:30,
yes.
I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
You'll be hearing from Nadia and I again soon, and the resolution to include music, art and dance into the draft version of the Learning Disability, Autism and Human Rights Bill will be coming later this afternoon, so keep an eye out for that. We will now be moving through to the main feed of the SNP conference hall, and you can watch the live stream of the resolutions as they happen. So please keep tuning in to Broadcasting Scotland. I'm Niamh Brooke and Nadia Chand. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be here with more guests later.
So we'll just take a wee moment, and if the speakers for Resolution 12 on anti-racism education just gather themselves and gather their thoughts. What counts? It counts. 12. Okay, thank you for your patience. Could I invite Councillor Barrera, who is going to move Resolution 12, and the Councillor will be followed by Sumita Kumar, who will second. So welcome to the stage, Councillor Oxy Barrera, please.
That was quite emotional. Anyway, let's go back to business. Conference, I believe I speak on behalf of many migrants in Scotland when I say thank you. Thank you for welcoming us, for letting us make your country our home, for letting us feel and be Scottish. Scotland is known worldwide for its breathtaking scenery, warm people, whiskey, literature, music, politics, not so much about the weather and midges. At its heart, Scotland is a welcoming nation and a place where people from around the globe choose to settle. But for too many young people, racism is still a daily reality in Scotland. Reports from the Children and Young People's Commissioner and the Coalition for Racial Equality and Rights shows that racism continues to affect pupils in classrooms, playgrounds, and communities. Young people speak on racist language, bullying, and microaggressions that are all too common. The rise of harmful narratives online and the growing confidence of the far right now only makes this worse. We see this right now in here. Particularly in Falkirk, at the moment, far-right groups are targeting migrants, even those, the so-called legal migrants. But we are seeing this across Scotland and the UK, not only in Falkirk. When misinformation is spread unchecked, it fuels prejudice, and people with different skin tones and accents become targets. Conference, the need is urgent. A BBC investigation revealed a 50% increase in recorded racist incidents in Scottish schools between 2022 and 2024, rising from 2,400 to 3,600. Many incidents still go unreported because pupils and their families fear they won't be taken seriously. The true number is undoubtedly higher. However, some progress has been made. The Building Racial Literacy programme is available to teachers, and the Scottish Government has introduced a national anti-racism framework for initial teacher education. But these remain voluntary and focus on new teachers, leaving a gap for those already in the profession. Racism doesn't just happen in classrooms. It happens in playgrounds, on buses, in youth clubs, in care settings. Every adult working with young people has a role to play, yet not everyone has the tools or the confidence to intervene. That is why this motion matters. It calls for the Scottish Government to make anti-racism training, like building literacy mandatory for building racial literacy, mandatory for all staff who work with young people, with regular refreshers to ensure confidence and consistency. This isn't about adding pressure to overstretched staff. It's about giving them the skills and confidence to challenge racism when they see it, and ensuring no child is left unprotected because who was on duty that day. Colleagues, racism undermines children's well-being, learning, and confidence. It damages communities and contradicts our values as a nation. By making anti-racism training mandatory, we take a practical step toward ensuring every young person in Scotland grows up in an environment that is safe, inclusive, and fair. Conference, I urge you to support this motion and send a clear message that Scotland will continue to lead on equality, dignity, and human rights for all our young people and not so young. Thank you.
Very well done, Oxy. And again, it was remiss of me, I didn't highlight that Roxy is a first-time speaker. And it gives me great pleasure if I can invite Samita Kumar onto the stage, who is our wonderful candidate for Edinburgh South.
Thank you, Convener. Conference, I am deeply proud to second this motion. Earlier, we saw a moving memorial tribute. I'd like to add one more name to that list, Sir Jeff Palmer. Yes. Sir Palmer was Scotland's first black professor and an independent supporter, a man who arrived here as part of the Windrush generation just at 14 years old. A man who faced immense racism, yet met it always with patience, with dignity, and education. Sir Jeff taught us that understanding our history of slavery, of colonialism, of inequality, it's not about guilt, it's about growth. It's about building a fairer future. Conference, young people are still growing up hearing racism in classrooms and corridors. Young people are being told to go back home. They're being mocked for their accents or skin color, while their parents are accused of taking jobs. These words echo what they see online, what they hear in the media, and it causes real harm. They isolate, they silence, they make children doubt their worth. To be honest, it makes me doubt my worth, and they have no place in Scotland. But racism isn't only about cruel words or overt acts. It's also about the quiet assumptions, the lowered expectations, the stereotypes, and the missed opportunities. When these go unchallenged, they become normalized. And when they become normalized, they corrode the very values Scotland stands for: fairness, respect, and belonging. We already require training on safeguarding, so why not anti-racism in education? This too is safeguarding. Mandatory anti-racism training is not a tick box exercise, it's about reflection, honesty, and courage. Racism doesn't stop at the school gates, and neither should our responsibility to challenge it. Conference, we also must be honest about the climate we are in, unfortunately. Across the UK and beyond, we see the politics of division, where parties like Reform sow fear, and that is also paraded by both the red and the blue Tories, who echo their rhetoric instead of standing up for compassion and truth. When leaders choose silence or choose scapegoating, young people notice. They absorb those messages about who belongs, and sadly, who doesn't belong. That is why education matters, because it shapes the next generation, not to inherit our prejudices, but to overcome them, to learn empathy, not hatred, curiosity, not fear, and we need consistent action. This motion is that step, practical, powerful, and urgent. It says every adult who shapes young lives should have the tools and confidence to make anti-racism real. Not theoretical, not occasional, but everyday practice. By doing this, we protect young people from harm and build the Scotland we want to see. A Scotland that stands tall against hate, that leads with courage and compassion. Conference, let's turn our values into action. Let's choose inclusion over intolerance, hope over hate, leadership over silence. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Conference, there are no cards against Resolution 12 on anti-racism education. Can I put it to you that we accept this resolution by acclaim? Right, Conference, thanks to your tardy chair here, we are going to have to pick up the pace. a wee bit. So if I can invite Councillor Rosemary Fraser to come and speak to Resolution 13. I'm going to have to ask people to be quite strict with themselves over timings, and if Rosemary could be briefly seconded by Councillor Bell, please. Rosemary.
Thank you, Conference. When Scotland became the first country in the UK to ban smoking in public places, we sent a clear message that the health of our people matters more than the profits of big tobacco. Today we face a new challenge, one that demands the same clarity of purpose, because just as smoking once crept into every corner of our society, vaping is now being sold, packaged and pushed in ways that target the most vulnerable, our young people and people living in the areas with highest levels of deprivation. Let's be clear, vaping is not harmless, it's not just water vapour, and it's certainly not a lifestyle choice. It's an industry that has learned every trick from the tobacco giants it claims to have replaced. Not a surprise, given the fourth largest e-cigarette producers are Philip Morris International or Marlboro fame, American Tobacco, Japan Tobacco and Imperial Tobacco. The tobacco giants replacing cigarette addiction with e-cigarette addiction. Across Scotland, we're seeing a worrying rise in youth vaping. According to the 2023 Scottish Schools Adolescent Lifestyle and Substance Use Survey, nearly 1 in 5 15-year-olds reported regular or occasional vaping. That's more than double the rate from just a few years ago. And of those young vapers, 30% go on to smoke. We're encouraging another health ticking time bomb. Make no mistake, nicotine is a powerful addictive substance. It affects brain development in teenagers and can impair memory, concentration and mental health. And while vapes may contain fewer harmful chemicals than cigarettes, we still don't fully understand the long-term health effects of inhaling these substances daily. Emerging research links vaping to lung injury, increased respiratory symptoms and higher risk of cardiovascular issues. We're not solving a problem, we're simply reshaping it. Advertising plays a huge role in shaping behaviour. It normalises vaping, it glamorises it, and it disguises the risks. That's why we must take bold action. We banned cigarette advertising for a reason, because we knew that marketing works, and the more you normalise addiction, the more people start. So let's not kid ourselves that same glossy vape ads are about helping adults to quit smoking. If that were true, they wouldn't be plastered on social media feeds, shop windows and near our schools. This is not about harm reduction, it's about profit. And if we want to be a nation that leads on public health, we cannot allow that to continue. That's why we need to take this next step in our journey to a smoke-free Scotland. We need to ban the advertising and marketing of vapes in Scotland, just as we did with tobacco. Get these e-cigarettes behind the shutters along with cigarettes. This measure will ensure that vaping products cannot be glamorised or promoted in ways that appeal to children or non-smokers. We know prevention is better than cure. We have a health service that's stretched to the seams, and no more so because we continue to deal with the effects of smooth marketing of cigarettes. Even now, according to Ash Scotland, smoking-related diseases account for 20% of deaths in Scotland. It's cost our NHS billions in care costs and led to thousands upon thousands of early preventable deaths that have affected our families, friends and communities. Conference, let's not get ourselves into the same boat again in the next 40 years. Let's take a stand. Scotland has always led where others have followed. Who would have thought New York, Ireland and Scotland would be the first places to ban smoking? We've been first on smoke-free spaces, first on minimum unit pricing for alcohol, and first to put the well-being of our people at the heart of government. So let Scotland lead again. Let's stand together for a Scotland where health is not compromised for profit. Let's act on this now and put the well-being of our young people and our nation first. Please support the motion. Thank you.
And can I invite Councillor Julie Bell, please, to second Resolution 13? Thank you. As brief as you
Hello everyone. Prior to being elected, I was the tobacco control lead for Angus Council and the partnership in the area. And I'm very privileged at the moment to be a COSLA appointee to the Board of Public Health Scotland. So this is a matter very dear to my heart. We know that e-cigarettes can be a useful tool to help people stop smoking, but they're not intended as a permanent replacement, and they're not advised for people who have never smoked. Yet it's not uncommon to see people who vape who have never had a cigarette in their lives. And that applies especially to young people. And they are inclined, from research that we've done in Angus, to skip tobacco completely and go straight to illicit drugs. If we in Scotland are truly serious about raising a tobacco-free generation by 2034, which is only 9 years away, there's much more that we can do. So banning advertising is very much part of that, but there are other actions that we can take with tools and instruments that we have available. And I would urge you, especially if you're an elected representative, a minister, or sit on any of the COSLA policy boards, to bear this in mind. Survey data from NASUWT, which is a UK-wide teachers' union, is reporting significant issues in school settings. 52% of teachers have observed an increase in pupil vaping in the previous year. 62% of teachers report students frequently leave lessons to vape. 40% of respondents said pupils are misusing tobacco-free nicotine pouches in school. Nicotine affects pupil concentration. So, this is my view, and it is the view of some of my Public Health Scotland colleagues, that we can do more. We could increase the price of both tobacco and vapes. Minimum unit pricings worked for alcohol. So let's make it more financially unaffordable. We could restrict the availability of products. Licensing retailers is another area that we could do. And we could learn from gambling industry, which has generated £100 million last year through a levy for prevention, treatment and research on gambling harm. Why couldn't we do that with tobacco? So, conference, I urge you to back this resolution. Thank you.
Rosemary, thank you very much. Conference, there are no cards against this resolution. Can I put it to you that we accept Resolution 13 by acclaim? And Resolution 14, and I see that Stephen Campbell is already making his way to the stage. Thank you, Stephen. Stephen is going to move the motion, and he is representative of Young Scots for Independence and is the convener. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Conference. Conference, there's a phone number that many of us who work in the NHS have drilled into us, 2222. That is our internal emergency number. When the operator picks up, there are 3 words that you might find yourself saying: adult, or God forbid, child, cardiac arrest. This triggers an emergency response throughout the hospital that will have a whole medical team with the patient within minutes. For those of you who don't know, a cardiac arrest is essentially when the heart stops beating in a way that is compatible with life. It's pretty much the biggest medical emergency that can happen. Without our hearts pumping, oxygen is no longer being moved around our bodies. Our cells and organs become starved of oxygen, and if effective medical interventions, for example chest compressions, are not started within minutes, then the patient will die. In the hospital, we have access to all sorts of resources to help us during a cardiac arrest. Highly trained nurses and doctors, drugs such as adrenaline, high-flow oxygen, and specialist equipment such as a defibrillator, or DEFIB for short. For those of you who don't know, a DEFIB is essentially a fairly small box that has sticky paddles that can be attached to somebody's chest. It delivers an electric shock through these paddles to the heart to try and restore a normal heartbeat. It's often crucial for survival. However, DEFIBs are often not used in out-of-hospital cardiac arrests. There are a variety of reasons for this, but perhaps one of the most common ones is simply that there are no publicly available DEFIBs nearby. It's commonplace that we'll see them in places like shopping centres, gyms, and various locations in busy city centres. And if you have to phone 999, the call operators will probably tell you where the nearest one is. But many places still do not have one. many workplaces, educational facilities and community settings, for example. We often associate cardiac arrest with elderly people, but that is not always the case. Having been a student nurse for over a year now and hopefully qualifying next year if everything goes well, Thank you. I've heard of or directly seen a number of patients who've suffered from a cardiac arrest in their 40s, 30s, 20s, even in their late teens. Some of you may remember a few years ago, a Danish football player in his late 20s suffered a cardiac arrest during a match at the Euros, and his life was saved thanks to rapid commencement of CPR and the use of a defib. And that brings us back to the whole point of the resolution. Cardiac arrest survival rates, whatever your age, are significantly improved with rapid use of a defibrillator, but they are often not used in and out of hospital cardiac arrest, with lack of access being one of, if not the most significant factor. This resolution seeks to help improve public access by suggesting actions that governments across different levels can take. Looking at workplaces, for example, there are strict health and safety regulations that workplaces need to follow relating to health and safety, and first aid, including the legal requirement of a certain proportion of first aid trained staff and the availability of a first aid box. DEFIB training is part of that, but the provision of a DEFIB actually is not, and this resolution is calling for a change to that. It also recognises, however, that funding can pose a challenge. DEFIBs often cost hundreds of pounds at a minimum, and VAT, which adds 20% to the cost, is removed in certain circumstances, but this resolution calls for VAT to be removed entirely. Even with this, there would still be financial barriers to some community groups, grassroots sports teams, smaller workplaces, for example. There are some excellent charities, such as the British Heart Foundation, who are here today, who can provide funding, but this sort of thing should not be left solely to charities. That's why this resolution also calls for more direct funding to be made available from government to organisations for those who need it. To wrap up, all of this is to help with the core reason of the resolution, to increase the availability of defibrillators and ultimately to save lives. Conference, as a student nurse and as someone who cares deeply about saving lives, I urge you to support this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. And can I invite Sadie Matthews to the stage, please? Sadie is going to second Resolution 14.
Got it. I won't take 3 minutes, I promise. I think Stephen's perspective on this topic is incredibly important because he sees the real consequences of what a lack of access to defibrillators in private and public spaces can lead to. And in some circumstances, that is a positive outcome, but not all. And if there's anything that we can do to increase the chances of survivability, I think it's our duty to do so. I was admittedly confused by this resolution when it was brought to the YSI conference because I thought it was calling for both the training and the equipment. That is not correct. And after speaking with Stephen, the training is mandatory, but there is no recommendation, well, it is a recommendation, but there's no requirement for them to have the equipment on hand. So people who are first aid trained in these public and private spaces know how to use this life-saving equipment, but are not provided with it. And at the time, and it still does to be honest, that absolutely bamboozled me. I felt it was important for me to talk on this subject because after looking into further statistics, people from most deprived areas are less likely to survive a cardiac arrest whilst being more susceptible to one. People who are from these deprived areas often rely on community centres, and should they be provided with this life-saving equipment, it will increase the survivability within those deprived areas and help support people. Similarly, women are more likely to not survive a cardiac arrest. This can be because our symptoms are vastly different from that of men, but also because people are uncertain as to what to do because of the minor difference in anatomy. But all that really matters is that we all have a heart, and God forbid, one day it could fail us, and we might need to rely on this life-saving equipment. So I strongly encourage you to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadie. As always, beautifully succinct. Right, colleagues, there are no cards in against Resolution 14, so can I put it to you all that we pass this by acclaim, please? Okay, so we're now moving on to Resolution 15, which is Accessible Music and Creative Arts Education Pathway. I'm going to invite Magnus Turpey onto the stage. Marcus is the mover of this motion. And he's going to communicate to us in a way that makes the point about the motion very aptly. Hello, Magnus. Welcome. Thank you. Lovely to meet you. I'm just going to make sure the tech's right.
Yeah.
And the microphones are all sorted and ready for you, Magnus.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, just in your own time.
Yeah, thank you. Hi. So, I'm Magnus Turpey. I'm a musician. I am the entertainer. I have the Down syndrome and I'm 26 years old. I want to be able to study music at the college, work as a musician in Scotland.
I'm ready for what lies ahead. I hope I've made clear to you today how much of a privilege and an honour it is to be leader of my party. I'm ready for what lies ahead. I hope I've made clear to you today how much of a privilege and an honour it is to be leader of my party.
Hello and welcome back to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Niamh Brooke and I have been following our coverage all day. If you haven't been tuning in already for today's coverage of the SNP National Conference, not sure what you've been doing, but it's not too late to get involved. Joining me on the couch now is a fantastic guest. I have got Sadie Matthews, the Equalities Convener on the SNP Exec Committee and a member of Young Scots for Independence. Sadie, thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
Thank you. And how are you feeling about the conference so far? It's you've been in right from the jump, so it must be a busy couple of days.
Yeah, it's been pretty chaotic, but I wouldn't have it any other way, to be honest. I feel very grateful to have the position that I do, and to be able to amplify what voices that I can. Although this morning I got a text at 11 o'clock saying, oh, we need you to speak at around 12 on a resolution that I had no intention of speaking on, because my friend Stephen, who convenes Young Scots for Independence, he needed a seconder and was like, Stacey, would you mind doing this? And I was like, I can, if I must.
So you've had to leg it from that?
Yeah. I had to leg it. I was intending on having a bit of a lie-in till around noon after yesterday. We had YSI karaoke. It was a great night, but a long one. So I was like, I have a wee lie-in, and then I got that text this morning, and I was like, right, no lie-in. I have to get everything ready. I have to get in the taxi. I have to shoot over to the centre, write my bullet points, and get on the stage pretty much.
Journalism and politics. What is this lie-in? We don't know the meaning.
No. And there's so much crossover, I think, in having last minute and having to work around things.
Amen to that. But So what have you been up to at the conference so far? You're the equalities convener for the exec committee. Would you mind talking a little bit more about that and what that involves?
Yeah, so my main focus this past year has been pretty much harassing who I can on the committee to talk about equality mechanisms. So some people might know those as positive action mechanisms. So it's when there's not equal representation in Parliament, there are certain mechanisms you can use to increase representation of women, to increase representation of BAME, and to increase the representation of disabled individuals as well. But because of the legalities surrounding that and what's happened this year with things like the Supreme Court ruling, there's been a lot of complications compared to 2021. So genuinely the past few months that has been my main focus. But I also engage with all the affiliates of the Disabled Members Group who represent disabled members, Out for Independence, which is the queer wing of the party, Young Scots for Independence, which is the youth wing, BAME Network represents BAME people, SAFE, which represents Scots Asians for Independence, and my job is I deem myself like a little fairy bouncing around and trying to amplify what they're wanting to do as much as possible, because when you're representing minorities and you're a minority yourself in this kind of decision-making body, it's good to know that there are as many people in your corner as possible, and I just try and be that person that's on the back row, and it's like, if you need me, I'm here, but you've got this, but should you need me, I can step in and back up what you're saying, essentially.
And what inspired you to get into this kind of work, particularly with the SNP youth? Yeah, so the reason I joined the SNP was because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the way that Nicola Sturgeon handled that, because I'm disabled, I'm autistic, and in England and Wales there was so few machines that would, life-sustaining machines, that they were having to make decisions based on neurodiversity. So if someone was autistic or potentially had Down syndrome, they would be less preferred to an able-bodied person to receive that life-sustaining machine. That did not happen in Scotland, and that's because Nicola Sturgeon was very adamant that that would not be happening in Scotland. It would not have to come down to those decisions of just essentially deeming whose life was having to be saved over others. And as an autistic person, the COVID-19 pandemic was absolutely terrifying. But seeing someone stand up for us in the Scottish government, but also on a global level as well, you know, the way we handled things was leading in the UK, but also in the world, in my opinion, inspired me to join. And then I think that experience encouraged me to go for a qualities convener, because I know what it's like to want to do something, and I really wanted to be able to push for it and push my activism even more than what I was managing to do in the youth wing. And my friend Callum, who's the current one of the co-conveners for Out for Independence, said the worst that can happen is you won't be elected, and you'll have had the experience of a campaign, you'll know what it's like to run in an internal election, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, and you can work with whoever is elected to get your ideas out there. But I was, and so I've been able to represent my ideas, my views, and work with genuinely so many incredible people the past year. It's been really amazing. And as you say, being so inspired by Nicola Sturgeon and her work, have you been getting on working in the party and finding a place now that Nicola Sturgeon is less involved? Yeah, it's been great, because John Swinney is the only FM that I've had the chance to work with, and he really does listen, which you hear that politicians sometimes can be a bit distanced, especially if it's not an experience they personally relate to, such as being a member of the LGBTQIA+ community or being disabled. But when, you know, myself or affiliates raise issues to him, and the wider executive as a whole, our views are listened to and they are taken into consideration instead of just kind of being swept aside, which I think entering a space like politics, which can sometimes be hostile to minorities, you never quite know what you're going to get and what your experience will be. So I'm really glad that the committee itself is really quite dedicated to listening to the voices that I represent and myself. I'm really glad that it's turned out that way. Yeah. And one of the emotions, because you mentioned earlier that access to life-sustaining machines, one of the resolutions on the table for this conference is greater public access to equipment like defibrillators. That's something from Youth Scots for Independence, isn't it? Would you mind talking a little more about that?
Yeah, so that's the one that I had to rush and write a seconding motion for this morning. And I was initially confused by the topic because basically we had to pass this resolution at the YSI conference to bring it here. That's the process we go through. And at the YSI conference, I had to raise, it's called a point of information, but it's just a question. And I was like, so are we asking for the training? Because it doesn't really make sense to have the equipment, but not the training. But the training itself is already in place. It's just they're not legally required to have the equipment. And considering how much cardiac arrest impacts deprived areas more, whilst deprived people are more likely to have healthcare issues that lead to cardiac arrest, it seems pretty plain to me that the solution to that would be for the Scottish Government to do what it can to provide defibrillators to community spaces, but especially in deprived areas. And the same goes for women. There was a wee chuckle in the hall when I raised this, but there is a genuine issue with women not surviving cardiac arrest more because people are worried about what to do because of breasts, when ultimately it is the same process, but because the anatomy is different and there isn't a use of you get the CPR dolls where you practice and then you can get the defibrillator and you practice putting it on, that kind of thing. There's none with women anatomy. They're incredibly rare if you do come across one. So it's just, I think, off-putting because people are worried, but ultimately our hearts are in the same place as men's. The ribs are there, which if you're doing CPR, unfortunately you do have to damage them, and then when the defibrillator comes into place, it's the same placement. You just work around what's there, to be honest. And although I appreciate that can be a little bit funny, but I wanted to get that point across in the hall that this does disproportionately impact people from deprived areas, but also women as well.
And you said on that disproportionate effect on women, you've been working a lot with Women for Independence. Yeah, can you tell us a little bit more about that?
So I've mostly been working with the National Women's Convener, Katie Hagman, and she correlates with other people, but she's my kind of like go-to person, and she's been really lovely and really helpful this year because when you come into this kind of committee space, there are all these procedures and rules, and as an outsider, there's no like guidebook of like, here's how this works, here's how you raise something, etc. So whenever I've personally needed a question, she's really helped mentor me in that sense, but also keeping me in the loop with things, because the other national office bearers and the affiliates, they don't have to work with me if they don't wish to, so I'm really glad that they do choose to, and Katie's looped me into some of the work that Engender's been doing this past year, on the build up to the parliamentary election in 2026, so to do with positive action mechanisms and to do with making vetting as inclusive as possible and that kind of thing. So Katie and I have been reviewing that research, and I think we're going to work on something to implement for the future so that there's a general kind of lack of permanent guidance at the minute, not just in our party but in the general political sphere of how can you make politics more accessible to women. So there's an organisation called Elect Her that does incredible work. But I think having something that's specific to our party as well, knowing what resources we have, knowing who we have connections to and that kind of thing, building a kind of document around how can we actually support getting women into politics, getting women involved in a party. Should they want independence, why should they come to us, and what we can offer them to help support them in their journey through politics and democracy. So that's my plans for the next couple months, I think.
I actually had Katie on the couch this morning for an interview. We had a very interesting chat about that accessibility and getting more women into politics. So from your experience, what have you noticed as an issue and feel that could be built on?
Yeah, so one particular big thing is women are typically in charge of childcare if it's children, or general care if they have a ward they need to take care of for reasons such as disability. And so when we have quite rigid vetting time slots and they're either having to pay for childcare or care costs because they're not allowed to bring children or their wards, that creates a barrier when the timing, it's like, okay, you've got 2 days this month, pick one, show up to it, you're there for several hours, and that the cost of getting childcare or having another carer come in to take care of your ward can cost quite a bit of money. So we've noticed that's a barrier. Finances in general as well, because women are typically the if there's a single parent household and the child typically resides with the mother. That's quite a generalizing statement, but in general that's what we see in the data and that kind of thing. So they're generally from lower income households, and campaigning, people don't necessarily realise how much cost there is to campaigning. So if you've got a car, you need to pay for the fuel money. If you need to go on public transport, you need to pay for your tickets, which have been scrap peak rail fares, got to put that in there, helping reduce costs bit by bit. But there are the barriers that are financial that end up building up and up that you don't necessarily notice, but when put together, it's so much money that if you're wanting to stand as a candidate, comes out of your own pocket, not just the fundraising that you have to do. So it's these things that are quite subtle, but when you put them all together, create quite real barriers that primarily women face, and that's what I would say I've noticed the most the past year.
And what sort of steps do you feel you could be made in the SNP, say, to address like talking about that financial burden? Is there any kind of provision in place to provide some assistance with that, trying to engage the party?
So currently there isn't, but again, this is something I need to raise with Katie. We have little late night phone calls about what are the next steps that we need to work on, what's the priority. So currently we've been having to work on the equality mechanism, but then once it's afterwards and it's like, okay, what's the provisions for the council elections that are then going to happen in 27? How can we improve that assessment based off of feedback from this year? How can we improve the accessibility from feedback from this year? And I think one of them is I would quite like to urge for a small pot of money to help with travel costs, at least for the assessment itself, and allowing children to come should people be unable to afford that childcare. Just doing small things to reduce the barriers as possible. Because even if we're unable to cover the full cost of transport, just a little bit goes a long way in my view. Because, for example, changing a £10 ticket to a £5 ticket, we've managed to half that cost. And so if we're able to provide that sort of thing to women who are keen to go for assessment but maybe don't have the means to, I think would make quite a difference.
Something I was also discussing with Katie this morning and a few other councillors I've had on the couch today is the recent launch of Women Against the Far Right. Mm-hmm. That was a very that was an enthusiastic nod. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you been engaging?
I've not engaged with them yet, but I've seen that the work that they're doing online, and I think it is incredibly important, specifically for women's voices to be amplified during discussions about the far right, because my village has got the flags up at the moment about taking our country back and too many immigrants, and that is the theme. Because I innocently asked on the Facebook page of our village, guys, what's going on? What are these flags about? Because I was like, we are a Gala village, so it could have been something else. And they're like, no, we're wanting to protect our women and children. And I was like, okay, as a woman, how's a flag going to protect me? Because I don't feel any safer walking down the street because there's a flag up. So I think it's incredibly important that when the far right are leaning on this argument of we need to protect our women and children, that we're able to amplify the voices of women even more so, to say, look, no, this is a far more systemic issue. It's not related to immigration. It's to do with the patriarchal society that we unfortunately live in. It's to do with influencers such as Andrew Tate, who are feeding into this kind of entitlement that men should have girlfriends, are entitled to girlfriends, are entitled to wives, and the kind of typical nuclear family system that I think has been moved on from. And it's that kind of ideology that needs combated by women's voices saying, no, immigration isn't the problem. It's not people who are on benefits that are the problem. This is part of a far wider systemic issue, and we can't let media headlines and things stir up this kind of divisive attitude that I think is impacting a lot of people across Scotland.
And with that particular, like you've said, you've seen it with the flags on village Facebook groups. I also I know what that's like. But with that rise of the popularity of reform, they're just behind the SNP in the polls. Yeah. What do you think as well could be done on that front of that misinformation around that, the argument they make protecting women and girls? What do you think could be done places like this here at the conference for the SNP to and other groups to move away from that idea?
Yeah, so I think engaging with groups like Women Against the Far Right is incredibly important. So we have the exhibition stalls. Admittedly, they're not here, but it gives us an opportunity to speak to people who are engaging in the civil network sector, who do work with them, who can advise us on what isn't working. And I've lost my train of thought, which is fantastic. And I think in general with conference and with the way the world is outside, I think it gives us activists who then go on the doors and are speaking to people who are bringing these issues up to us, it gives us a space to share ideas of, okay, well, when someone's saying it's the benefit system, here's how I've been combating that, and pointing out different statistics and having like an exchange of information, and also solidarity, because I know there's been an unfortunate increase of abuse on doorsteps towards activists. I think throughout the entire political spectrum, I don't think just the SNP, to be honest, because everyone's quite fairly tired of politics and seeing the state of the world at the minute. But being able to have this space, especially to talk to other women, for example, Katie's holding a women's officer meeting tomorrow morning, so that'll be a space that is for people who are more focused on women's issues in the party, to have just an hour to themselves to talk about what's on their minds, what ideas they have, what they want to bring forward, and that'll allow Katie and myself, if she'll have me, to develop these ideas into something that's tangible and will provide further support, so that we don't lose members because they're dealing with these arguments on the doors that are genuinely just quite saddening, to be honest.
And one of this morning's internal resolutions was that activism training and education, like giving SNP activists more grassroots skills and getting out there. And with what you've talked about, that spike in activists being insulted, abused, harassed, what kind of place do you think there is in that kind of training to mitigate that, encouraging people to protect themselves?
Absolutely. So that resolution was written by my friend Michael.
Yes, you mentioned him earlier.
Yeah. He brought that forward, and I do think it's a fantastic idea, because when there's campaigning sessions, we will never let a new person go by themselves. They are always paired up with someone who has had experiences on the doors, both positive and negative, and to help keep that individual right and to show them the ropes. But if you're entirely new to this kind of space, especially if you're anxious or neurodiverse, it's still really intimidating to show up to your first session, to be paired with someone who you're trusting to ensure that you're okay and that everything goes well. It's quite intimidating. So having these sessions as kind of like a one-stop shop to encompass, okay, so these are the issues that are coming up a lot on the doors, here's what you can talk about and say about them, and here's how you handle abuse on the doors. For example, if someone starts shouting at you, just say, have a good day, and get yourself out of that situation, because it's really important. I think some people get a bit worried that when they're dealing with someone who's potentially abusive on the doors, they don't want to do anything that will potentially harm the party's reputation, when ultimately their safety comes first. And so if they just need to walk away whilst that person is still being quite aggressive, that's completely fine. But I only know that from my experience. There's not kind of a set guide. So having this opportunity for people to go into this training, to learn what to do in potentially uncomfortable or unsafe situations, to just learn how to engage with people on the doors, to build their confidence a bit when it comes to speaking to strangers, I think is incredibly important.
And just off the back of that as well, what kind of provision do you think could be made in that sort of activism training for activists to look after themselves as well? I imagine it is, I've done it sometimes, that going door to door and door knocking, it can also be quite a draining process. So what kind of provision do you think there could be in that kind of education and training, teaching activists how to look after themselves?
Yeah. The burnout is very much real, especially when it comes to kind of the short campaign, when some people are on doors every single day for hours at a time, and I have huge admiration for those people. There's definitely a kind of holistic aspect to those kind of things. I have a very well-being first approach, which is helping people recognize when they're burning out, when they should have a break, when they should take a step back and focus on themselves. It doesn't even have to be particularly long. It doesn't have to be kind of like taking a vacation from campaigning if they don't want to, but just, you know, maybe in the evening after campaigning, coming back, and instead of diving into more work, SNP related or not, taking some self-care time, having that nice bubble bath, reading a book, that kind of thing that will actually recharge people, either so that they can do more SNP work or so that they can go back to, because a lot of people are in full-time work as well as doing activism, going all on the doors all the time, and I would say that is quite a mindful, holistic approach to things, but I do believe that people's well-being comes first, and that needs to be emphasised in this training. And people can sometimes want to push through for things. I know pretty much all the candidates I've spoken to, because I work on a couple of campaigns, are like, if you're too busy, you are completely fine. There is that kind of person-centred, if you're not doing all right, if you're feeling overwhelmed, just take a step back. And I think integrating that into this core training would be really important as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point to make. Thank you for bringing that up. And at the rest of this conference, what will you be spending the rest of your time doing today? I imagine your schedule is quite packed.
A bit. So after we finish talking, I'm going to meet up with Sid Khan. We are presenting a resolution this afternoon at 2:45, I'm pretty sure, that we spent yesterday kind of running around organising. So whilst he was sat here and you were speaking with him, I was over there writing it with
I was wondering what you were doing.
Yeah, I spent my lunch break in the afternoon. I felt like I was running around like a headless chicken, trying to chase different people about how do we get this on the agenda, when will it be on the agenda, what are we doing, how is it working. So today I have to speak with him to make sure he's satisfied with everything that's gone forward, to see our speeches, because he's got the experience of what he saw and heard Palestinians going through, and I'll be talking about my perspective as someone who's never been in that position. So my plan is to speak with him, and then we'll be presenting that this afternoon, and then I'm going to speak with OFI about a potential trans healthcare resolution for tomorrow. That would be a topical if it were to be taken. And then I get a break, and then I get to go to Drag Bingo actually this evening.
Oh wow, fantastic!
Yeah,
well that sounds
I'm
fun.
looking forward to
I
that.
hope you enjoy that. And yes, my conversation with Sid yesterday was eye-opening to say the least. It was fascinating to take the time to sit down and talk to him about that experience, and that resolution is being presented at 2:45 today. You said that will. For the folks at home, that will be in the feed as well, so do make sure to keep an eye out and talk to that. And thank you very much for joining me today, Sadie. I really appreciate the chance to speak with you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
And that was Sadie. And we will be moving through to one of the fringe events ahead of that resolution today, run by the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. We will be moving through to a live feed event of that now, so stay tuned.
Unbelievable as ever. The Home Secretary's insistence that the protests are un-British and that there's a line between what's happening in the Middle East, and no, she didn't say Palestine, and what is happening at home is not just divisive, giving no thought whatever to the Palestinian community in Britain who have family and friends and colleagues in Gaza. It is part of an ongoing attempt to get people to ignore Britain's imperial interests in the region and its continued military, diplomatic and economic support to a state that has been committing genocide while politically shielding Israel and suppressing the voices of Palestinians.
Thank you for joining me, I really appreciate it. Oh, no, that happens. You did great. It's inevitable that when you're talking for a while, it kind of does just start to... Am I good to take my gear out?
But rather subject to negotiations and at the mercy of outsiders, with oversight by so-called Board of Peace chaired by Donald Trump, with the support of, as has been suggested, former Labour British Prime Minister Tony Blair. The proposal is so reminiscent of Britain's recent colonial practices, or previous colonial practices, that it might be mistaken for satire, were it not for the experience of the past 2 years. And it's worth remembering that this isn't the first time that Britain actually has been involved in the bombing of Gaza. As Palestinian architect and academic Abdulrahman Katana noted in a recent article challenging colonial frames of erasure, in 1917, during World War I, the British bombed Gaza, leaving it heavily damaged, depopulated, and materially devastated. British shelling actually destroyed more than a third of the city's buildings and stripped many others of essential structural elements. And afterwards, the Palestinian inhabitants of Gaza reoccupied the remnants of their homes and sheltered in whatever had survived of the destruction. But at that time, the British High Commissioner, Herbert Samuel, officially declared the city uninhabitable, and he proposed a reconstruction plan while his employer, the British Foreign Office, suggested approaching the Zionist Federation in order to fund the city's rebuilding. Now, although this didn't ultimately happen, the very suggestion reflected Britain's broader strategy of advancing the Zionist colonisation of Palestinian land, and it also reveals the instrumentalisation of post-war humanitarian relief to serve colonial ambitions, turning Gaza's recovery into a vehicle for imperial interests. In the end, Gaza's indigenous Palestinian inhabitants gradually rebuilt the city, and then after the Nakba of 1948, it became a refuge for Palestinians who'd been expelled from other parts of historic Palestine, which further entrenched its role as a space of displacement and containment. So it's in this context that I ask you not to take a step back, whatever happens with this ceasefire deal, but to take a step forward in order to break free from the intimate grasp of colonial history, not only by recognising the extent of Britain's ongoing and entrenched complicity in the destruction of the Palestinian people, but by recognising the depth of our people's grief. A grief that is rooted in love for the people of Gaza and for our homeland, a love that isn't defined by domination, extraction and manipulation. We have seen recently what political will can do. What we need to see now is political will not only to ensure an actual end to what any person of conscience can see as a clear campaign of annihilation in Gaza. So genocide doesn't just stop continuing at a high rate and continue on at a slower rate, but to actually uphold international law. It beggars belief that the mainstream media today is all about de-radicalisation of Palestinians, rather than the de-radicalisation of an apartheid and settler colonial regime that has been committing a genocide against the Palestinian people, and whose apartheid rule and rapacious colonisation has dispossessed the Palestinian people for almost 8 decades. If you want to see a genuinely sustainable peace and support for the Palestinian people, then please support their struggle for justice, freedom and return. In our bones and in our blood, we know the structures of oppression aren't eternal, and we refuse to accept the injustice of those who think Palestinians aren't sufficiently human to live in freedom and dignity. We have the power of community and collective action, and our people aren't asking for a future of charity, but rather that you join us in affirming the possibility of living otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. I would like to now invite up to here from Medical Aid for Palestinians, to talk about the situation on the ground at the moment in Gaza.
Thank you so much to PSC. Thanks, James, for inviting me to speak today. I'm Nisha, Parliamentary Officer for Medical Aid to Palestinians. As you are likely aware, thanks to the incredible bravery of Palestinians themselves, health workers, journalists, and just day-to-day people who are living under a genocide, over the past 2 years, the Israeli military has systematically dismantled Gaza's healthcare system. Almost every hospital in Gaza has been attacked, and none remain fully functional. At least 1,722 health workers have been killed and more than 300 detained. These statistics are equal to the loss of 70 healthcare professionals per month, which confirms the deliberate and systematic targeting of Gaza's health system. UN experts have called it medicide. An independent UN Commission of Inquiry has concluded that it constitutes a crime against humanity of extermination. Obviously, at MAP we welcome the overdue announcement of the first phase of ceasefire agreement. But world leaders now have to ensure that the ceasefire becomes permanent and an end to Israel's genocide in Gaza. But allow me to read you 2 testimonies from 2 of my colleagues in Gaza instead of attempting to summarize how they feel. Hadil Abu Zaid is one of MAP's program officers in Gaza, and he said, "I have no energy left for joy or for any emotions. For more than 700 days, I have been haunted by the shadow of death, fear, sorrow, and hunger. I've lost my family and friends. I lost my home. I was displaced 9 times, carrying what remained of my house on my shoulders each time. After the announcement of the ceasefire, I believe I have survived physically, but it will take years to truly survive emotionally." Abir al-Sinwar, another program officer for MAP in Gaza, said, and he's based in Gaza City as well, which, as we all know, was subject to a heinous level of military onslaught by the Israeli forces. He said, "The feelings are mixed, overwhelming pain and deep sorrow. People's suffering continues to grow on surface, even with the news of a ceasefire. At the same time, there's a sense of relief and joy that this genocide will stop, that the bloodshed will end, and that there will be no more displacement, humiliation, or deprivation of the most basic rights. We hope the coming days will bring more peace and relief to all the people of Gaza." MAP's local teams have endured unimaginable conditions for 2 years. Yet, we have delivered our biggest humanitarian response in history, demonstrating extraordinary resolve and commitment. We remain there and we stand ready to scale up our medical and humanitarian response further to help rebuild Gaza's shattered healthcare system as soon as access is restored. But the journey towards recovery from Gaza's health and humanitarian catastrophe will be long and difficult. Famine, injury, disease, forced displacement, and the near total collapse of Gaza's health system mean that Palestinian lives remain at grave risk, even as Israel's military attacks end. Israel's atrocities against Palestinians, including extermination, collective punishment, and genocide, must be permanently brought to an end. Those responsible for violating international law must be held fully accountable. There must be a comprehensive arms embargo imposed on Israel. The international community, as Amy mentioned, must also ensure that the ceasefire does not come at the cost of escalating violence against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank from both Israeli forces and settlers. During the last temporary ceasefire, Israeli forces and settlers escalated their attacks, violent and movement restrictions. Since then, the West Bank has witnessed the largest wave of forced displacement since 1967, with at least 40,000 people displaced from Jenin and Tulkarem in the north. I'll leave us with the words of Fikr, who is MAP's Gaza director. She said, "Gaza has been turned into a graveyard and the healthcare system has been systematically destroyed. For 2 years, we have witnessed unspeakable atrocities and lost hundreds of fellow humanitarian and healthcare workers, as well as too many family members and friends to count. Now the world must act. Our team is ready to rebuild, to heal, and to deliver medical aid for Palestinians. But we need access, Palestinians need aid, and the world demands accountability." Thank you so much for being here today and supporting us.
Thank you, Nisha. now invite Tommy Shepherd, who I'm sure all of you know already, to come say a few words as well. Tommy Shepherd.
Thank you. Time is short and there are many of us, so I'll try and be brief, but I feel extremely grateful and privileged to be able to contribute to this discussion. I think we're all meeting here today with a sense of relief but trepidation about what has happened, that at last the bombing has stopped and there is a fragile peace and there is a prospect for moving forward. I was asked to talk about what we should do to try and secure justice for Palestinians. And I think we need to cut to the chase here, because the thing which has for a very long time denied justice for Palestinians and made it impossible for them to achieve it are the policies, foreign and domestic, of the State of Israel, which is now controlled by political forces that see no accommodation, no coexistence between that state and other peoples in that region. And I think we also have to recognize that we are in a different situation now than we were 2 years ago, because this genocidal war that Israel has been waging for the last 2 years has cost it. There have been consequences. It hasn't cost it in terms of casualties, which have been slight. It hasn't cost it in terms of money and the economic consequences for its own population because of the deep pockets of the United States of America. But it has cost it dearly in terms of legitimacy and credibility in the world. And the standing and reputation of the State of Israel has never been lower, in my estimation, internationally. So there is an opportunity here, I think, to try and rebalance what is happening in the Middle East and to try and move forward to secure justice for Palestinians. But it requires that pressure is maintained on Israel. And let's also be candid. The only reason I think we are where we are is because Washington has finally lost patience with Netanyahu. We don't know how long that is going to be sustained for. But that in itself is also a consequence of what has been happening around the world, and particularly in the United States as well, where pressure from American citizens is now beginning to bear fruit. And we have seen significant, almost seismic changes in opinion, in public opinion in the United States about what their government should be doing. I mean, 77%, for example, of Democratic voters wanting sanctions on Israel and wanting to recognize Palestine. I mean, so these are figures that would have been unthinkable just a few short years ago. So the pressure must be maintained, and the pressure can be maintained by the international community on Israel, and it needs to do a number of things. It needs to, first of all, we need to be sure that this war is over and this war is ended, and that the steps are taken to embed that peace. Secondly, we then have to move forward to end the occupation of the Palestinian territories. Because, for anybody, I expect many people in this room have been to Palestine, and unless you are there, it's impossible to comprehend the totality of the process of occupation. It's not just military. It's about controlling the streets people can walk upon, it's controlling what people can discuss, what water supplies they have, what waste, what refuse services they get in one area compared to another. It is absolutely total. And it is designed to ensure the subservience of the Palestinian population to the Israeli state. And it needs to end, and there needs to be a commitment to end it, and Israel needs to recognize that. Now that's going to be complicated, I know, particularly with 700,000 settlements built in the occupied territories. That's going to require a lot of negotiation and a lot of planning, but it is not impossible, and it is something that we should strive for. And the final thing I wanted to mention was that we also, I mean, it's not for us to say to the Palestinian people how they organize themselves. All we can do is defend their right to be able to do so. But it is important that we take steps that help build their capacity to do that. And that's part of ending the occupation. But it's also part of the dialogue that happens next. So we should, for example, and I want to be candid with people, given that Article 6, or Point 6 of Trump's 20-point plan, actually says that if we get to a situation of peace and the weapons are silent, then there will be an amnesty for people associated with Hamas. And given that Hamas has said they will give up any aspiration to be in government in Gaza, then it makes no sense whatsoever to continue this process of saying they need to be excluded from any dialogue about what happens next. You know, they have support in that area and they need to be part of the process. And we need to look at a dialogue within the Palestinian community and the Palestinian politics in order to bring unity together. And the one thing above all else, and I shall finish with this, that we can do as a state here, and that we should be agitating for and making a central demand now, is the release from imprisonment and incarceration of the political players who will contribute to making that peace possible. And central to that is a demand to release Marwan Barghouti, who has been incarcerated now for 23 years for crimes that I believe he did not commit, but in any event were decades ago. He would be central to this process of Palestinian dialogue and Palestinian unity and would be able to move things forward. And it would be an act of tremendous good faith, which I don't expect from the current Israeli administration, but it would be from a future one, to actually say that they will release that man and make him part of the dialogue, because he is a figure that the Palestinians can unite around, and he is a figure that can enable us to get to a much better place. So there is lots to do as ever, but I'm so pleased that this party has taken the stance that it has, and our leader has taken the stance that it has. And James, sorry, I'm probably over my 5 minutes, but just I want to say one more thing, and that is that it is relating to the right to protest and how we organize ourselves. We also have to continue to confront this false and ignorant narrative that equates criticism of Israel and criticism of genocide with anti-Semitism. It is not. I have fought against anti-Semitism all of my life, and I will continue to do so. And fighting anti-Semitism and demanding justice for Palestinians are two sides of the same human coin.
Thank you, Tommy. I'd like to now invite Zaina Haroon, who's from Al-Haq. And as you know, Al-Haq is one of the most significant human rights organizations documenting human rights violations across the occupied Palestinian territory, and which has come under sustained attack not only from Israel but also the United States for the incredibly important work that it does. So I'm very happy to give the floor to you.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for coming to this event today. So, like James said, my name is Zaina and I work for Al-Haq, which is the oldest Palestinian and Middle Eastern human rights organization founded in 1979. At Al-Haq, we document and we try to hold accountable every single actor for violations committed against the Palestinian people, irrespective of the perpetrator. But of course, the main perpetrator is Israel, as we've seen. Al-Haq is based in the occupied West Bank in Ramallah, where I was based until around 3 weeks ago. When James asked me to speak at this event, I didn't know where to begin to unpack the sheer trauma that we've witnessed and documented and tried to work with over the past couple of years. The sheer horror of the atrocities that we've witnessed in Gaza, the unprecedented violence that we've seen in the West Bank, which pales in comparison to everything we've seen in Gaza, but has been equally as horrific in many ways. Part of Israel's genocide is to silence anybody trying to expose their crimes, trying to document their crimes, and trying to work towards accountability through international mechanisms such as the UN, the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice. And we saw this in Gaza and in some areas of the West Bank, probably in the most brutal way through the targeting and killing of Palestinian journalists who worked 24 hours, 7 days a week, whilst starving, whilst sick and injured, whilst experiencing the genocide themselves. We saw them killed at unprecedented rates. Another part of the silencing is by attacking Palestinian civil society organizations. So, Al-Haq is one of 6 Palestinian human rights organizations, leading human rights organizations, that were criminalized and outlawed by Israel a few years ago in 2021. Others include Defense for Children International Palestine, the Union for Agricultural Workers. So we were first criminalized, outlawed, declared terror organizations by Israel in 2021, something that even the CIA investigated and said they found no evidence of, which obviously impacted our work. As soon as that label is put on you, funders don't want to be associated with you until they've done their investigations. The banks are too scared to work with you. But of course, everybody did their investigations and found that this was absolutely unfounded nonsense, an attack against civil society in an attempt to silence us. But we weren't silenced. 1 year later, tens of armed Israeli occupying forces raided our office and raided the offices of the other 5 organizations outlawed the year previous. They raided, they confiscated equipment, they sealed the door shut, and they said they slapped a military order in front of the sealed door and said, "You're not allowed to open this office, you're not allowed to work, this is in violation of Israeli military law." But here we are. Come September 4th, we received a letter from Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, announcing that our organization, alongside 2 prominent Gaza-based organizations, were being sanctioned by the United States government for, quote, engaging with the International Criminal Court's illegitimate investigation of Israel without Israel's consent. As you can imagine, we felt very important. Our tiny office in Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank, where we have our breakfasts and we work and we try our best to get through the day, was mentioned by this huge global superpower. And with the global superpower's might, it becomes incredibly difficult, and actually more difficult than you think, to continue functioning as an organization. Everything is impacted under such sanctions. Your website domain is mostly maybe American, maybe your email address, social media accounts. The banks immediately closed on the same day that we were sanctioned. But we're still here because they underestimate how determined we are and how we cannot watch our people be slaughtered live on air, and something that we have been doing for the past 2 years. They're trying to silence us, they're trying to cripple us, but we won't be silenced, and we will continue to work. Now, these sanctions add to a long list of restrictions on the Palestinian people, and now speaking to you as a Palestinian. As Palestinians, have been in negotiations with Israel to end our subjugation, to end the colonization of our land, to gain our right to self-determination, for a free Palestine. Whether it's a left-wing government, a right-wing government, a centrist government, the settlements, the illegal settlements have never stopped. You can't negotiate when there is no incentive for your oppressor to stop oppressing you, to stop the land grabs, to stop the annexations. We've been told that we don't have access to the UN as a people with endless US vetoes. We've been told that we can't work with the ICC, the International Criminal Court, because this is lawfare. You're telling an occupied people that they're the ones committing lawfare. They're trying to free themselves, are trying to gain some accountability. On a personal level, the past couple of years, we've been told we can't protest the genocide of our people. One by one, I saw peers being dragged away by the Israeli occupying forces and put under administrative detention, which is being held for prolonged periods of time with no charge or no trial, simply for organizing a small protest against the genocide in the city centre of Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And outside of Palestine, we've been told we can't boycott, can't peacefully boycott to hold accountable the Israeli apartheid settler colonial regime that is oppressing us. So what's left? Palestinians are told all of these things are not for you. Essentially, sit down, accept your fate, accept that you will be oppressed and you'll be subjugated, and there's nothing you can do about it. You don't have the right to harvest a tree. You don't have the right to freedom of movement. You don't have the right to love and live with the people you love. You have to stay in your enclave. We went from speaking to diplomats, trying to convince them that Palestinians should have the right to self-determination, to, in the past 2 years, having to convince people that Palestinians have the right to life, to live. I'm sorry. I haven't had a chance to get any of this out. So, yes. Before October, the most important thing that we have to emphasize, before October 2023, through our hard work of our field researchers who put their lives at risk every single day to try and document Israeli violations, we at Al-Haq had raised the alarm. 2023 was looking like the deadliest year for Palestinians since the Second Intifada, which means uprising. As much as people would like to smear this word as a literal direct translation to rise up against oppression, it's not a violent word. We had raised the alarm even in the summer of 2023. This is the most deadly year for Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. Settler violence was rife. The land grabs, especially the Israeli raids in the occupied West Bank and the northern refugee camps, these were all unprecedented. But of course we couldn't predict the horror that we were about to witness in Gaza. The important thing to note is that this did not begin in Gaza, and this did not begin with the current far-right government. Israel has been an apartheid settler colonial regime for decades. It was actually under the celebrated Benny Gantz, who was celebrated as being centrist. I think even The Guardian referred to him as a centrist leader, that our organizations, Palestinian civil society, was criminalized and outlawed. We had documented the same tactics that Israel uses in Gaza on a much smaller scale long before the genocide had started. In the northern West Bank refugee camps, we saw the entire camp besieged. We saw water and electricity lines cut, and we saw the denial of food and ambulances and aid into those refugee camps with thousands of people living there. This is not something that's new. This is something that Israel replicated on a much larger, horrific scale, and something that threatens to spill back over into the West Bank. Just because there was a ceasefire in Gaza, it doesn't mean the genocide is over. Israel created conditions of life calculated to bring about the physical destruction of the Palestinian population in Gaza, as per the Genocide Convention. Those conditions are still in effect today, ceasefire or no ceasefire. Gaza has been destroyed. The healthcare system has been crippled. Doctors, Dr. Husam Abu Safia, the director of Kamal Adwan Hospital in Gaza, he's still being held with no trial, no charge. This hero who worked around the clock to help people, even though he, instead of being with his family whilst he was trying to survive genocide himself, was abducted by Israeli forces. Months ago, maybe a year ago, I can't even remember, the time is just, he's still in Israeli detention with no trial, no charge. He's lost tens of kilograms. He's not being treated medically. The situation in Gaza, they created an unlivable situation, and we need to keep our eyes on Gaza. We need to keep our eyes on the West Bank. We can't become complacent just because a ceasefire is announced. And the main thing is that as long as the root causes of this aren't addressed, as long as Palestinians don't have the right to self-determination, as long as they don't have the right to live freely, as long as they don't have the right to return, this will never end. Palestinians deserve that, and they deserve justice. Thank you so much.
I'd now like to invite Bill Kidd, as I'm sure all of you know, member of the Scottish Parliament, up to speak. Bill, welcome.
Well, thank you very much. You know, it's difficult, obviously, to get up and speak after having heard such impressive reporting of a disastrous situation with all the honesty that we got there is really important to listen to. I was asked to be here by colleague Hamza Youssef, MSP. Hamza wasn't unfortunately able to be at the conference, so he asked, because I attend the cross-party group of Palestine, if I would come along and say something. To be honest, I wrote some stuff down when Hamza asked me, and as has been said, we just don't know where things are going to end up from this point. But we do have to remember where things have come to and where they've come from, and I think we have to remember all of that at all times. I'd like to thank the Palestine Solidarity Campaign for organising this, which is a vital fringe event, and fellow panellists for great contributions. This weekend here in Aberdeen, there's a cautious hope, which we must always maintain as a talk of peace, and I welcome that. But let's be totally clear, hope cannot become a reason to forget or stop working for a just peace. We must not forget the atrocities that have unfolded in Gaza, and we must not forget the genocide inflicted upon a civilian population. And we can't forget, according to the most recent report published by the Lancet, 55,000 children under the age of 6 in Gaza estimated to be acutely malnourished. These aren't statistics, these are real lives, these are futures being stolen even as we speak here today. We're all rightly horrified by what we have and are still witnessing in Gaza and beyond, and we must all continue to do our bit to do what we can, trying to overcome that feeling of hopelessness which can come upon us sometimes. The hope must be maintained, because only with that hope can we achieve what we really need to achieve. Thanks to everybody for being here today. And if it weren't for those out campaigning, out marching, keeping the genocide in people's minds, the UK government would not have been pressured into taking even the modest steps that it has. As an MSP, I try to do my bit. As I say, I work closely with the cross-party group in Palestine in the Scottish Parliament. And in the Parliament, we've had more debates to highlight the issue and call for action than in any other issue. In June, I led the most recent members' debate in the Scottish Parliament on the ongoing crisis in Gaza, and I highlighted that more than 70% of Gaza has been bombed into oblivion. That figure grows day by day, and the fact that since March this year, more than 80% of Gaza has been under displacement orders or military control orders. And I spoke of the heartbreaking account of a British doctor who recounted working with children who described civilians, men, women and children, shot while attempting to reach aid distribution points. People lying face down in the sand, unarmed, seeking food, and what they found instead was a firing line. I welcome the fact the Scottish Government has been outspoken in its condemnation of the genocide that has taken place in Gaza, and that it has been outspoken also in the need to adhere to international law. I welcome the support for the Palestinian state and the announced review of Scottish Enterprises human rights checks when awarding funding. But expressing my concerns echoing of these Amnesty International and Oxfam that the review lacks the necessary transparency and backed their calls for an independent review which would promote transparency and trust in the process. The Scottish Government and the SNP, indeed, I believe, have been taking action within the powers we have to do it, but only last month the Scottish Government tabled a debate on the recognition on a Palestinian state, which passed after being amended by the Greens, adding the requirement for the Scottish and UK governments to immediately impose a package of boycotts, divestment and sanctions targeted at the State of Israel and the companies complicit in its military operations in its occupation of Palestine. These are mostly seen as just words, but I also believe they can be powerful catalysts for action, helping this to support and pressure, see justice done and international law to be respected and applied, and to give momentum to a lasting peace. In the debate, I spoke for this recognition, and of course for international recognition of a sovereign independent state of Palestine as a two-state solution, which of course we know that the present Israeli government has no interest in ever seeing coming to be, as I believe that that is a fundamental pillar upon lasting peace to be built. I don't believe that it is a mythical or impossible dream. And here's a stark irony: while the world debates peace plans, the two-state solution is dismissed as such, and the conflict as complex and intractable. That's a dangerous solution. The Oslo Accords, the UN resolutions, and the international legal frameworks that underpin the two-state solution are very real. What is lacking is not the blueprint, but the political will to deliver. Even though the two-state solution is not only central to, but essential to a peace for all parties, Palestinians and Israelis, it is a much understood in today's world. Many see it as simply entrenching division through the creation of hard borders between two nations. Nothing could be further from the truth. The proposal envisages an interim period during which negotiations on final status would take place. At that point, there would be no hard borders. Instead, there would be a joint administrative body, something more akin to a confederation of cooperation and shared interests. And let's be clear that the proposal and its specifics have already been comprehensively explored and documented. The idea of a two-state solution is not embryonic by any means. It is indeed already for implementation down to the smallest of details, including such seemingly innocuous issues such as shared use of electromagnetic spectrum for communications, reality across the world, but not in that area. That brings us to what I feel is a recurring theme: a lack of understanding vis-à-vis a lack of education. If people are to form opinions and make informed decisions, education is a key. Too often young people, and indeed many of us as well as Israelis and Palestinians, feel helpless, believing the situation to be intractable. That leads to hopelessness, when in fact hope is justified, totally necessary, and it's something that we all have to carry with us. You know, I look to the Scottish Government to swiftly implement the steps agreed to in last month's parliamentary motion. I want to see us here in Scotland working at every turn to be able to help the people of Gaza to be able to help Palestinians. It's also, and it's been mentioned earlier, it's also important to remember that there are Israeli people who are being oppressed by their own government, and I think we really have to work to help them to actually shake that off, and then they will be able to work closely with their neighbours, the Palestinian people. It's the only way forward. We need a just and lasting peace that benefits everybody, and that will benefit us all across the world, because to be honest, I think Palestinian people have shown remarkable capacity for decency and for strength of humanity, even under all the pressure that they've actually suffered. So I think it's vital that we support them at every turn.
Thank you, Bill. We are going to run over slightly, so I hope people don't mind staying a little bit longer, but I would like to invite Chris Law, Member of Parliament, just to come say
Thank you, James. And wow, some incredible testimonies today and some incredible speeches. I'm sure every one of you will be taking that out of this room when we leave. And of course, just now is like a moment of pause because ceasefire has just begun, and we were just sharing some words earlier with one of the panellists about how do we feel just now. And frankly, I feel I don't want to let go of optimism. I want to see this ceasefire last, but there's still a part of me that's really cautious about whether that will last or not. But putting all that to one side, first of all, I'd like to thank the speakers. As the last speaker here, I think a round of applause for the speakers to come. Because they really shaped this meeting like no other. I'd also like to thank the audience, because there's a huge audience here. I tried to do a head count. There was well over 100 people here today, so it shows how important it is. And I think really just to sort of reflect on conversations is that this is the beginning of the next step, and we cannot give up. We have to continue the pressure just at the same level as we've done to this point. As a Member of Parliament for Dundee, which twinned its city many years ago now in the 70s with a Palestinian city of Nablus, for those of you, you're all political activists here in this room today, it's an opportunity to speak to your councils to talk about what can you do in terms of twinning. Just the thoughts of having just now. The second thing we can do is in activism is hold the UK government to account again and again and again, because although we're a small group of MPs in Parliament today, we're still the voice at the front that's called out first of all the genocide. Genocide is genocide. If this is not genocide that we're seeing, then what is it? And yet the UK government fails to recognise genocide, even although the UK was one of the key signatories to the Genocide Convention. I welcome the recognition of Palestine State from the UK government, but what does it mean in practice? Is it the 1967 borders? What are they going to do now? We should have legal obligations under international law. So again, it's an opportunity when you're out marching, when you're speaking to local representatives or your MPs, or from other parties' MPs, ask them what are they actually going to do. I think this is really important, because recognition is one thing, but it'll be totemistic if we don't push a lot further. The other thing that's really important is Palestinian voices themselves, civic society. There's a 20-point plan on the table. Many of you in this room will be quite wary about it, and some of you will be asking now, rightly, is this not part of a sort of neo-colonial and next stage colonial project? Unless there are Palestinian voices around those tables in those negotiations, then we mean very little. And I think also, many of you, of course, have been campaigning here for an end to arms sales to Israel, and quite rightly too. We are still supplying bullets and ammunition. Those figures came out very recently showing a huge spike and rise in the last year. We've also got F-35 components involved that are being exported here from the UK. And also we still have flights from Akatiri who are gathering evidence, which I asked in Parliament recently when the government was asked, well, you're doing all this to look out for hostages, what evidence are you gathering about what's happening in terms of war crimes on the ground in Gaza, to which we were told, in fact in the Select Committee as well, told they're doing none, which is astonishing. So frankly, from my position, the UK government is complicit, frankly deeply complicit, in the actions that happen. And I'm glad that the West Bank was mentioned, because West Bank often gets overlooked. The West Bank and Nablus being that city that Dundee's twinned with is right in the heart of West Bank. West Bank at the moment, for those who've been following, I have to thank Channel 4 News, by the way, who had reported.
Thank you, Chris. I'm now going to, on the screen behind me, 1 second, Louise, I'm just pinning you so that people can see you. So I'd now like to introduce the chair of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, Louise Reagan.
Thanks very much, and thanks to all of the other speakers, and thanks for giving up your lunch break, because I know how busy conferences are to be here, but I think it sounds like there's an amazing number of people in the room, and that is really important that you're here and engaged in this. I'm not going to talk about what has happened really over the last 2 years, because we have heard lots of that, other than to say, over the last 2 years we have witnessed some of the worst of humanity that I have ever witnessed. But actually, we have also witnessed some of the best of humanity with the massive outpouring of support for the Palestinian people, not just here in the UK with massive demonstrations on a monthly basis, but across the globe actually. The solidarity that has been shown and the understanding of the situation for the Palestinian people has been inspiring to see. And obviously people have referred to the ceasefire, and at PSC we share the belief of the Palestinian people that a ceasefire has taken effect. We're hoping that this is going to bring an end to the mass slaughter of Palestinians in Gaza and allow aid to enter to prevent hundreds of thousands dying from starvation. But we also share the trepidation of the Palestinians, knowing that Israel has violated previous agreements, most recently in March of this year. And we also know that Trump's so-called peace plan will not bring an end to Israel's system of apartheid and oppression. And when I'm sure you also looked at the images of thousands of Palestinians returning to their homes, we must remember that for the majority of them, there is no home to return to. They're returning home to rubble, many of whom will be digging through that with their bare hands to try and find the bodies of their loved ones. So we have to remember those things when we hear that things are, that there is a peace deal on the table. We have to remember the truth, the reality of what Palestinians, as we have already heard here, are living through on a daily basis. And I think it's also important, the last speaker just referred to the occupied West Bank. While the world's eyes have been fixed on Gaza, Israeli forces and settlers have unleashed a brutal wave of violence against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, killing more than 1,000, including over 200 children since October 23. Settlers have launched violent raids on Palestinian towns, burning property, attacking residents and trying to drive them out of their homes. Today, Palestinian homes and schools are being demolished at the highest rate since the occupation began in 1967. In 2024, Israel confiscated more Palestinian land than in the previous 20 years combined, according to Peace Now, an Israeli non-profit organisation, and a tracking land grab. So all of those are facts that we must not forget in terms of what we are doing. And I think there is much we need to think about and much that we could need to continue to do. And so my view is this: if we're to bring this to an end and prevent the erasure of the Palestinian people, because clearly that is what is wanted, then there are some fundamental truths we have to address and not forget. The first one of those is that history did not begin on October the 7th. This genocide has been built on the foundations of an incremental genocide decades old. We've seen 76 years of colonisation, apartheid, and an imposition across all of historic Palestine. And the second truth is that this system of oppression could not be sustained without the complicit support of Western governments, public bodies, companies and corporations. And the final truth is that this complicity will not end without the continued pressure of our mass movement targeting these organisations. And I think it's important that we recognise the success of the Boycott, Divestment and Sanctions campaign, because it is having a real impact. And somebody mentioned this earlier. I think Israel is now more isolated than it has ever been. In the past 13 months, 20 local councils up and down the country have made commitments to divest funds held in their pension schemes from complicit companies. Our Don't Buy Apartheid campaign, calling on shops to stop selling Israeli goods, has seen the co-op ban the sale of all Israeli goods. That was brought about by pressure from members of co-op who support Palestine and stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people. And recently the Daily Telegraph reported that there has been a 17% decline in the last year in imports of Israeli food. All of this has been brought about by the pressure that we have put on and by building that campaign. But you know and I know that none of this has been enough to force the government to end its active support for the genocide. We know, and we must not forget, that it is Palestinians who are at the sharpest end of this oppression, subject to Israel's genocidal violence and apartheid, aided and assisted by Western governments, including Britain. Our responsibility has to be to mirror their steadfastness and perseverance. Yesterday in London, over 600,000 people were on the streets marching for the Palestinian people, because our movement knows that now is not the time to stop. Now is the time to step up our actions, to continue to pressure our government, who has to stop arming Israel, and to use all the means that they can to facilitate access to humanitarian aid, without which Israel's genocide will continue in the form of starvation and death from lack of access to medical treatment. And I'll end with this: our solidarity is needed now more than ever, not just in our words but in our actions too. We cannot allow our movement to be silenced. We must continue to march, to protest, to boycott, and to raise our voices until all Palestinians are finally free. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. And just on that point, if you're not already on the mailing list of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, there are these flyers around the hall and also on our stall downstairs. You just need to scan the QR code to join our mailing list, and that's a great way that you can get kept up to date about what you can do to support the movement. I'd like to thank every one of the panel speakers today, and also all of you, the audience, for coming along during this lunchtime. I think everyone will agree that it's a very significant and important meeting to be part of, so thank you all for being here.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart.
Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of...
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy, but we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm ready for what lies ahead. I hope I've made clear to you today how much of a privilege and an honour it is to be leader of my party.
Hello and welcome back to Broadcasting Scotland. I hope you've been joining us for this morning's programme, just as we're getting into the afternoon, and there's a lot happening today. I'm being joined again by Nadia Chance to talk about it a little bit more. Have you been enjoying your morning?
Oh yeah. And also during the afternoon session I had a wee wander to the stalls over there. Have you been to the stalls?
In the exhibition hall?
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
I've had a look around a few of them.
Yeah.
There's some really interesting
Very interesting ones,
today.
yes, yeah. There is one like in which we are going to talk about the Palestinian one. Before that, there is one called Islamic Relief stall. They are also doing a lot of works, providing help and funding everything into their various places like Sudan, Palestine and stuff like that. So it was an interesting conversation I had, and there are so many things. So I think we are going to talk about the recent Fringe event we have broadcasted, right? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
In just a few minutes we are going to be joined by Tommy Shepherd,
Tommy Shepherd,
former MP
yeah.
for Edinburgh East.
Yeah.
And he was a speaker at the Palestinian Solidarity Campaign Fringe event. We've just wrapped up the live feed for that, and he will be joining us in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
I think he's going to have a
and
lot
also
to say.
at conference, if I'm right, the ambassador for Palestine to UK is going to speak at the conference now. So we are going to have the same topic again and again, and it will be very interesting to hear. And I heard Tommy's speech a bit, and it's very interesting to know, to hear their perspective about what's happening right now and what happened was really bad, things like that. So hopefully Tommy is going to come anytime, yeah.
And particularly this will be interesting to discuss is on the programme tomorrow afternoon is one of the bigger resolutions for the Scottish Government to end all public funding to weapons companies
to Israel,
sending weapons to Israel. So I think that's going to be a big discussion with a lot coming out of it. It'll be interesting to talk about today's event.
I think to any country
and how that sets us up going into tomorrow.
That'll be an interesting one. We can hear from Tommy as well about that, resolution as well. Yeah, it will be an interesting one to see how the conference is reacting to that resolution and the arguments on that particular funding and stuff like that. It will be an interesting one to listen as well.
Yeah,
Yes,
particularly in my earlier conversation with Sadie Matthews, the Equalities convener, and with
You okay?
Yeah, sorry, my throat's starting to go a little bit. I think I've been talking
For a
too
long
much
time.
today.
Yeah.
But yes, particularly my conversation with Sadie Matthews this morning and with Sid Khan yesterday, this is definitely something that is on the conference's mind, and it'll be really interesting to see as many perspectives as we possible going into the discussion of the resolution tomorrow.
Yeah,
So I'm
Tommy's
really looking
here.
forward to that.
So, yeah.
And Tommy will be joining us in just a second. Hello.
Hi, Tommy.
That's it, yeah. Right, on there. Put it under your legs. Just
And
so we have Tommy now.
Yes, we
thank
do.
you, Tommy,
Joining
for
us on
joining
the
us.
couch is Councillor Tommy Shepherd, former MP for Edinburgh East and now a spokesperson for the SNP. Thank you very much, Tommy, for joining us.
Delighted to be here.
And have you been enjoying the conference so far? It's been a pretty packed couple of days.
I have. It's been action-packed, and I've seemed to have more to do in terms of speaking and doing events at this conference than I did when I was an MP, to be honest. So it's so I'm enjoying it. I'm also I'm a little bit encouraged by the atmosphere and the tone of the conference as well. I mean, I thought it might be a bit. Might be a bit low-key, it might not be as many people as usual, but actually it's busy, it's bustling, and it's got a good mood. I'm optimistic, I think. So, after yesterday's debate, people were pretty united as well. So.
And when we come to first, if we can talk about the independence and then your speech at the Palestinian Solidarity. Sure. The independence speech which you have given was mind-blowing, and we all were excited about to hear that. So if you can give us a bit of in-depth analysis of like what you meant, that would be great for the viewers.
So I think that the main point I was making was that we are in a different situation today than we were in 2011, 2012. And the difference is that there's this, if you like, there's this constitutional paradox has emerged in Scotland, where on the one hand you have the prospects of Scotland continuing in the UK look bleaker and bleaker, and more people than ever are open to the idea of an independent future, and support for independence is higher than it's ever been. Yet at the same time as that's happened, the British state has doubled down on its denial of self-determination by people who live in Scotland. And we, first, the biggest thing we need to do now is to advocate, assert, and demand recognition of our right to self-determination. And that's why I think, and it's a subtle but significant change in direction, the resolution that was passed yesterday, because it puts this question of self-determination and sovereignty at the heart of the discussion. And if it's the case, as it seems to me, that the 1998 Scotland Act now places a limit on the capacity of people to express their self-determination and a break in that process, then it has to change. And that should be our central demand, and that's what we should take to the people next May and try and get a mandate to seek that change so that the Scottish Parliament can represent the people who live in this country when it comes to determining their constitutional future. Yeah. So that was the central point of it. And I guess I was arguing against the main alternative to that, and in the end it was a pretty overwhelming decision in fairness. But I mean, there is opposition to that approach, which comes from people saying, essentially saying that if you believe that we've got a right to self-determination, well, then just exercise it, just do it, just become independent. The problem is there's a difference between that concept existing in your head and existing in the laws of the country in which you're living. And to say that if enough people vote for it, it will happen, when there is no legal or constitutional process for it to happen, is going to just lead to despair and disillusionment, more of it. So I think we need to be honest with people and say that, look, we have to fight to get a means by which we can become an autonomous political state.
And also, your question was like, what's the difference between a request for a referendum is denied by the UK Parliament, and how can you say that, the mandate to become independent is not denied?
Yeah, nobody said it within our party, but like Alba, for example, Kenny McCaskill says that if enough people vote for them, then that's that means Scotland will become independent, and that somehow the UK state is going to enable or allow that to happen. And on the other hand, he says, don't vote for another referendum because they'll never give it to you. I mean, what's the logic of saying that the UK is not going to give you a referendum, but they are going to let you just declare independence? It doesn't stack up.
Yeah, and so if we come to the solidarity meeting that we had, if you can explain to us, how you felt the mood of that and what we should achieve, and what do you think we are able to achieve and we are not able to achieve?
So it's quite a somber mood, I think. I mean, everyone is. There's a sense of relief that the bombing of civilians has, on a mass industrial scale, has at last stopped, and there's a tentative and fragile peace, but also a sense of trepidation, anxiety, worry that is it going to hold? So I think everybody's taking one day at a time, and tomorrow's going to be a key day with prisoner swaps, and I think the reality is, and that's what we were talking about the Palestine meeting, is that we've only come to this position because Washington has, lost patience with Netanyahu, and they've only come to that position. Well, they've come to that partly because of the gross way in which Israel has been conducting itself, but also because of pressure from humanity, really, in America and around the world. It says, we're not putting up with this anymore. So that pressure has to stay on. Now is the time to increase sanctions on Israel, to make sure that they engage in a process. Because we've been talking, the theme was justice for Palestinians. The reason why there is no justice for Palestinians is because of the foreign and domestic policies of the state of Israel. Yeah. That's what it is. If they're changed, if the occupation ends, if they stop the political repression, if they stop, locking up Palestinian political leaders or administratively detained, then things can move forward. But we have to try and make Israel see sense.
And we have to be very hopeful as well, I assume, because we don't know if the ceasefire is going to...
We don't. And and there has to be, there's a lot of talking that needs to be done, and I suppose the central thing is that, this has to be done by the Palestinian people themselves. This notion of, sending Tony Blair in as some sort of colonial governor it's just nonsense, right? I'm not saying that international actors can't create a framework that is helpful, but at the end of the day, the talk about how the new state of Palestine evolves and how it's administered and how it's governed and what happens here, those decisions can only be taken by the people who live there. I apply that principle to them just as much as I would to Scotland, by the way. Our decisions will have to be taken by the people who live there. And all we can do, our responsibility is to try and help that process come about and to increase capacity. As well, one of the central things we can do is demand that Israel release the elected political leaders, Palestinian leaders, that they have incarcerated for many years. Some on trumped-up charges, some on no charges at all, because these people are going to be part of the new dialogue that has to take place. And if Marwan Barghouti, for example, were released, he would be a tremendous both unifying factor unifying figure within the Palestinian community, but he will also be a bridge for peace because he is committed to and able to make the dialogue with Israel. He has the determination and instinct and experience to be able to do that. He is, people have called him the Palestinian Mandela. I don't think that's an underestimate. I mean, so get Barghouti out of jail for God's sake, and the British government should be making that a central diplomatic demand in the state of Israel.
And also, during your speech, you briefly mentioned about the right to protest here. Shall we discuss about that, because this is fully removed when we were in the Parliament. They started bringing the bill to eradicate the right to protest in the Parliament. Now we don't have any right to protest. Like whoever goes to the street and talk about Palestine or any of such kind of things, like you will be arrested. So can we discuss on that?
Well, I mean, we do have a right to protest, but it's been severely curtailed in several waves of legislation, and I think there has been a deliberate strategy, particularly on this question, to create a climate of fear where people worry about going on a protest or a demonstration because they worry what will happen to them. Will they get arrested? Will they get, will there be trouble? Will they get hurt? And that's a very anti-democratic phenomenon which needs to be confronted. So I mean, yes, I mean, but it's one of a long list of things where this Labour government has let its own people down, to be honest. I mean, but we need to maintain the pressure to demand our right to protest.
And will it affect our independence, Scottish independence movement, when like this right to protest has been very forceful on people? Do you think it will have a bad effect on the independence movement?
Well, I mean, if it's not checked and resisted, yes. I mean, you start off. Repression starts with one group of people, and then if they get away with that, they move to the next and move to the next until everybody's put in their box and no one's allowed to say boo. I mean, that's how autocratic and totalitarian states emerge and develop. So that trend needs to be resisted at every stage.
Yeah, and I think you want to discuss about tomorrow's resolution about Israel
ending public funding to weapons companies.
So I'm going to be speaking on that, So, I mean, and I think, I don't know if anybody's going to speak against, but I suspect that the mood of the conference, I think, and we'll see shortly when we receive the ambassador, I think the mood of conference is very much to demonstrate solidarity with people in Palestine. And although we are limited in the Scottish government because, it's a devolved regional administration within the UK and we are not an independent state, but I mean, although we are limited, there are things that we can do, and this is one of them. It's to spell out to all companies and all commercial operators that if you want to do business with Israel while it's prosecuting a campaign of genocide against the Palestinian people, then decent, reasonable, fair-minded people across the world are going to say, you're not doing business with us then. I mean, there is to explain that there are consequences. And I mean, and the hope is to make sure that these companies then review their policies, as many are already doing, to disengage from Israel. That is the objective. It's not to penalise the companies, but it's to apply what leverage we have to try and compel them to act to uphold human rights.
And one of our guests yesterday was Sid Khan, and we spoke a lot about the link between Fight for Palestinian Liberation and Scottish independence as well, and you came across it in your speech as well, that right to self-determination, that the two movements are linked together. Is that something you've seen coming across at the conference?
Yes, I mean, and I think, I think probably most people within the Scottish independence movement, however you define that, I think most people there would instinctively recognise and support the right of people in Palestine to have the same right to self-determination as we seek for ourselves. So I don't, which is why there's a big overlap, and it's why our party is front and centre in trying to take practical solidarity measures.
Scotland is independent, like we would have had the power to intervene in an international stage. As you mentioned about being a devolved government, we don't have enough powers here.
Absolutely. I mean, compare and contrast, the state of Ireland, which is a smaller country by population than Scotland, and yet for a small country, it is playing a pivotal role in getting, in speaking on the world stage and being listened to by countries across the world and respected for the views and the action of the state. I want Scotland to be able to, engage with the rest of the world on that basis too.
That's, I think, definitely something we're seeing at the conference. I think that's definitely something we're seeing at the conference this weekend, and I'm sure it will come up even more in the programme for the coming days. We're just about to move back through to the main feed in the SNP hall, so thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We really appreciate your time today, and we'll be keeping an eye out for the rest of your speeches this weekend. We will just be moving back through now to the main feed of the SNP conference as they get into the resolutions on this afternoon's programme. We'll be moving on to that feed now. Once again, I'm Niamh Brooke, and this is Nadia Chan for Broadcasting Scotland. You'll be seeing us again later this afternoon. Thank you very much. We'll speak to you soon.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy, but we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, colleagues. Our next speaker is no stranger to the SNP conference stage. He is, of course, embedded in the very heart of Scotland's independence movement, attending meetings, rallies and marches the length and breadth of Scotland. He is a tenacious campaigner for Scotland's right to decide its own future, bringing civic Scotland together around that shared belief. Friends, will you please welcome our party's Depute Leader, Keith Brown, MSP.
Thank you very much for that welcome, Conference, and I am delighted to once again be standing here today as your Depute Leader for the 7th year now. And just let me be clear from the outset, we gather here this afternoon not just to talk about change, but as we saw yesterday in that fantastic debate and resolution, but we gather here to make change happen. In just 8 months' time, in fact less than 8 months, Scotland will go to the polls to elect the next Scottish Parliament. And friends, it's beyond clear to me that our path to independence and the fresh start Scotland needs runs through May 2026. It is the SNP and only the SNP that has the vision, the courage and the plan to lead us there. And winning next year's election with a clear SNP majority will be the indisputable mandate for an independence referendum that the people of Scotland need. And I'm pleased that we came together yesterday to make that point very clear. Because, Conference, that is how we gave people in Scotland a choice in 2014, and we will do that again. The next chapter of Scotland's story must be written by the people of Scotland and not imposed on us by Westminster politicians, not by Keir Starmer, not by the Tories, and certainly not by a charlatan like Nigel Farage. The people of Scotland will be the ones to decide their future, and the only way we win and make that majority happen is through the hard work of every single one of you. Our members and our activists have always been the heart and soul of this party, and I want to take this opportunity to thank you for everything that you continue to do. From Inverness to Irvine, from Shetland to Selkirk, you are the reason the SNP continues to lead Scotland forward. You are the faces at the doors, the people in our communities, and the voices that will win us our independence. And, Conference, we do it because we know what we are doing it for. Every door chapped, every person spoken to, helps us get one step closer to a future where we can build a better, independent nation. A nation that reflects Scotland's values. Values of fairness, values of compassion and of ambition. And it's those values which bring me on to what I want to say next. Everyone will be aware this year has been a difficult year for many reasons for many of us, including the family of Christina McKelvey, for the movement and for our many friends here in this hall. And, Conference, friends, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for the love, the kindness and the friendship you've all shown to me and to Christina's family. Lewis, Jack, who is here today, Leo, Christina's grandson, and Maeve, Christina's granddaughter. Christina embodied everything that the SNP stands for. Belief in ourselves and what we can achieve, compassion for others, especially those who need it most, and determination not to quit until the job is done. Conference, I'd now like to share with you a short video of Christina.
The SNP attracted me because they were everything they did, Scotland was central. And everything they spoke about, every policy decision they made, Scotland was central, and that was something that was always really, really important to me as well. My main interests and issues is the treatment of asylum seekers and immigrants in Scotland. It's just from a point of view of campaigning, I've always been involved in supporting people who have been less fortunate in this world, and that includes people who come here to seek asylum. I campaign tirelessly against the Duncaville Detention Centre, and they can call it whatever they like these days, removal centre, whatever, but it's still a detention centre. They still take people out of their houses and done raids, and especially children, and put them into Duncaville, and it's something that I just think is abhorrent in our modern society. They don't have to do it. I've not experienced any stigma for being a woman at all. That might be that I just wouldn't see it, or I wouldn't entertain it anyway. You know, I've quite a strong personality that if I felt that anything was discriminatory at all, I would speak out, and I would do it quite effectively as well. As far as staying in politics, I think I've always been political, so that's not going to change, but staying in organised party politics is probably something that I will stay in as well. Getting elected was just the start of the process, and the rest of it has been about doing whatever I can do to make Scotland a better place, to prove to people that independence can work.
Just to point out a couple of things that Christina said there, I always find it hard to listen to what Christina had to say. I can't get over how gorgeous she was the whole time. But there was 4 things in particular Christina talked about. First of all, she talked about women and also why she joined the SNP, the work at Dungavel, and also the work for independence. First of all, on why she joined the SNP, she said, and this is really important for us to be more aware of, I think, perhaps than we are, because people outside of the party see this as well. When the SNP talks, it always keeps Scotland as central to what it says. We're the only party that, even if you don't support us, people know will always put Scotland first. It's not a cliche, it's a very important point of the attraction of the SNP to people in Scotland, and Christina was very aware of that. She also mentioned the work that she did at Dungavel, going to protest long before she was elected to the Parliament. That video was around 2009. And Christina went along there, risked arrest on many occasions, and spoke with compassion in the Parliament. We couldn't include that clip in the Parliament on behalf of those children who were kept in Dungavel. And that's so important to remember just now, when we're in this environment. This week in the Scottish Parliament, we had to defend an absolutely horrendous motion from the Conservatives seeking to outdo reform, which demonised asylum seekers. So to see what could be done before by people like Christina, contrast that with what's happening now, is very important. And the 4th point she made, of course, is why we do what John Swinney and his government, the ministers that you see here today, why they do what they do. And that's to demonstrate to people that there is a better alternative to what we have under the UK. But the other point that Christina made was about women. And many people have said that we need more Christinas in our Parliament. And I agree. It was something that she herself was hell-bent on making sure of. She encouraged, supported and inspired many women to get involved in politics. Last weekend, or sorry, the weekend before, I went to the Highland Regional Conference. And as I was leaving, an older woman came up to me and said that she had wanted to stand for the council, but doubted whether she had the ability or whether she was worthy enough to be a councillor. And Christina took her aside, as she often did, gave her a hug, as she always did, and gave her reassurance to say that she was as equally valid, equally able, equally worthy to be a councillor as anybody else. And she was in tears telling me this. And I get that. I'm sure Jack, who's sitting here, gets that every day of the week. People who met Christina and felt the benefit of her support, and in particular women. And given the current toxic climate that we are seeing just now, I think we can all agree that support for women getting involved in politics is more important than ever. And that's why I'm delighted to say today that the SNP will launch a new initiative called Lead the Change, the Christina McKelvey Women in Politics Scheme. And this scheme will work alongside some fantastic women in our party, like Shirley Ann Somerville, Jenny Gilruth, somebody called Nicola Sturgeon, I think it is, Fiona Hislop, Mary McCallan, and also senior councillors like Ellen Forson and Shona Morrison. We have to realise how difficult it's going to be to make sure we can have women confident enough to come to stand in the seats, the hundreds of seats that we have to face in 2027. And it's a tough world for everyone in politics, but it's an especially tough world for women. And this initiative will seek to empower, educate and equip women to step confidently into politics through structured mentorship, education and skills development. And with politics becoming increasingly toxic, as I say, especially towards women, and the rise of the far right leading to women's rights coming under threat, if you don't think that's true, they started with trans people, they'll go through the LGBT community and they'll go through to women as well. That is where they intend to go. Culture wars is all they have. So for that reason, we all must do more, and if we don't, we will all lose out. So I'm delighted that the party can honour Christina's life with something so important, and look forward to sharing some more details with you soon. And one final thing I'll say is that Jack and I, a number of other people in this hall, are working on an event next year. This is a shameless plug. It's happening on the 4th of April. It's going to be called Wear It Pink for Christina. You may know that Christina hosted the Wear It Pink event in the Scottish Parliament for 16 years in support of breast cancer. And we intend to have a ball next year, which will be about Christina's life, and supporting the charities like Breast Cancer Now, the LGBT communities, the Travellers community, on all the causes which Christina was involved in campaigning for. So that the tickets are not yet on sale, but we have some fantastic people. We've got Karen Dunbar as the DJ, for example. So if you want a ticket, Jack is here, Ellen Forson's here, let them know, because the tickets, and there are hundreds of them, but they're already going very fast. So that will honour Christina's life next year on the 4th of April. Friends, no one could have been prouder. No one could have been prouder of what we have achieved with the limited powers of devolution than Christina. Each and every day of having the privilege to govern Scotland, and of course Christina was a minister at the time of her death, the SNP has reflected Scotland's values and delivered in the best interests for the people who live here. But it's no secret that a significant amount of our time and resources is spent shielding people from the worst impacts of decisions made at Westminster. We are consistently left having to step in where the UK government falls short. So whether it's introducing a winter payment for pensioners after Keir Starmer's Labour government cruelly stripped it away, or helping households with the cost of living by keeping bills lower here than in the rest of the UK, after Labour chose to continue to make families pay the price of austerity and Brexit, or whether it's introducing the Scottish Child Payment to help lift tens of thousands of children out of poverty. That will change those children's lives forever. While Westminster, of course, on the other hand, continues to push more children into poverty through cuts and their refusal to get rid of the hated two-child cap. Conference, I think it's important to take a moment to highlight that decision in particular. The two-child cap should have been removed as soon as Keir Starmer got the keys to number 10. There is no excuse for not scrapping it immediately. It's the single biggest action that would lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. And the fact that Labour has not scrapped it is utterly outrageous. We've all seen the rumours that Labour may do it soon for some children, possibly, maybe, who really knows. But that's not good enough. The two-child cap needs to be scrapped, and it needs to be scrapped completely. But the good news, Conference, is that's exactly what the SNP is stepping in to do, because we will always do what we can to improve the lives of the people across Scotland. And whether that's shielding households from damaging Westminster decisions or using the existing powers of devolution to improve the lives of people across the country. And friends, let me tell you something that I think is often forgotten or overlooked. We have a record in government we should be immensely proud of, and don't let any of the media say otherwise. So what's the evidence for that statement? Well, we've provided free prescriptions to every person in this country from the year that we took office. We provide free university tuition fees. We provide free bus travel for 2 million Scots. We have the best performing A&Es in the country. We have free parking at hospitals across the country. GP numbers are increasing. We've expanded free school lunches. We've taken ScotRail into public ownership. We've scrapped peak rail fares. We've delivered transformative infrastructure projects like the Borders Railway. And remember, the Borders Railway was the biggest new railway in the UK for over 100 years. The Queensferry Crossing drew awards from across the world for its design, was delivered for £400 million below budget. When is the last time you had a UK government infrastructure project come in below budget? £400 million. And just incidentally, I introduced that into the Parliament, and I was the relevant minister right the way through it. But the fact it was £400 million below budget was down to John Swinney. He signed the contract at the start, and that's what guaranteed those savings, and did that for so many of the infrastructure projects. The Aberdeen Western Peripheral Route, which many people have used to get here, all the other parties talked about it, we delivered it. And we are the only part of the country where child poverty is decreasing because of the actions we are taking in government. Friends, if this is... And I know it may seem an obvious point to make, but if we can achieve those kind of things with the limited powers of devolution, just imagine what we could do with the full powers of independence. And there's never been... There's never been a more important time for us to just confront the political landscape that we face. The Tories are in meltdown. You should see the desperation of the Tories in the Scottish Parliament. They scream and shout at everything. They know where things are going. They're waiting to turn around and look behind them and see who's going to be gone the next week. They've lost 3 MSPs over the course of the summer to different parties. Labour has nothing to offer. You've never seen a more quiescent, subdued Labour group in the Scottish Parliament, and they are the ones that are in government at Westminster. And Nigel Farage is standing in the wings, ready to drag our politics even further to the right and drive our country off a cliff. Starmer has dropped the many promises he made to voters just over a year ago and left people feeling disappointed and disenfranchised. He's scrapped the plans for radical reform that he had. He's backed Brexit, the most damaging piece of economic legislation to this country in generations. And just like the Tories, he thinks he can refuse to let Scotland have the right to decide our future. Well, not on our watch. And conference, let me ask you this. If Labour and the Tories both want to balance the books on the backs of the vulnerable, if they both support Brexit, if they both oppose even the possibility of Scotland having a say over its future, then exactly what is the difference between Labour and the Tories? We've gone from two different parties to two different colours of the same broken system. And both of them, of course, as we can see, are laser-focused on pandering to Nigel Farage. And I'm very proud of the stance that John Swinney has taken in standing up to Nigel Farage and the rise of the far right here in Scotland. Farage is a man who is manipulating the failure of successive Westminster governments and his own political agenda to spread a vision of division, hate and regression. A man who wants to privatise the NHS, who wants to double down on Brexit and climate denial. And worst of all, he wants to normalise fear of immigrants, fear of difference, fear of change. And actually, what's equally reprehensible is Keir Starmer talking about a land of strangers. Well, friends, let me say this loud and clear. This is not the future that Scotland wants. It's not the future that Scotland will accept. It's not the future that Christina McKelvey accepted back in 2007. We are a party that stands for hope, for progress and for internationalism. We are a party that will always stand behind those that have most to fear from people like Nigel Farage. And we know it doesn't have to be like this. We know Scotland has a different choice because Scotland has the SNP. And we are not promising to just manage the decline under Westminster. We are promising to leave it behind. We're offering something better. And we will never, ever back down or apologise for believing that the people who live in Scotland, wherever they came from, are best placed to decide the future of Scotland. A future where we can build a fairer, more equal, prosperous Scotland. A country where workers are treated with dignity and paid fairly. And I hope that many delegates here today were here yesterday, which I heard Ros Foyer talk about the work of the Scottish Government since it came in 2007 on the side of workers. And also, can I just say a wee shout out for Kate Forbes and the work she's done for Alexander Dennis to save those jobs there. Westminster offered plenty, as they did for Grangemouth, and then did nothing. It was down to the Scottish Government to save those jobs. So we want to have a land where communities have the power to shape their future, where public services are owned by the public and not profiteers, and our children grow up knowing their future is not limited by the decisions of a government that they didn't elect. With independence, we can build an economy that works for the people of Scotland, where we can replace a cruel asylum system and a toxic immigration system with one rooted in compassion, where we guarantee human rights, not talking about leaving the ECHR, where we guarantee human rights, where we protect the environment, we create opportunity for everyone. That's the future that the SNP offers, and that is a future that we must fight for. And that's why winning next year is not just important, it is absolutely essential. And I know that we can all feel tired. Tired after years of broken promises from Westminster. Tired after the setbacks which it suffered. And tired of seeing Scotland's voice ignored. But I would say this to you. The SNP has never and will never give up the fight for Scotland's freedom. We do not back down and we don't settle for less than Scotland deserves. We have to remain focused on changing the course of our country's history. And we have the people, we have the passion, we have the purpose, and we have the leader to finish the job. So let us leave conference this weekend tomorrow. Go into every community in Scotland and make the case for independence, not just with flags or with slogans, but with facts, with hope and with respect. Let's listen to the people of Scotland across the country and ask them to join us. And in May 2026, let's deliver a resounding majority for the SNP, because when we win, when the SNP win, the people of Scotland will have spoken. And when we win, the choice will be Scotland's to make. Conference, let's win in 2026. Let's build the best campaign yet. Let's build a movement and let's build a nation. Because Scotland's future is not written in Westminster. It's not dictated by Nigel Farage or by Keir Starmer. It's written by the people of Scotland. Thank you.
Can I invite the First Minister to the stage, please?
Friends, the Scotland I lead will always raise her voice in favour of peace, justice and humanity. And that same approach to leadership is the approach to leadership taken by my dear friend Nicola Sturgeon, and I'm so delighted that she's here today at our annual conference. All of us have been horrified by the catastrophic situation that has unfolded over the past 2 years in Gaza. Since the terrible events of October the 7th, 2023, when innocent people in Israel were killed and hostages taken, almost 70,000 people have been killed in Gaza, including 18,000 children. The scale of suffering has been unimaginable. The Scottish National Party has stood proudly in solidarity with the people of Palestine in the face of this genocide. We have confronted this crisis with urgency, compassion and an unwavering commitment to accountability. Friends, I want to pay particular tribute to two people who have done so much for the cause of Palestine in our country and in our party, Hamza Yousaf and Nadia El Nakla. They have tirelessly championed the rights of the Palestinian people and defended the values that we all stand for, the values of dignity, of freedom and of peace. I'm encouraged and relieved that we have got to a point now in the last few days of a fragile ceasefire, that hostages will be returned and humanitarian aid will flow. 3 weeks ago, I was honoured to represent Scotland at the raising of the Palestinian flag at the soon-to-be Palestinian Embassy in London. It was a defining moment. It was a defining moment in securing self-determination for Palestine. The people of Palestine and Israel must be able to live in peace and security through a two-state solution. Instrumental in ensuring that the Palestinian state was recognised by the United Kingdom government is our next guest, a man who has spoken with authority and dignity in protection of the interests of the Palestinian people, to address their suffering, their unbelievable pain that they have suffered. And it's now my enormous pleasure to welcome to address our conference His Excellency, the Palestinian Ambassador to the United Kingdom, and my friend, Dr. Husam Zomlot.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What a vibe. My very dear friend, First Minister John Sweeney, leaders and members of the Scottish National Party, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. What an honor to address this historic SNP conference in Aberdeen at such a defining moment in our shared history. First Minister John Sweeney, under your leadership, the SNP has stood firm in defending our shared values, the values of justice, equality, and freedom. You were among the very first to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. You were among the first to demand sanctions on the illegalities, and you were among the very first to call for and uphold our inalienable right to statehood and self-determination. And John, I want you to know how much we appreciated you traveling all the way to London. I didn't mean that. To take part in that historic event outside our mission, to mark the historic recognition, the long overdue recognition of the United Kingdom of the state of Palestine. And to me personally, it meant a lot that you were literally standing by my side as I put my hand on your shoulders, the shoulders of Scotland, to say thank you, Scotland, thank you, Wales, thank you, Northern Ireland, thank you, the people of Britain, for that moment. And I also know that you used the brief moments with President Trump here in Scotland to plead for a ceasefire, to convince him that the people of Scotland and the people of the world want his power to enforce a ceasefire. So you and Scotland has something to do with the last few days of finally, the world coming to its senses and bringing Netanyahu, the unhinged Netanyahu, to compliance. Thank you. And Stephen Flynn, my good friend, the leader of the SNP bloc at the Westminster. I hear that Westminster has a sigh of relief that you are in Aberdeen today. But you are, Stephen, such a powerful example of moral courage and convictions. And we appreciate all that you have done, your voice, your principled positions. Thank you for all that you have done. And I too want to honor former First Minister Hamza Youssef. And to his wife, Nadia, who this beautiful couple embodies the spirit, the strength, and the decency of the Scottish people. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 weeks ago, the United Kingdom recognized the State of Palestine, reversing more than a century of denial of our right to exist as a free and sovereign nation, with the same right to self-determination as any other people. Following this long overdue recognition, I stand before you today as the ambassador of the State of Palestine. And on behalf of that state, on behalf of the Palestinian leadership and people, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you. The Palestinian people will never forget how the people of Scotland stood by our side when it mattered the most. For generations, the Scottish and the Palestinian peoples have been bound by deep, deep ties, ties of friendship, of solidarity, and shared humanity. Scotland was the first to establish a city twinning between Dundee and Nablus. An enduring and enduring symbol of equality and a mutual respect. That twinship has shown the way forward. That inspired others all across the UK. I still remember arriving in the UK some years ago and having the privilege and looking to find a Scottish hero, the late Ernie Ross, the former Member of Parliament, for the tireless advocacy he's done and many around him have done for the twinship between Dundee and Nablus. Ernie is no longer with us, but his legacy endures, woven into the history of the Scottish-Palestinian solidarity. Friends, our relationship is not merely political. It is moral, human, and historic. Each of us sees our own strength reflected in the other. Together, we are one voice, one people, united in one cause, the pursuit of peace and justice. When the genocide raged in Gaza, you raised your voices to carry our pain. You brought our students to study here, our wounded to heal here. And you reminded us again and again that we were never alone, that our struggle was also yours, and that the struggle for freedom that all people and all nations cherish. My friends, this is Scotland. This is a nation of lions, roaring lions, a people of conscience and a moral force for good. It is that why we love Scotland. Now, as we stand at the threshold of a ceasefire, of an end to the genocide in Gaza and the ongoing campaign of erasure in the occupied West Bank, we must take a moment to breathe, to grieve, and to process our immense sense of loss. And in that spirit, my friends, I humbly ask you, in honor of Hind Rajab and the 20,000 Palestinian children murdered by Israel, in honor of Dr. Adnan al-Borsh, the director of Shifa Hospital, who was kidnapped, tortured, and killed in Israeli detention, along with hundreds of our Palestinian doctors and medical staff. And in honor of journalist Anas al-Sharif and the hundreds of Palestinian journalists who were targeted and murdered. And in honor of almost 250,000 Palestinians killed or maimed. I ask you to join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Friends, Israel has banned international media from covering its genocide in Gaza for the last 2 years. But it failed to combat this genocide in darkness because of the heroism of our journalists and our people who documented and reported the atrocities. From here, from Aberdeen, from Scotland, I call on the UK and international media to defy Israel's ban. Go to Gaza, fulfill your obligation, honor your profession by reporting the truth. And my friends, now is the time to reflect on what we have achieved together and to prepare for the next phase of our common struggle. Because, my friends, while we have won some battles, our mission is far from over. We helped stop the bombs, yes, and you have helped stop the bombs, the starvation, the destruction of Gaza. Now, together, we must fight for liberation. Together, we must fight for the end of Israel's occupation. And there is no more powerful place to lead this global movement for Palestine than right here in Scotland and in the United Kingdom. It has been the Scottish and the British people, students and academics, trade unions and parliamentarians who have fueled the global movement for Palestine, just as you did in the struggle against apartheid South Africa. And it is there. By the way, the UK was the epicenter of the anti-apartheid movement, like Palestine now, like London is the epicenter of the global movement for the liberation of Palestine. And let me say this, like Nelson Mandela was freed, like South Africa was freed, Palestine will be freed. Because it is there in the streets of London, Manchester, Edinburgh and Aberdeen, in Wembley Arena and the Glasgow Royal Concert Hall, in the halls of Westminster and Holyrood, sorry. I told them to underline the Holyrood. From Cardiff to Belfast, that the world has heard your voices, seen your actions, and followed your lead. You see what is happening worldwide. Some may now ask, but the genocide has ended. The guns are silent. Isn't the work done? No, my friends, it is not. Because our struggle has never been only about stopping the bombs. It is about ensuring the genocide never, ever happens again. It is about ending the occupation. It is about freedom. It is about the future of our children and yours. It is about peace, a just peace. So, my friends, the UK's historic recognition of the State of Palestine is not the destination. It is only the beginning. We must now build upon it strategically, relentlessly, to establish an independent, sovereign State of Palestine that can protect its people and thrive in peace. The world's conscience is awakening. The tide is shifting. Now is the moment to act, to raise the cost of occupation until it becomes not only unsustainable, but untenable. How do we do this? How do we do this? By imposing comprehensive sanctions on the entire system of the illegal colonial settlements and the state that harbors them. and by imposing a full arms embargo on a state that is committing genocide. By ending the illegal trade and investments, by banning settlement products, by isolating companies and individuals who profit from the illegalities, profit from the occupation, profit from the theft of our land and our resources. Those must be held accountable. And my friends, now is not the time to invest in war. This is the time to invest in peace. In peace. Sanctions are not punishment. They are a path to justice. Without the sanctions on the apartheid regime in South Africa, it would have never crumbled. And the people of South Africa would still remain under that regime of segregation and racism. Because injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. Because as Nelson Mandela himself said, the freedom of South Africa is incomplete without the freedom of Palestine. And on our side, my friends, we are working to rebuild, to unify, and to prepare for a new era of peace and prosperity. Our guiding principles are clear. Gaza and the West Bank are inseparable. One territorial entity, inseparable parts of one Palestine with its ancient and eternal capital of Jerusalem. And let me make this absolutely clear. Palestine will only ever be governed by Palestinians. And only the Palestinian people will elect their leaders. This is why we have committed to holding national elections within 1 year of the end of the genocide. Ladies and gentlemen, this struggle is not only about the liberation of Palestine. It is about our collective liberation from oppression, from deception, from destruction everywhere, from dishonesty, from supremacy, from thinking that there is only one creed, one color that have more rights than others. There are no one group that are chosen. We are all chosen. Our struggle, your struggle, is about affirming the sanctity of every human life worth the world. And the life of our children is as precious as the life of any other. And as long as we stand united in truth and in justice, I know that we will prevail. We will prevail. Like all previous nations, like ours, with righteous causes, have prevailed. It's been long, a long, long march to freedom. but we are definitely on our way. We will see the roots of freedom flourish, not only in Palestine, but in every nation and in every heart that longs to be free. And we will celebrate. We will celebrate together, my friends. We will celebrate soon, sooner than you may expect. We will celebrate a free Palestine. Thank you.
Well, colleagues, what an enormous privilege. But I do have to call you all back to order, because we do have a very important topical resolution in front of us. You should see it up on the screen soon. It was certainly up earlier at the start of our session. There it is there. You can all take a wee moment to cast your eyes over it. But in essence, this topical resolution is our only topical resolution today. It's expressing our support for the global Summit Flotilla and solidarity with Palestine. And I would like to welcome on stage Sid Khan, who will no doubt share his experiences that he has had over the last wee while as he moves the topical resolution. Sid, warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Conference, and thank you to the top table for being kind enough to allow me to present this last minute. Friends, colleagues, members of the SNP, I've been coming to these conferences for 25 years, and it's the first time I'm actually up on stage speaking about something, so thank you. I've just returned. It's quite surreal, actually. Not too long ago, I was in an Israeli jail cell. I've just returned from the Global Smooth Flotilla, which was a non-violent humanitarian mission that set out to break the illegal siege on Gaza and deliver essential aid. And that included things like baby formula, clean water, medicines, basic food items like pasta and rice. And we were about 50 miles from the coast of Gaza when we were intercepted. But before I go into the details of that and give you more information, the flotilla was actually made up of around 500 people, which were on the boats. There were 50 boats, 47 different countries, made up of people like politicians, nurses, students, painters, journalists. We had everybody from the age of 18 years old, which is a young lad that came in from New Zealand, all the way to 86 or 87 years old. And we were all united by one belief, that when governments fail, the UN has failed to prevent the genocide that we saw for 2 years, then it's left to civic society, people like you and I, to go and do something about it. And that's what drove all of us to be on those boats and take that 2,000-mile journey across the Mediterranean. Our aim was simple. It was to open a humanitarian corridor and to show the people of Palestine that the world hadn't forgotten about them. But the journey was anything but peaceful. 2 of our boats were attacked in Tunisia. They were firebombed while docked in Tunisia. Later, a day away from Sicily, we were again attacked by explosives. 14 bombs were set off around all the boats with the intention of destroying the sails that were carrying the boats forward. And there were 3 separate chemical attacks with corrosive substances being thrown on the boats. And all the while, we were receiving regular threats that the Israeli government intended to sink one of our boats within the next 24 to 48 hours. On the 1st of October, 50 miles from the coast of Gaza, and we could actually see flashes going off where the bombs were being dropped in Gaza in the horizon. We were intercepted and kidnapped by the IDF in international waters in an act of piracy, and were forcibly boarded by commandos where the boats were taken. Our boats were initially, I don't know what they did, but they managed to knock out all our communications, all our electrics finished, no cameras, no nothing. And high-powered boats came along with big water cannons, and they blasted the water cannons, and they were destroying the tops of the boats, and if it hit anybody, they would have gone flying off, but thankfully, nobody was injured in that way. We were then boarded at gunpoint, lasers forcibly taken below deck, and we were detained in the boats, and our boats were hijacked for the remainder of the journey, and we were taken against our will to Ashdod port, where we were sat in the sun on the concrete ground for up to 12 hours in high-stress positions with our hands tied behind our back, and many were beaten while they were waiting to be processed by the borders. We were strip-searched, our personal belongings were taken from us, we were given all our medication, and all the equipment that we had was taken from us, and then we were driven 3 hours into the Negev desert to a detention camp, where we were blindfolded and our hands were zip-tied behind our backs, and many of us were beaten on the journey. In prison, up to 15 of us were in a cell which was designed for 8 people. There were 8 beds, and 15 of us were being forced to stay in that cell. We were not given access to any legal aid, legal assistance, medical assistance. We were denied showers. I wasn't allowed to leave the cell for the entire 6 days that I was locked. And every single night, we were awoken every couple of hours by armed police kicking in the door with dogs, attack dogs, guns pointed at us to make sure that we didn't sleep for anything more than a couple of hours at a time. 6 long days, I was held without contact with the outside world. The UK embassy staff, when they did turn up 5 days later to come and see what was happening, to be fair, the response was absolutely disgraceful. I came to them and said, look, what's going on? Why am I still here? What's the process? What are you planning on doing? And the simple response I got was, we don't really know. We don't have much leverage. We've got no answers to your questions. And I'm like, so look, how am I going to get home? What's the plan here? And many of my colleagues had already gone home. So the Turks, the Spanish, the Greek, the Italians had already gone home by that point. And I said, how come they've gone home and what's going on? And the simple answer I got was, well, that's because their countries have arranged flights and repatriated them through chartered flights back home to their countries. I said, okay, well, that's positive. So what are you doing for me then? Well, the British government currently doesn't have any plans to repatriate you at this point. That is the British government's formal response back to me as a person being illegally detained in an Israeli prison. And I said, well, look, what's going on? But 12 of our British citizens went back 2 days ago. How did that happen? And they said, well, there were spare seats on the Turkish charter jet that the Turkish had put on, and that's the reason why those 11 or 12 people had actually been flown home. So that is what the UK government did for me while I was in prison. On the 7th day, I was finally released and handed over to the Jordanian authorities at Allenby Bridge. I was transferred over to them, and I am eternally grateful for the Jordanians for the hospitality and the kindness and humanity with which they dealt with, and they arranged for my facilitation back home. I'm not sharing this with you for sympathy, because to be honest, what the Palestinians have to endure on a daily basis is way more than what I had to endure. But I'm telling you this because the attention needs to remain on Gaza and what's happening in Palestine and the West Bank today. Yes, we have a ceasefire, and my only concern is that the ceasefire is ultimately just going to result in the Palestinian issue coming off the front page news. Everybody falls back into thinking it's all okay, and the Palestinians have to go back to suffering in silence, as they always have been for decades. You know, we'll return back to, you know, the people continue to living under siege, on the mothers who can't feed their children, on hospitals that are running out of medicine, on the families that have lost everything. And yes, there's talk of a ceasefire, and any pause that spares life is welcome. But let's be honest, these headlines will fade, and the suffering will continue, and the Palestinians will just keep on dying quietly and unseen. But Scotland has never turned its back on injustice. We led the campaign against apartheid when it was unpopular, and you heard the ambassador make that statement. Nelson Mandela's grandson was in the cell across from me for all 6 days. And it's an immense privilege, and I take great pride in him telling me how Scotland was at the forefront of fighting the apartheid and the role that we played, and it made me really, really proud. And it wasn't just Nelson Mandela's grandson; it was also all the politicians and people from around the world that looked at Scotland and said, even though you do not have foreign affairs responsibility, you still take a very principled stand and use this platform to do what you do, and therefore you're applauded. So thank you. If we in the SNP believe in self-determination in Scotland, Scotland's right to live freely and with dignity, then we must also defend the Palestinian right to live freely and dignity in their own land. So today, I ask this conference to support this motion, but there's also another motion that's coming, I think it's tomorrow, I'm not too sure, tomorrow, which goes on to take this to the next level. While I think condemnation is good and it's welcome, I think what we now need to do is start leading by actions. We now need to put our money where our mouth is. We now need to actually make conscious efforts to hold people accountable and use the levers available to us in Scotland to try and make a difference. You know, what I would ask is, in addition to supporting this motion and the one in a couple of days' time, I would ask that the Scottish Government review this procurement processes, which I know Nicola did when she was First Minister, and there was a review of the procurement processes to make sure that we were not buying goods and services that were either made in part or in whole in illegal or illegally occupied territories. But we need to go further. We need to go to a point where we're actually not funding any company or buying goods or services from any company which may potentially have any links to the illegal oppression or the ongoing genocide. Let Scotland lead with ethical procurement and show the world that even a small nation like ours can stand with integrity when others turn away. When I sat in the prison cell, I thought about home, about here, Scotland, rainy Scotland, and how proud I was to be from a country that believes in fairness and compassion. But belief alone isn't enough. Silence helps the oppressor, and action helps the oppressed. So today, let's match our words with the deeds, and let's make Scotland stand for freedom, dignity and justice, not only for ourselves, but also for the people of Palestine. Thank you. Free, free Palestine.
Friends, can I now invite Sadie Matthews to the stage, please. Sadie is the National Equalities Convener, and Sadie is going to second the resolution in front of us. Welcome, Sadie.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have to say thank you for taking the time to listen to this topical, and I really do have to say a huge thank you to the top table who have dealt with my pestering for the past 24 hours. And also thank you to Sid for trusting me to help on this really vital topic. So he has gratefully shared his experience on the flotilla with us all. He was taken for too many nights, and I'm confident I can speak for the entirety of this room that we are so glad to see him home. What Sid experienced is the daily situation for those living in Palestine. It's not normal for me to be seeing such horrors pop up on my phone screen day after day. And I really want to take a moment to emphasize that the stories of Palestinians are being shared by independent journalists. They are being shared by people in Palestine themselves trying to get their story out there. This is instead of the billion-pound media corporations who happen to be in the room with us. You have continued to be complicit in a genocide that is ongoing. You have continued to be silent regarding the onslaught of violence these innocent people have faced day after day. You should feel ashamed, and you should reflect on your priorities of your business. The Palestinian people have been going through atrocities for far too long. I have seen images on my Instagram feed of siblings carrying parts, and I mean body parts, of family members trying to get them somewhere safe to have a last place of dignity during an impossible time. Seeing hundreds of dead children day after day cannot and should never be normalized. Sid has spoken about his experience and the experience of the Palestinian people. I'd like to focus a little bit on our party and on what we can feasibly do as a party who happens to stand for the right of every nation to self-determination. Naturally, we're a little bit limited because we are stuck under a Westminster government that was willing to delay the return of our own citizens. We cannot rely on them to put the interests of the international community at the front of their minds, nor the interests of the Scottish community, given that we as Scottish citizens overwhelmingly support the end of the occupation of Palestine. We must act within the powers that we do have. The Scottish Government have begun this process by pausing new awards of public money to companies who are providing services where there's plausible evidence of a genocide having been committed. We can do more, though, and I would strongly implore our MSPs and ministers to commit to further research to explore what companies have business ties to Israel and prevent a country from benefiting from stolen workers, materials, and services whilst remaining in occupation of Palestine. This is within our power, and this is something we can and we should be promising. Our sanctions must be stronger. We must invest time into ethical procurement. We owe it to ourselves and to the people of Palestine. Thank you so much for listening to me. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution as always, Sadie. Can I now invite Angus Robertson, MSP, the Cabinet Secretary for External Affairs, to address the resolution.
Thank you very much, Convener, fellow delegates. As we meet here at the SNP conference at a time when all fair-minded people here and right round the world hope and pray that we are seeing the end of a genocide in Gaza, the end of the killing of innocent Palestinian people by the Israeli state, the end of the targeted destruction of Gaza, the end of the forced starvation of people in Gaza, the end of the hostage ordeal at the hands of Hamas, and not forgetting the West Bank, the end of settler violence, the end of illegal settlements, and the end of occupation. And in recent weeks, the international flotilla has kept the humanitarian situation in Gaza in the headlines, and I'm so proud, we in the SNP are so proud that Scotland was represented on that flotilla. So a huge thank you to Sid Khan, to Yvonne Ridley, to Margaret Pachetta, and to Jim Hickey. Thank you all so much. As this resolution makes clear, we welcome the ceasefire initiative and we call for a permanent ceasefire, a two-state solution, and the immediate and unrestricted flow of humanitarian aid. Conference reaffirms that the Scottish National Party unequivocally upholds the right of all nations to self-determination, peace and to dignity, and that includes Palestine. And Sadie was absolutely right to say we should do more, and that's why the Scottish Government is already committed to help. Already £1.3 million contributed for Gaza and the wider Middle East, already provided £750,000 to support access to food, water, shelter and medical supplies, and I could go on. The Scottish Parliament on the 1st of September voted for a motion to recognise the Palestinian state. I'm pleased that it passed overwhelmingly by 650 votes to 24. Frankly, it's shameful that 24 Conservatives voted against, and shameful that the Labour Party abstained. I'm pleased that following recognition by most other countries in the world, the United Kingdom has now also done so, which is why Ambassador Zomlot was able to be here as the properly recognised representative of the Palestinian state in the UK. Ambassador, we can't wait for you to open a Palestinian Consulate General in Scotland, and we can't wait for it being upgraded to an embassy. As Ambassador Zomlot has already told us, we must keep up the momentum towards the end of the occupation, for the de facto independence of Palestine, and finally a two-state solution for Palestine and for Israel. We support you. That's why I'm confident we'll pass this resolution by acclaim. Thank you all so very much, Conference. Thank you.
Conference, can I put it to you that we pass the resolution by acclaim, please?
Okay, Conference, we will resume the agenda after that rousing start to this session, and we move to resolution number 17, which will be moved by Erin Lux of Out for Independence. Erin. And seconded by Stephanie Melinek. If you stand by, Stephanie, please.
Good afternoon, Conference. That is a very, very difficult act to follow, but I will try. So I'm here to speak to you today about a matter of some urgency. In April this year, Police Scotland held a conference that was branded as a national conversation on the introduction of the use of live facial recognition in Scotland. And just a month ago, they announced that they are planning to proceed with the next steps towards consulting on its introduction, despite opposition from human rights and civil liberties groups, as well as from our national human rights bodies. A quick word on what we mean by live facial recognition when we use those words. This would mean the introduction of a technology similar to CCTV vans, except that instead of simply capturing video, the cameras are connected to an AI system that is capturing and analyzing the face of every person, adult or child, walking down the street, going about their business. The system then runs your biometric data, your face, against a watch list that is developed by the police with little or no oversight or regulation. If you are then flagged by the system, you can then be stopped by the police. Live facial recognition effectively turns your face into a mandatory ID card. All of this without so much as a debate in our Parliament. We only have to look south of the border to see what happens when these technologies are introduced by the back door without regulation, as they have been in England and Wales since 2016. Cases of misidentification, such as one that has led to anti-knife crime campaigner Sean Thompson being accused of being a wanted man after being flagged by a system that he calls stop and search on steroids. Cases of police services being taken to court with judges finding that the technology is being operated with no clear legal basis. And now, in a clear case of escalation, the Metropolitan Police looking to move beyond the facial recognition vans and operate permanently mounted facial recognition cameras in Croydon. We have also seen the bias in how they choose to use this technology. So outside the perimeter of the Notting Hill Festival, or Notting Hill Carnival, but not at Tommy Robinson rallies. And if we don't act, this could happen here. This is not the first time that Police Scotland have sought to introduce this technology. Back in 2020, the issue of live facial recognition was investigated by the Scottish Parliament Justice Subcommittee on Policing, which noted in their report that and this is a quote, the use of live facial recognition would be a radical departure from Police Scotland's fundamental principle of policing by consent, and that there is no justifiable basis for Police Scotland to invest in this technology. At the same time, our human rights institutions, so the Equality and Human Rights Commission and the Scottish Human Rights Commission, expressed concerns that unregulated use of facial recognition technology could breach our human rights obligations under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and under the European Convention of Human Rights. In 2021, the SHRC raised concerns that Scotland lacked an adequate regulatory environment for policing technologies already in use, let alone to properly manage the introduction of live facial recognition. And make no mistake, without proper regulation, this technology is a threat to our human rights. Imagine the impact on marginalized communities who already have difficult histories with the police, people of color, LGBTQ people, disabled people, of having to risk being surveilled just going to the shops or existing in a public place. The chilling effect on participation in politics and protest. We've seen the heavy-handed approach to people protesting the genocide in Gaza. It doesn't take much imagination to see how further surveillance would only intensify this. Now, notably, this resolution does not call for a full ban on the use of live facial recognition. There are some use cases, such as searching for vulnerable missing people, that have merits. All that we're asking for is that this technology not be allowed to be snuck in through the back door without all of the research, evidence, and debate that would be required by primary legislation and proper regulation. The European Union has led the way on this, as their Artificial Intelligence Act, passed earlier this year, placed firm regulations on the use of live facial recognition and has limited it to the most extreme use cases, such as finding a victim of abduction or in the case of an imminent threat, and it requires judicial oversight for each use. They have specifically disallowed its use as a means of policing large cultural events or protests. Friends, our movement is one for an independent Scotland that is free, equal, democratic, rights-respecting, and ready to take our place in the EU. Allowing the use of this technology to go forward without scrutiny from our Parliament risks us turning away from those goals. Conference, please support this resolution.
I now call on Steffi Melnick to be followed by Councillor Paul McCabe.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm here to ask you to support this resolution on police use of live facial recognition technology, because this technology is, frankly, an authoritarian nightmare waiting to happen. This technology is glitchy and prone to false positives, but even if it worked perfectly as it is, at its core, it is the tool of an authoritarian surveillance state. Delegates, I am sure that is not the future for Scotland that you envision. But if we allow the police to begin using this technology without any oversight, that is the path we will start upon. At present, Police Scotland say they wish to police by consent, but using this technology without any consultation, without the permission of our democratically elected Parliament, would drastically alter their relationship with the public. It would result in an environment where everyone is a suspect, always. and guilt is the leading assumption over innocence. This technology is at odds with a free, fair and democratic society. The risk and potential for abuse with no oversight is far too high. Even if everyone involved today is perfectly behaved, does everything right, it can't be future-proofed beyond for future abuses. It would open a Pandora's box to a panopticon that could not then be closed. And conference, it is very much not the case that if you have nothing to hide, you've got nothing to fear. Quite aside from the shocking rate of false positives at present, there are many reasons for someone innocent of crime to fear this technology. Disabled people may fear that their data could be shared with the DWP, leading to sanctions for the audacity of leaving one's home unaccompanied. Refugees may be reminded of totalitarian states they once fled, hoping for a safer and freer life here. Peaceful protesters may fear retaliation even if no crime was committed. Additionally, delegates, no technology involving any data is wholly secure. Even if someone's data is only held for a fraction of a second while processing, a hacker can also take a fraction of a second to steal that data. Information security is becoming increasingly vital as cybercrime increases. This data could be a threat to many, domestic abuse victims included. Without any oversight, we don't know where it will be stored, how secure that storage will be. Again, we need oversight. And with current high rates of false positives, for example, South Wales police have reported a false match rate of 89.9%. This could lead to the arrest of innocents, a branding of them as criminals when they aren't. There are also racial discrepancies in effectiveness, meaning this technology would likely further entrench already existing systemic racial discrimination. Again, though, even if this technology was improved, even if these problems were eliminated, it would still not change the underlying fundamental principle. Conference, placing live facial recognition technology in the hands of the police is a decision that, if it is ever taken, it must be by an act of the Scottish Parliament, with the proper oversight and safeguards that entails. Such a huge and dangerous decision cannot and should not be taken single-handedly by Police Scotland. Therefore, Conference, please support this resolution to protect human rights in Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. We've now had the motion proposed and seconded, and I'd like to call Councillor Paul McCabe of Glasgow Cathcart, who's also chair of the Safe Glasgow Partnership. We have no cards and a guest, but I'd also like to call Early Robertson.
Good afternoon, Conference. Facial recognition technology is a powerful tool that can track people's faces in real time in public spaces without their knowledge or their consent. The Met and Police Wales since 2024 have already arrested 1,000 people and are facing legal challenges. This whole thing is a mess, and this is why this resolution matters. And right now, facial recognition technology is already creeping into our lives. Supermarkets are using it to scan shoppers for suspicious behaviour. Music venues are using it to bar people from gigs, and some landlords are even using it to monitor their tenants. And all of this is happening without proper scrutiny, rules or public debate. This is typical of successive Westminster governments. No proper safeguards, no transparency and no real understanding of the risks. No consideration of how this technology can discriminate, particularly with our black and ethnic minority citizens. Waiting for the UK government to lead the way should never be an option. Not just because of incompetent successive and Labour governments and Tory governments, but because England and Wales are on course to elect a far-right government in Westminster. Let's be clear, facial recognition technology in the hands of Nigel Farage and his cronies is a terrifying prospect. We know what they mean when they talk about law and order. We have heard the dog whistles. We've seen the scapegoating. We cannot allow that kind of politics to shape the future of our policing here in Scotland. In contrast, the Scottish Government has shown competence, compassion and a commitment to doing things right. We've already taken a more careful approach to policing and surveillance. We've shown that we can lead with principle. This resolution is about setting a clear standard. If facial recognition technology is to be used throughout Scotland, it must be on our terms, with strong laws, public trust and full democratic oversight. Conference, our party has always valued and advocated for human rights. So let's protect our civil liberties by backing this resolution. Thank you.
And I now call Airlie Robertson, who will be the last speaker on this resolution.
Good afternoon, delegates. We all want to live in a safe and secure society. We all want our streets to be safe, our communities to be protected, and our police to have the tools they need to do their jobs. But safety cannot and must not come at the cost of our freedom. The growing use of live facial recognition technology by the police is a line we cannot allow to be crossed. This technology doesn't just watch criminals, it watches everyone. It scans our faces without consent, tracks our movements without cause, and risks creating a society where every step, every protest, every journey is recorded and stored. That is not justice, that is surveillance. We are told by the UK government it is for our safety, but let's be clear, this technology is flawed, biased and open to abuse. It has already been shown to misidentify innocent people, especially women and people from minority communities. And once that power exists, it is all too easily expanded and all too easily misused. Scotland must not sleepwalk into a surveillance state. We must draw a firm line in defence of our civil liberties, because privacy, freedom, human rights are not optional extras. They are the foundation of a fair and democratic nation. We keep our communities safe without turning them into open-air prisons. We can give police the resources they need without giving them the power to watch us all. So let's stand together and say clearly no to live facial recognition without the necessary research. And yes to a Scotland that values freedom, fairness and trust between the people and those who serve them. Because a free Scotland must always be a watched over nation, never a watched one. Please support the resolution.
Conference, as I said, there are no cards in against this motion, so can I take it that you wish to pass Resolution 17 by acclaim? Right, Conference, we move to Resolution 18 on tackling online disinformation, and it is going to be moved by Stuart Cleland of Buckie Branch. Stuart. And it will be seconded by Karen Adam, MSP. Stuart.
Good afternoon, Conference. It's a great pleasure to speak on this stage today, and it's a great pleasure that I have as a teacher to work with young people. This resolution calls on the Scottish Government to develop a long-term coordinated strategy in partnership with schools, youth organisations, families, digital platforms and fact-checkers to build resilience amongst young people regarding online falsehoods. This strategy must be embedded in digital and media literacy across the curriculum from an early age. The resolution further urges that young people be meaningfully involved in shaping this strategy. This resolution today was composed with direct input from the young people that I teach as part of a groundbreaking project-based learning initiative focused on the dangers of online misinformation and disinformation. Drawn on their lived experiences of harmful falsehoods spread about them as young people online, my students engaged in a rigorous research-informed exploration of how misinformation spreads and its impact on mental health, trust and democracy. As part of that project, pupils worked collaboratively to analyse real-world examples, consulted with educators and fact-checkers, and reflected on their personal encounter with digital harm. The result was a student-led bill outlining their recommendations for how Scotland should respond to this growing threat. Their proposals strongly emphasised education, empowerment and accountability over restriction, and called for inclusive strategies that ensure that all young people, especially those from marginalised or digitally excluded communities, are equipped to navigate the digital world safely and critically. This resolution reflects the core principles of that student-led work. And in 2024, students presented their draft bill to the First Minister during a visit to the Scottish Parliament, offering a powerful example of youth voice, civic engagement and the transformative potential of young people to shape national policy. Conference, I ask you today to support this resolution to help my young people, our young people, be part of that conversation and help them find their own voice amidst a pandemic of misinformation and disinformation. Please vote.
Thank you, Stuart. And can I call Karen Adam, MSP, to second the resolution, to be followed by Lorna Finn to speak for.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Conference. I have to say that Stuart might be a bit humble in this, but, or should we call him Manny Cleland, is what he's known as mostly at school. But him and the pupils at Banff Academy have done incredible work on this, drafting a bill on misinformation and disinformation, and been able to present that to the First Minister. And I have to highly commend them and their work for what they have been doing. As they say, Conference, knowledge is power. Information is powerful, but that could be for good or for bad. In the world that we live in today, information comes at us instantly, right there in the palms of our hands. A headline shared or a video clipped, a meme reposted, and before we've had a chance to take a breath, narratives are already formed. And they're spread at lightning speed. I won't be too ashamed to admit, and my children sometimes poke fun at me for this, for falling for an AI video. Who here fell for the bunnies on the trampoline or the skydiving Labrador? Or is it just me? So in this fast-paced information world, we really have to be ahead of the game. I believe that we have a moral duty to make sure our population, and especially our young people, can navigate this online world with confidence. And that does start those early days in our homes, but in our schools. Just as we teach children to read and write, we need to teach them how to dissect that information and critically think, is this true? Is this factual? Out on the doors, I often hear firsthand information about local immigration or asylum seekers or refugees. And myself and my team, when we've been going out and chatting to people, we saw there was a real issue with a lot of misinformation locally. So we've been gently nudging people, doing some fact-checking and getting back to people with that through our office. But could you imagine the power of a society who instantly critically think about what they're hearing and reading and what the agenda might be behind that? So it isn't just about reacting to information after the fact. It's about preparing our young people ahead of the game, ahead of getting that information, so they know and understand that sometimes the information they're reading might not be true. If we want a society that thrives in this digital age, we must have ourselves grounded in truth and critical inquiry. I am absolutely proud to second this motion. I ask you to please support it. Thank you.
And can I now call Lorna Finn of Glasgow Provan branch. There are no cards in against, but I'd like to also call Josh Fivey of City of Stirling branch.
Conference, online disinformation is not just a digital nuisance, it is a growing threat to our democracy and the well-being of our young people. Every day, children in our schools are exposed to hate, conspiracy and misogyny online. This content is normalising prejudice and shaping how a generation sees the world and each other. Teachers across Scotland are telling us that they see the effects in classrooms. Pupils are anxious, confused and too often accepting this type of language and behaviour as normal. That cannot continue. This is why the work of the TIE campaign and their partners in the Institute for Strategic Dialogue matters so much. Their digital discourse initiative, part funded by the Scottish Government, gives teachers the practical tools to help pupils navigate online spaces critically and safely. This work is already underway. Earlier this year, Professional Learning for Teachers was launched as part of a national CPD, and since January, feedback from educators has been overwhelmingly positive. Teachers are telling TIE this training has given them confidence, insight and real strategies to tackle online hate and disinformation head-on. And now, with a £70,000 development grant, the next phase of the Digital Discourse Initiative is in progress. This funding will expand the programme into a fully developed educational response to online hate, misinformation and extremist narratives, building on early successes and reaching even more schools across Scotland. As a mum to a teenage girl, I see firsthand how online spaces shape attitudes, confidence and self-worth. It is vital that we give young people the tools to question what they see, to spot manipulation and to know that hate and misinformation are never normal. As Jordan Daly from the TIE campaign has said, education is one of our strongest defences against disinformation. And Katie Horsburgh from Zero Tolerance reminds us that tackling online misogyny is not just about equality, it's about safety. Resolution 18 recognises the fight against disinformation cannot be left to the social media companies alone. It is our collective responsibility to equip the next generation with the skills that tell truth from manipulation. Conference, Scotland has always led the way in inclusive education. The Digital Discourse Initiative shows what that leadership looks like in practice, and it would be good to see the work of TIE expanded even further so that every school in Scotland benefits from it. By supporting this resolution, we are sending a strong message. We are listening to our young people, we are backing our teachers, and we are protecting our democracy. And this will help us build a kinder, safer Scotland for every young person. I urge you to support Resolution 18. Thank you.
And the last speaker on this resolution will be Josh Fivey of City of Stirling branch. Now, Josh is the council by-election candidate for Stirling East, and the by-election's on the 30th of October. So can you make sure that you go onto the SNP website and see when the canvassing sessions are and the campaigning sessions are, please?
Yes, please do. Thank you, Conference. As one of this party's youngest ever candidates, I know all too much about disinformation, particularly online. Also, shameless plug, yes, we do have a by-election on the 30th of October in Stirling. If we win this, we can kick Labour and the Tories out and finally take control of Stirling Council. Disinformation is one of the biggest challenges we face today. It spreads faster than facts and shapes how people think and too often fuels fear and division. We all see it all the time, even from friends who we know are good people. They say, "Did you hear about the migrant who was put up in a hotel, give hundreds of pounds in this fancy hotel?" And most mean no wrong. But we know they've been fed false information by bad actors like Tommy Robinson. And I don't think I've got enough time to talk about the disinformation spread about our party and our cause by the so-called established media. Stories like that spread online because they provoke emotion, not because they're based on facts, and that is dangerous. Disinformation doesn't just mislead, it erodes trust and turns communities against each other. And it makes it harder to have real conversations about real issues that actually matter. So we all have the responsibility to pause before sharing, to question before believing, and to listen before judging, because truth should never be optional. It's the foundation of a fair society, the foundation of an independent Scotland that we all want to see. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Josh. And as there are no cards in against conference, can we pass this by acclaim? Thank you. We now move to Resolution 19, Vision for Scotland's Education System. And to move this resolution, can I call Ben McPherson of Leith Walk?
Good afternoon, friends, fellow delegates. First of all, I want to send the best wishes of Jenny Gilruth, our Cabinet Secretary. Unfortunately, she's not well today, and I'm speaking on her behalf. Since being recently appointed as Minister for Higher and Further Education, it has been great to start work with Jenny and other colleagues on our continued work and efforts to build an education system for the 21st century. Our most important resource, of course, is our people. And we have an education system that is outstanding, rooted in the Enlightenment, evolving to meet the needs of technology, to build resilience, to take on challenges, to create capacity, as we've talked about in our last resolution, for example, and to be there to serve our young people in this modern age. We have an education system which we should all be very proud of, just as we should be proud of all of those working in it, our teachers, our early years workers, our lecturers, our researchers, our youth workers, and so much more. And as we should be also so proud, of course, of our learners and our young people. On exam results day this year, we welcomed an increase in attainment at Nat 5 higher and advanced higher, a narrowing of the attainment gap, a record number of young Scots from poorer backgrounds going to university, 93% of our young people going on to positive destinations. And what's more, we have more young people going into apprenticeships. Being assembled in Leith, in my constituency, baby boxes are going out all across the country to help our young people have the best start in life. And we're the only part of the UK to offer 1,140 hours of funded early learning and childcare per year to eligible children, regardless of their parents' working status, saving families up to £6,000 per eligible child per year. What's more, over 230,000 children in primaries 1 to 5 benefit from free school meals. We've extended the offering. Our child payment and other measures are helping households with the cost of living crisis, which of course has a positive effect on education and learning too. And this week, I was able to help launch an independent report that detailed that our research and innovation in Scotland is remarkably strong. We are absolutely a global leader. Our research and innovation in the country is 3 times more collaborative than the global average and 2 times more collaborative with business than the global average. So that's the connection between our remarkable education system building our economy in the 21st century. Of course, responding to the increasingly positive picture in our classrooms and for our young people is a challenge for the opposition parties sometimes. In fact, the lack of ambition and proposals and solutions from the opposition in the Scottish Parliament on Scottish education is really quite extraordinary. The Tories, for example, and their attempts to out-reform Farage look positively Dickensian sometimes in what they put forward. The Labour Party are quick to criticise, but lacking in ideas. And let us remember the legacy from when they were in charge. Take Public Finance Initiative Schools, for example. This year, Scotland's councils will pay around £555 million towards PFI. That's more than £500 million, which could and should have been available for Scotland's schools. Fellow delegates, there's more to do and there are challenges to meet. But we know under the SNP that self-government works for Scotland. Relative child poverty levels in Scotland are 6% lower than the UK average. Teacher pay in Scotland is higher than anywhere else in the UK. We have the best trained workforce, and our schools spend over £10,000 per pupil, nearly 20% more than England. But we know that while self-government is working in many ways for Scotland's children and young people, we need more than self-government and more powers, the powers of independence, to unleash the full capacity. As I said in my first opportunity to address our conference in 2010, the whole ethos of what we're doing is achieving independence for a purpose. And there is no greater purpose than realising the remarkable potential of our young people and the human creativity and ingenuity in our country. So let us, with this resolution and with our actions in the months ahead, and by winning the election to come and by moving forward to independence, let us continue our journey of serving our young people, improving the circumstances of our young people, and through them realising the potential of our nation. Thank you. And support the resolution.
And to second the resolution, can I call George Adam, MSP, to be followed by Aileen Munro.
Good afternoon, Conference, and thank you, Maureen. Conference, you'll notice that I'm not Paul McClellan. You've lucked out, luckily enough. It's a bit like that time you go to the theatre and you say, tonight's main actor will not be, and you all kind of get disappointed. In this case, your quid's in. Because basically, I've been on the Education Committee since I entered the Scottish Parliament in 2011, and I've seen the work done successfully in education, and I've seen the tactics used by the opposition to actually play down that great work that we're doing for our children and for Scotland's future. But Conference, we stand at a pivotal moment for Scotland and those in education. And for many of us, it's about our children's future, or some of us that are a wee bit older, our grandchildren's future. I know I don't look like a grandparent, but I am indeed. But since 2007, the SNP Scottish Government has been committed to giving every child the best start in life. And the evidence speaks for itself, even if opposition parties refuse to acknowledge that. Let me share some of the facts you won't hear from our unionist opponents. The proportion of pupils achieving expected level of literacy and numeracy has reached record heights. For numeracy, it's 80.3% of pupils across primary school reached expected levels, while secondary also reached a new high of 90.3%. For literacy, achievement is now a record high in both primary and secondary schools. The poverty-related attainment gap, the gap between young people from the most deprived areas, and is the narrowest it has been in record. Scotland has the highest spend per pupil in the UK and the lowest teacher-pupil ratio, and our teachers are the best paid in the UK. As Ben already mentioned, we've had over 400,000 babies that have received a baby box. My own daughter received a baby box as well for the last 2 grandchildren we had, and that's a story I'll maybe relate to you in the bar at a later date, because it's quite a good story in itself. But it's appreciated by families throughout the country. And since 2021, Scotland has been the only part of the UK to offer 1,140 hours of funded early learning and childcare per year, saving families up to £6,000 per year. Over 230,000 children benefit for free school meals, and Scottish students have the lowest average levels of debt in the UK. All of this working towards the kind of future we want for our children and we want for our grandchildren. But here's what the opposition parties don't want you to know. We are being held back, Conference. We're held back by a UK that's subject to a broken economic model, limited by Westminster's immigration policy and kept out of the EU against our will. No matter who is in power in Westminster, it is always the same. But there is another future, another way conference. Imagine what we could achieve with the powers of independence. With all the levers and powers that other nations have, Scotland could improve shared parental leave, increase paid maternity leave to 1 year, provide universal access to free early learning and childcare throughout the early years. We could provide every child with a free, nutritious, healthy meal at every stage in their education. We could incorporate the Nordic nations' approach into our system, making learning wholly equitable, inclusive and child-centred. We could rejoin the EU, allowing Scottish students to benefit once again from Erasmus+, opening up opportunities for international collaboration. Conference, Scotland's education system is strong, but it could be extraordinary. Our SNP government has delivered real, tangible improvements that have transformed children's lives. Opposition parties want to ignore that. But we know the truth. We know that with independence, with the freedom to use all the levers of independence, Scotland can deliver on its full vision for education. A Scotland where every child grows up loved, safe and respected. A Scotland with the brightest educational landscape imaginable. That's the Scotland we're wanting to build, and that's the Scotland I want my grandchildren to grow up in.
Conference, again, we have got no cards against the resolution, but I would like, as the last speaker on this resolution, to call Aileen Munro. Now, Aileen Munro is a first-time speaker, and she's also recently, within days, been chosen as the candidate for Skye, Lochaber and Badenoch. Welcome, Aileen.
Well, good afternoon, Conference. It is a privilege to be here, especially as a first-time speaker. I'm speaking in support of this resolution today, which sets out the kind of Scotland we want to create for our children, young people and our families. Despite the constraints of our current constitutional arrangement, the SNP has consistently delivered increased support for children and young people since we came to power in 2007. As the resolution sets out, our policies are working towards the eradication of child poverty and inequality, giving every child in Scotland the best start in life. To give some personal perspective, I had my first baby when I was 23 and my second when I was 26, and in between, the Scottish Government introduced the baby box. Conference, I cannot tell you what a difference it made for us as parents to receive that box, knowing in a really tangible way how much the Scottish Government cared for us as new parents and for our baby as well. As set out in the resolution and in Ben and George's remarks today, it's only with the full fiscal and legislative powers of independence that we can actually realise our positive vision for Scotland's children and young people. Access to affordable childcare for under threes is very difficult at present, especially in rural areas, due to a combination of factors, many of which are the results of poor policy decisions at Westminster, from immigration to energy costs, employer national insurance contributions, inflation, I could go on. When our eldest began attending nursery, it cost us £52 a day. 6 years on, it costs £90 a day. And wages have not gone up that much, unfortunately. As Ben and George said, Scotland is the only country in the UK to ensure that every 3 to 4-year-old can access high-quality, funded early years education, combating inequality. But with the full powers of independence, we would be able to invest more heavily in our young children and their parents, following the approach of Nordic countries, both to parental leave and our wider education system. Proposals were recently set out by national charity, Pregnant Then Screwed, to overhaul Scotland's early years education offering to better support parents. But these proposals would require an extra £2 billion in spending every single year, as well as a huge increase in staff. When the Scottish Government doesn't know what its budget will be from year to year, with the decision taken by someone else down in London, it remains very challenging indeed to make the changes we would like to see, from better childcare access to increased SEN support in schools, to re-establishing freedom of movement across Europe for our students, and the rest of us too. Conference, this is one of the many reasons that we need our independence, and we need it now, and I urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ailey. And again, as there are no cards in against, can I take it the conference passes this resolution by account? Thank you. We move to the final resolution in this session, which is Resolution 20, integration from day one for asylum seekers. And to move this resolution, I call Mary Love of Provan Branch, to be seconded by Alison Thulis of Glasgow Rep. Thank you, Mary.
Good afternoon, conference. Friends, the way the UK treats people seeking asylum is despicable. It's not an exaggeration to say that this is one of the biggest injustices in our society. I've been a member of this party for over a decade, and I've supported independence for much longer than that. Immigration isn't the thing that brought me into this movement, but it's certainly one of the reasons I've stuck around. Independence is a good idea for all manner of reasons, but this issue makes it urgent. In the year 2025, under a UK Labour government, we've got families in Scotland living in destitution. Not poverty, not extreme poverty, destitution. Conference, this isn't a bug in the asylum system, it's a feature of it. According to the UK government, the driving principle is to prevent integration until it's decided whether people have a successful asylum claim or not. Around half of asylum claims last year were successful in the first instance, and a further quarter were successful on appeal. The vast majority of people claiming asylum have got extremely good reason to do so. Refusing to allow meaningful integration harms our communities, our economy, and it serves no other purpose than to conspicuously punish people just for seeking protection. Conference, the reality is that destitution, misery and isolation are intentionally built into the experiences of people seeking asylum. People are often housed in hotels on the outskirts of towns or in detention centres. People in hotels are given £9.95 a week to survive on. I've heard stories of people not being able to afford to attend medical appointments, access legal advice, and one particularly grim case of 4 people in a hotel in Aberdeen sharing one pair of shoes. One of the most appalling things is how these hotels have made vulnerable people a very visible target for the far right. Even since I tabled this motion a couple of months ago, things have visibly deteriorated, even in Scotland. There's been vicious protests, bricks have been thrown, signs have been held up inciting violence. The saltire, which is our national flag, it's now been used as a symbol of hostility in communities in Glasgow, including where I live in Springburn. Springburn has been a dispersal area for people seeking asylum for over 25 years, longer than some of our speakers today have been alive. The story of our community is very much one of migration and integration. Our roots and our bonds are stronger than those who seek to divide us. Conference, I'm proud to be a member of a party that has bucked the anti-migration trend in recent times. I know how difficult it is for people in the asylum system to hear politicians denigrating them, even the Prime Minister of the UK. Shame on him. And I know how appreciated it is to hear the positive language surrounding migration from our SNP Scottish Government. The flagship policy for people seeking protection is the new Scots Refugee Integration Strategy, in partnership with COSLA and the Scottish Refugee Council. New Scots sets out a vision for meaningful integration as well as humanitarian protection. It shows us what's possible when leadership, policy and community spirit all pull in the same direction. The underpinning principle of New Scots is a simple but extremely important one: integration from day one of arrival. If this principle was adopted by the UK and extended across the whole asylum system, it would mean an end to state-sanctioned destitution, an end to indefinite detention, an end to work bans and meagre asylum support. It would mean the beginning of a new chapter of integration, one which says we are not an island of strangers. We're an island of neighbours, friends and family. Conference, let's call upon Westminster to follow the example of our SNP Scottish Government and say it loud, say it clear: refugees are welcome here.
Conference, where fortunate to have Mary propose that resolution, as she's policy officer at the Scottish Refugee Council and spoke with such passion, as I'm sure our seconder of the resolution, Alison Thulis, will.
Thank you very much, Conference. I would like to start, first of all, with some lovely news this week. Our good friend and colleague, Councillor Rosa Sally, had her baby this week. And I think we can all welcome that. Rosa has a proud history here in Scotland, coming here herself as a refugee and now representing a ward in Glasgow City Council as an SNP representative. She's come a long way and shows what the positive contribution can be of people who come to make Scotland their home. Conference, I thought I'd seen the worst of the debate about the rights of asylum seekers and refugees in the depths of the Rwanda bill. Unfortunately, I was wrong. The Tories may have left office, but Labour have allowed Nigel Farage and Reform to set the agenda, and they have completely failed to set out an alternative course of their own. The rhetoric has become tougher, harsher, crueler. And in all of this, the stories of the people in the middle of this maelstrom have been lost. Their voices unheard and completely dehumanised by politicians and media alike. It's little wonder then that this is then spreading into our communities. Conference, I've had the real privilege of listening to the voices of asylum seekers and refugees over the years. Young boys alone in a country so far from what they knew. Families clinging to one another as they sought to navigate a system designed to break them. A father in tears about the son he had been forced to leave behind, a matter of days too late to qualify for family reunion. People who'd been tortured, seen brutality, who are haunted by their experiences. But Conference, I've also listened to the warmth of the Maryhill Integration Network Joyous Choir, to the wee ones growing up with Glaswegian accents, to those who have found life and purpose here in the safety of Scotland and the home that we have given them. And I'm convinced if more people took the time, just took the time to listen to those stories, to listen to their neighbours, they too would find that they had very much in common with them. We know the far right have always been adept at twisting a narrative for their own ends, setting us against one another, and that the algorithms that now govern our lives spread these lies far and wide before the truth gets a look in. So now more than ever, Conference, I believe that we all need to step up. The community activists, the parents at the school gates, the folk who run the knit and natter, every single one of us here in this room, we have a responsibility. Because we know what the truth is, and we can share the facts with our loved ones, because we all hear people, don't we, who say something and you go, well, that's not quite right. We can arm ourselves with the facts, colleagues. We can spread the truth out there in the groups that we are in and the conversations that we have. And I believe that more than ever we have a responsibility to do so, to make sure that those who have come to our shores, for whatever reason they have come here, feel welcome. Because if we want integration to start at day one, that counts on all of us as well to reach out that hand of friendship. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Alison. Can I call to speak for the resolution Councillor Abdul Bostani, who speaks from the position of lived experience, to be followed by Councillor Susan Aitken.
Conference, I raise to support this motion because I know that what integration from day one mean. When I arrived in Scotland as an asylum seeker at 18, I came alone, no English, no family, no certainty, but I found something powerful, a community that opened its door for the very first day. That welcome changed my life. It turned fear into hope and isolation into belonging. This is what the new Scottish strategy is all about. Not waiting years for decision, but helping people rebuild their lives from the very moment they arrived. It is a model prized by United Nations and admired across Europe because it works. In Scotland, we know that dignity and contribution go hand in hand. When people are allowed to work, learn English, and be part of their communities. Everyone benefits. Integration from day one isn't a charity. It is a common sense and a shared humanity. That is why we must continue to call people in asylum system to be allowed to work. No child should go hungry for immigration rules, and no mother should face homelessness while waiting years for Home Office decision. Asylum seekers are not illegal. As recognized under Article 31 of the 1951 Refugee Convention, which protects individuals who enter a country irregularly while seeking safety from persecution. Under the Convention, refugees are guaranteed key rights that ensure their safety, dignity, and ability to rebuild their lives. They are entitled to non-discrimination, decent work, housing, education, freedom of religion, and access of justice. Every day in Glasgow, I see new Scots giving back as volunteers, carers, students, small business owners. They make our city stronger, our culture richer, and our nation fairer. Scotland. Conference, let's send a clear message. Scotland will never turn its back on those seeking safety. We will continue to lead with compassion, with evidence, and with pride. Let's defend the principle that defines New Scot approach, integration from day one, for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul. And the last speaker in this, for this resolution, as there are no cards against, will be Councillor Susan Aitken, Leader of Glasgow City Council.
Thank you very much, Convener. Good afternoon, Conference, and thank you to the movers of this motion and to my friend and colleague, Councillor Abdul Bastani, who is an exemplar of how asylum seekers and refugees are contributing to Scottish society. Colleagues, a few weeks ago, Nigel Farage came to Scotland to unveil his latest Tory defector. And while he was here, he told a barrage of poisonous racist lies about my city. I'm not going to amplify them or repeat them here, but he did it on the basis that he had apparently discovered that Glasgow is the biggest asylum authority, the biggest asylum seeker destination in the UK. But that's not new information, colleagues. We have been, for many years, in fact, Glasgow has made a disproportionate contribution to the UK as a city of sanctuary, as a city of giving support and welcome to people fleeing their own countries. And I am extremely proud of that, colleagues, extremely proud of it. It is not a bad thing. It is something that I celebrate. My colleague Councillor Bastani and Councillor Sally, who've been mentioned already, are the living proof of it. Because we're not only the biggest asylum city, we're the most successful. And what that success looks like is integration, ensuring that asylum seekers and refugees can become part of their receiving communities and vice versa, through our schools, through community and cultural networks, through helping people to learn English and be ready for work. Glasgow has been described by Sabir Sazai, the director of the Scottish Refugee Council, himself a refugee from Afghanistan, as a beacon of integration. But it's not easy, colleagues. When we in the SNP say that the UK asylum system is failing, that's not about the numbers of people who are arriving here. What we mean is that the asylum system run by successive UK governments actually sets out to prevent integration, to put as many barriers in the way as possible. And it makes no sense. It makes no sense because if we embrace newcomers to our country as a positive rather than a threat, then we have so much to gain. The vibrancy and diversity that we celebrate in modern Scotland is in no small part down to Glasgow being a sanctuary city for over 25 years. You can now eat a wider range of international cuisines in Glasgow than in any other city in these islands outside London. Glasgow's bucking trends across Western Europe in having a growing working age population. That's a good thing, Conference. That's what Scotland needs, and asylum seekers and refugees are a huge part of that. No one wants to be forced to flee their own country, but if they have to, they do want to be able to make a good life for themselves and their children, to be part of a community, to support themselves and to make a contribution. That's what integration from day one means. That's what it's all about, and it should be a gold standard that every country should aspire to. Please support the motion, Conference.
Thank you, Susan. And as I said, as there are no cards against this resolution, can I take it again that Conference passes this by a plea? Thank you, Conference. And we close this session on time. Can I ask you to take time this evening to go to one or other of the fringe events that are happening, and welcome you back at 10:30 for a prompt start tomorrow morning. Thank you, Conference.
Challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please, subscribe to and share our channel, or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Niamh Brooke, and once again you're joining me in Aberdeen for the SNP's 91st Annual Conference. Today's session is has drawn to a close, and soon I will be joined by a number of fantastic guests to talk about what is happening today. The afternoon's programme has seen a lot of resolutions covered. Excuse me, I think I've been talking a little too much. The afternoon's programme kicked off with a very rousing speech from Dr. Husam Zomlot, the head of the Palestinian mission to the UK, a very impactful speech that covered a lot of ground. The speech began with a call for British journalists to defy the Israeli ban on coverage of what's happening in Palestine, and said that the most powerful movement against for Palestinian liberation and against the occupation took place in Scotland. He also stated that Palestine should be governed by Palestinians and that elections for that leadership would be held within a year of the genocide ending and the recent ceasefire coming into full effect. Joining me on the couch this afternoon are some of my new guests. Nadia Chand is back with us. Hello, it's nice to see you.
And we have Jamie Hepburn.
And Jamie Hepburn, councillor as well. It's lovely to meet you. How are you today?
Yeah, yourself?
Yeah, doing well, thanks. You know, haven't really stopped moving.
Beg your pardon?
Haven't really stopped moving.
Oh, I know the feeling. I know the feeling. Yeah.
So, how have you been enjoying the conference so far?
It's been great. Yeah, I think people have been. It's just been a difficult period for the party over the last couple of years. We didn't go into all the details as to why that is. I think that's well understood. But people are really upbeat. People are feeling positive. First Minister's been leading from the front. Had a great debate in terms of our independence strategy yesterday, and yeah, I think people are feeling good. I certainly am.
That's excellent.
You can see on your face.
Yeah. Yeah.
And how a lot of ground has been covered this afternoon, particularly on the early motions. Mr. Zomlot's speech from the speech this morning, early this afternoon from the Palestinian ambassador, that was very
Yeah, well,
impactful.
unfortunately, I wasn't in the hall for that because I've been doing my dutiful and going around speaking to all the wonderful exhibitors that we have with us today. But I heard it went very well, which I'm pleased to see. Obviously, the party's been taking a really strong position in terms of the situation in Gaza, and I think that's been clear. And obviously, the First Minister was down in London engaging with them. So it's obviously great to see some progress has been made in Gaza, and we just hope, obviously, the deal that's been struck will hold and peace can reign.
And it was interesting as well, the ambassador saying in the speech that within a year of the genocide in Gaza ending, they would be hosting national elections for a new leadership, which is interesting. Really.
Of course,
to hear. And and a lot of other ground has been covered with the motions today. Most laterally, we had the policy on asylum seekers coming into Scotland being integrated from day one. How are we feeling? It was a very positively received resolution. How are we feeling about how that came out?
It's your call.
Yeah, well, I mean, some of the discourse that we've been hearing. In fact, we actually had a debate in the Scottish Parliament on Wednesday just past. The Conservatives brought a debate on what they styled illegal migration and housing, and it's just the descent into being like Reform UK. It's been really depressing to see that discourse in the Scottish Parliament and our wider politics, and I think people understand and know where the SNP stands in these matters, and where people are having to flee from some of the most difficult circumstances. We just talked about the horrendous situation in Gaza. We see it in Eastern Europe and Ukraine. So
Syria, we had
absolutely. So we want to be a welcoming country, a welcoming society. So we want to play our part in that regard. And if people come here seeking asylum, then we should welcome them and we should support them.
Yes. And your previous portfolio as Independence Minister.
Yep.
So if we can talk, because this conference is all about independence, and how and when we should achieve that referendum, or if not referendum. So if you can let us know, let the viewers know your views on independence and how we should achieve. And I know we should have achieved yesterday, but realistically,
yes, I would have loved to have achieved it yesterday. I mean, I think the debate we had yesterday in terms of the platform we'll take forward is an important one. I support the position that we've reached. I think if the only way we're going to try and break the impasse is being able to demonstrate, well, this was a path that was accepted and recognised in 2011, a majority SNP administration, and that led to a referendum. Well, if that's the precedent and we achieve that again, then there should be another referendum. The people of Scotland should have their chance to have their say in the future of the country. I mean, that's not to say for a minute, and I think the First Minister made this point in the debate, that the mandate that has existed in this Parliament and the previous Parliament, where there has been a pro-independence majority, that should be respected and that should have led to a referendum, but it hasn't. So let's stand in this election, let's get a majority, and we're able to say that was what triggered a referendum in 2011 and should trigger one in 2026.
You must have been in negotiations with the Westminster when you were the Independence Minister. And what do you think? How is their mood?
Well, I wish I had been in negotiations with them, but that kind of speaks to the point. They really were refusing to engage on that territory. To be perfectly frank with you, in various portfolios I've paired with different responsibilities, it can be quite difficult to get Westminster to engage with the Scottish Government, but certainly on the independence question that wasn't happening, and I think that speaks to the need to stand in a platform, seek a majority, and we're able to point back and say 2011 that led to a referendum, it should now as well.
Yeah. You're right on, and when it comes to the Palestinian one, like the ambassador was saying, like the support the Scottish Government has given, John Sweeney and people like you have given. But what if we were an independent country? It would have been even more forceful.
Of course. Well, we would have been able to. I think the voice we've advanced domestically Scotland, across the UK more widely, and internationally. I think it's been important, but if we were actually able to be articulating that in the United Nations, then of course it would be an even stronger position.
Yeah, and also one sentence I remember from Ambassador said, as I know you said you didn't hear, he said, long, long march to freedom. Mm-hmm. And I think it reflects on us in Scotland as well. Yeah, long, long march to freedom. And you have any more questions, Joe?
Sorry, I've been talking a bit too much.
That's okay. I know the feeling.
And also, the ambassador said Palestine should only be governed by Palestinians. And do you have similar kind of feelings about Scotland?
It should be governed by the people who live here. Yeah. So wherever they've originated from, if they're living here, they're contributing here, then they are the people of Scotland. And that's who should be exercising decisions about Scotland's future.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were interviewing Sid Khan yesterday, and he drew that distinction as well, that that idea of Scottish and Palestinian self-determination being linked. I thought it was a really interesting point for him to make, and again to see them talking about it in the topical motion from earlier today.
Yeah, I mean his experience is incredible. I admire his bravery and going out there to try and assist the Palestinian people, and it's great he's back.
Yeah. And ahead of that, now that new independence resolution has been reached, and you'll all be gunning for that majority in Westminster again next year. As you said, the party has struggled in the past couple of years. So what would you like to see going forward to kind of build up the power and influence and membership the party
bring back that
saw
momentum.
in the first referendum, sort of bring back that momentum?
Well, I think we need to speak to the circumstances where we are just now. The First Minister's been speaking about this, Keith Brown, and speaking to the resolution made these points as well. If you look at the current situation in terms of living standards, in terms of the economy, in terms of the inequity we see in Scotland and in the UK more widely. Certainly we've been using the powers of devolution to try and curb some of the worst impacts of decisions made at a UK level. But if you look at where we are now, we need to offer something that's hopeful and optimistic for the people of Scotland. And that, for me, the only way we can make the real change to make sure that Scotland's healthier, wealthier, fairer and happier, just like the countries around us, like the Republic of Ireland, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, all at the same size as Scotland, which that is their experience with comparison to the UK. We can make that case. That's the independence case. That'll get that. I think we can inspire people on that basis.
And when it comes to sort of, you talked about building that sense of sort of hope and optimism. If I'm remembering correctly, the wording used in the original resolution was an ambitious and aspirational case for independence. So that aspiration, that hope, what does that look like for you? What can the party do to actually inspire people to believe in it again, not just get out and start handing out leaflets, but to be properly inspired by it? What does that look like to you?
It's about the process of engagement. We need to be making sure that we are speaking directly to people and make sure that we're painting the vision of a better Scotland. And the Scottish Government's laid that foundation in terms of the Building a New Scotland series of independence papers. I was obviously involved in that when I was the Minister for Independence. The latest paper was just published just last week. First Minister launched that paper last week, and we have the material, we have the case, so we just need to get out there and make it.
Yeah. And again, the point was made in the debate yesterday that 1 million more people would be eligible to have a say in another referendum than there were last time. So what for you should the party be doing to kind of get out to that demographic?
We need. I mean, it goes back to the point I just made. Get out there, speak to folk. I've got a daughter who will be voting. Well, it's up to her whether she goes out and votes. I hope she'll go out and vote. I hope she'll vote for me. But she'll be able to vote in next year's election. So she's part of that 1 million, and we need to be engaging with those young people just as we would engage with any other part of the population.
And if I may ask one thing, because she has asked the right question. What is the party doing to bring the Commonwealth new citizens, not citizens like me, Commonwealth citizens, those who are international students, those who come here, and within 3 months they will have the right to vote.
Yep.
And when they all come, they all are above 16, so they will have the right to vote. So what is party doing to attract them to vote for the party?
I think again it's just the same, it's the same process for me, so it is interesting, and of course you do have to engage with people on their terms, so I'm not suggesting it's exactly the same, because they'll be engaging with us in different platforms, for example, if they're young, through social media and so on and so forth. But fundamentally it comes back to the same thing. It's actually making sure that you're engaged in conversation and dialogue with people irrespective of their age or where they've come from. Make sure that you're speaking to them and engaging with them.
Because I was wondering, because they are in that position that independence, they are not sure when Scotland is independent they are going to be in this country, because they don't have any right to be in this country, but they do have the voting right. So I was wondering, what would be the most appealing thing?
Well, I think that goes back to the point I made. So one of the papers that we published was around about migration and citizenship in independent Scotland, and that really spoke to the ability for people to come to Scotland and to be able to acquire citizenship pretty quickly, pretty swiftly, by comparison to certainly the UK experience. So that's something that we can point to and talk to people about as well.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
It was wonderful to have you here. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak to us.
Pleasure.
It's nice to talk to you. Enjoy the rest of
your day. Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
That was Jamie Hepburn there, former Minister for Independence, coming to talk to us about the recent resolutions that have been passed at this conference and the SNP's plan for the Holyrood elections next year and for getting out into communities. Joining us in just a moment, we will have former MSP for Aberdeenshire, Seamus Logan, coming to sit on the couch with us to talk to us again about the newly made independence resolution and plans for communities. And I think it will be a very productive chat again. What's it, Nadia?
Oh, hi. I'm sorry. I got sidetracked with something else. Yeah, it is wonderful to hear from Jamie Hepburn, isn't it? He was a former independence minister, and we have to cut there because we are going to have Seamus Logan MP.
Just in a moment we'll be panning back out and we are being joined by former MSP Seamus Logan.
Is that okay?
Yep. Thank you for joining us. It's great.
Pleasure.
Thank you for joining us. How have you been enjoying the conference so far?
Great. Unfortunately, I don't get a lot of time to be in the hall for the debates because there's so many organisations, charities, individuals who want to meet and lobby, and that's fine. But I'll get along to a few fringe events, for example, child poverty, fishing, and I'm just about to go to one now where we're meeting the candidates for next year's vital Holyrood election.
Yes, I saw that meeting on the docket. It looks like an interesting one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I know politicians say this all the time, every election's a vital election, but next year is particularly vital for our party, because we're aiming to persuade the people of Scotland to support us in order to gain independence, or at least the right for the people of Scotland to decide their own future. And that's why next May's election is absolutely vital.
So having said that, because, let's say we have got the majority and some of the requesting or asking questions, not only from Holyrood, it will be from the SNP MPs like you in Westminster. So have you made any planning among the SNP MPs how you're going to tackle that, if at all they say no again?
Nadia, we do that every week in Westminster if you watch Parliament TV at any time. We're across the case in things like the health service, where it's not all bad news despite what some of the Labour politicians and some of the media would have people believe. It's not all as bad as they say in relation to the health service. So we try to point that out. And we point out every other instance where Scotland's actually in a better place. I'll give you a very good example of that. Steve Reid, the former DEFRA Cabinet Secretary, insisted twice that Scottish water was as bad as England whenever it comes to things like pollution. That is completely and totally untrue. Now, I can't call Steve Reid a liar in the chamber. It's unparliamentary language. But he doubled down on that remark, and he was completely wrong. So that's another example of how things are better in Scotland.
How are you going to tackle when this misleading informations are given by the government? How are you going to tackle it? Well, you said like you can't. It's very unparliamentary to say liar to your colleague. So how are you going to tackle it? Because our viewers may not know, so it's important for us.
Well, exactly. What I try to do is to address untruths with facts. So another example of that, and by the way, the Labour Party aren't the worst offenders in this regard. It's Reform UK, who, as far as I'm concerned, perpetuate the biggest lies, that all the problems that we have in our public services, labour shortages, the NHS, this is all the fault of immigrants. This is absolute rubbish. And I'll give you a very good example of an untruth which they constantly throw at me. They try to tell me, and I have constituents who come to my surgeries who repeat this lie, that it's actually better or more lucrative to be on benefits than to be in work. This is completely untrue. The reason I know it, my office is right beside the job centre in Fraserburgh, and so we're able to ask them directly about these things, and we've demonstrated that that is a complete falsehood. If you've got a choice between being on benefits or working in, for example, our fish processing sector, it's much more lucrative to take the job.
But may I ask, I don't know about the asylum, but all the immigrants who are here on visa, they are not allowed to have benefits. They are not, they are not...
If you've been given permission to remain, you immediately qualify for...
Permanent residency, you mean?
Yes, yes.
That is after 5 years.
Yes. So there is a gap.
Yeah.
And indeed, we would like to see reform in that area, so that, for example, after a relatively short period, 6 months perhaps, that people would be allowed to work at least part of the time. This is the kind of thing that needs reform. And in an independent Scotland, we have all those powers, we could make those choices. That doesn't threaten anybody. In fact, Scotland's economy needs more people to come to the country to drive economic growth, and that rises all boats for everyone.
And having been new to the Parliament, but like majority of your previous colleagues, I wouldn't say like the SNP MPs, wouldn't have had a chance to sit and fight back against Nigel Farage, because this is the first time along with you he became an MP. How do you find it, like when you are in the Parliament? Does he attend the Parliament at all?
Very little. He sometimes shows up for Prime Minister's questions, but we know that he does very little as a constituency MP, whereas, it's been my bread and butter since I was elected. The difficulty for me, and speaking very personally in that area, is that there's no training course when you're elected. I was elected on a Friday morning at about 5 a.m. I was on a plane to London the next day. And that's the way it works. There's no training programme. You just got to jump into the deep end and swim. And that's what we've got to do. But I have the benefit of a great team and also tremendous number of supporters in the constituency. And I'll just continue to do my thing with the hundreds of referrals that we get every month. Yeah. And we try to do our best for those people. And those things will count in the long run. And people will have confidence that the SNP are able to govern this country well and for the benefit of everyone.
And for the viewers, if I may ask, what's the number of inquiries you get on a daily basis? Because I heard it can go up to 400 to 500 on a daily basis, including the campaign emails.
It wouldn't just be as high as that, no. We would get more emails than result in open cases. I would say on average between 300 and 400 open cases every month for our caseworkers. Sometimes there's a particular issue that's in the public eye, and we'll get email campaigns which flood the email box, and those can run to the hundreds. Depends what that issue is. Everybody's aware of what the kind of high profile things that people get really passionate about. Those sort of things can lead to a flood of emails, but we try our best to manage them.
Thank you so much for the good work you're doing.
Thank you, Nadia. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And something we've been in conversation a lot about earlier today is what you were coming back to, but that lack of a training course. Once you were elected, we were speaking to some other councillors earlier this morning about that that idea of a more training and education for activists, like getting into the SNP. So how do you potentially see that greater community training and knowledge and teaching grassroots activists, how do you see that potentially being expanded out into the party as well, so that everyone can gather that knowledge?
Well, there are some courses available on our website, My SNP, where you can do online tutorials about the job of a councillor, for example. And I would strongly recommend to anyone who aspires to be an elected representative, look first of all to those online resources and think about becoming a councillor in your local area, because that was my training ground for being an MP, was representing my ward as a local councillor. And that is a very good training ground. But of course, when you move into a national environment like Westminster, it's a wee bit different. But I wouldn't expect my party to address those issues. I would expect Parliament to do that through induction programmes and training programmes. And to be fair, they do that. But they never train you how to stand up in the chamber and ask a question or make a speech. You've got to do that yourself.
And also you have to have the question within limited for 100 words or something like that, because you have to finish within 1 minute. Am I right?
Generally speaking, Mr. Speaker or some of his deputies will limit you to, I would say, no more than 30 to 40 seconds in terms of your questions. Sometimes you're making a speech, it gets cut to 3 minutes, depending on how many people are speaking.
But
so
the questions
you've got to focus, you know.
Yeah, the questions are always shorter when it comes to.
Yes, because so many people want to get questions in.
So because majority of the viewers might not, some of the viewers, not majority, some of the viewers might not know that why you can ask lengthier questions, or why you can't ask once the minister has answered the question, then why you're not asking the question again. Sometimes you tend to think why you're not asking the question again.
That's the reason, because so many people want to ask a question. What I generally find is I can get 3 short sections in a question. What the focus of the question is, what the issue is for my area, my country, my constituents, and then what the question actually is. And that's about the height of what I can get in. However, there is another forum which is also broadcast on the Parliament TV called Westminster Hall, which is the second chamber for MPs. And with a bit more latitude there, because you can sometimes make a speech for several minutes, during which you can put specific questions to
for the debates.
A responding minister who must attend those debates. So that's a very good vehicle in which to get these points across.
Coming to Niamh's topic, I know you are conscious of time. She was discussing about the activist training. So being an MP, I know your whole time will be taken by Westminster, because you have to travel a lot, and you might have 1 or 2 days in your constituency. So how are you helping the activists in your area to train them and to encourage them to come out and give them confidence to come out and knock doors or being active in other campaigning activities?
That's a really good question, Nadia. Personally, I'd like to do a lot more. How we help them at the moment is to rely on individual branches to access resources that the SNP offers, like Activate training, like canvassing, and those courses are available. But I simply don't have the time to take a team away and focus on specific things. So I'd like to do more. I don't do enough. So that's probably a flaw.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Okay.
Yes, and one more just before you go. Heading into that Meet the Activists, Meet the Candidates session. Yes, I'm talking about activism now. Going into that Meeting the Candidates session, what are you hoping will come out of that? What are you thinking the energy and the
Well, from my point of view, I simply want to know a little bit more about a range of candidates across the country and support them in any way I can, and to offer that support in the course of the meeting. I don't think this is a fringe event to catch anybody out. This is all about building confidence and strength in our candidates to ensure that the people have the best possible representatives. And from those that I know already, I know that the SNP offers them the best choice in their local area.
Thank you. Thank you for a team player.
Pleasure. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you.
Talking us to
Yeah,
that
bye-bye.
this afternoon. Hope the meeting is constructive. That was Seamus there heading off to the Meet the Candidates Fringe event, where some of the newer SNP candidates will be making themselves known ahead of the Holyrood election next year. The next person joining us in the couch is somebody from the exhibition hall of this year's event. There's a really wide range of stalls down there on a whole range of topics, but joining us this morning, particularly in the wake of the SNP's latest resolution for their vision on education, we have a representative, Emma Murphy from Magic Breakfast. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for
having me.
So Emma, let us know what is Magic Breakfast means, and for our viewers' understanding.
Yeah. So Magic Breakfast is a charity that provides free universal breakfast to about 300,000 children and young people every day across Scotland and England. So we're here today as the SNP conference perfectly coincided with the relaunch of our Breakfast Can't Wait campaign, which is our call to action, as we're really pleased with the Scottish Government's commitment to Bright Start Breakfast and that £3 million funding announced about this time last year. But we would like them to go further, and we know
So
that...
what is Magic Breakfast means? So you provide breakfast in the schools?
Yes, so
What all breakfast items are included, if you may say, so that we
Yeah.
can understand?
Definitely, we have something that we call our magic menu. So it's nutritious and healthy breakfast items that we have donated from a lot of our partner organisations. So we do bagels from New York Bagels, we have a lot of oats from Quaker Oats, we do Kellogg's cereal, Arla provide a lot of our long life milk and this sort of things. So the children come in the morning and they can access breakfast in a range of ways. So we provide...
Any children? Or is it a particular group of children, or any children can access?
So we work with primary schools, secondary schools, ASN schools, to provide mixed models of breakfast, so beyond just clubs. We do grab and go provision, so latecomers are still able to access breakfast in the morning. We do nurture groups, which we find especially with ASN pupils is really helpful for a soft start to the day. Children really enjoy coming in and engaging and playing games with their peers at breakfast club. So we've seen a lot of great outcomes for children and young people as a result.
And you mentioned this is your first time in the SNP conference, or first time are you introducing this in Scotland, or how long this has been in Scotland?
So Magic Breakfast have been in Scotland for a number of years now, but we started as a charity 20 years ago in London, with our founder, Cormac McConnell, was working with teachers who had noticed children coming to school hungry. So we really believe that no child should be too hungry to learn. So in Scotland we work with about 90 schools now, which is we're really proud of. But our Breakfast Can't Wait campaign has been going on for a number of years and is now being relaunched at SNP conference. This is our first time ever hosting a stand at SNP conference, so it's really exciting to be here.
How do you find the conference?
Oh, it's a really nice energy here today. I think a lot of the MSPs and councillors who we've spoken to are really energized and excited for the election and know that they can go further in their commitments, which is great to see.
Yeah, that's good to know,
And that was one of the resolutions discussed this afternoon, wasn't it? Vision for Scotland's education system, and one of the commitments made there was like nursery, primary and all the way up through secondary school, providing kids with a nutritious breakfast. I imagine that's something you're very excited to see committed to.
We absolutely are, and we know that the government, and we're very excited to work with the government to make sure that the provision is right and is suited to each type of school. We think that no one size fits all when it comes to breakfast, and what works best is supporting teachers in schools.
And also different child will have different needs, and
Absolutely.
So how do you manage that then? For example, children those who have got different kind of allergies and things like that. So
yeah, absolutely. So we have we provide expert support and advice to schools. which is a big part of the Magic Breakfast model, that we have engagement partners who often live in the local area that their school is located in, and they'll go in and support schools to kind of create a type of provision that works best for them. So whether that's in ASN schools, we find a lot of pupils have specific preferences in terms of texture and food that they prefer, and we really work to accommodate different types of needs and allergies. So we have a lot of gluten-free options for pupils.
And some faith group might not have some food.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes,
That's wonderful to hear.
Thank you.
And you talked about as part of the project as well, having little sessions where kids can have a social aspect to it as well. They can play games, decompress a bit. Is when you're working with the Scottish Government with the resolution that was discussed today, is that something that will be pushed forward, that idea that breakfast can be more than just a meal?
Yeah, I think in our engagement with the Scottish Government so far, they're very interested in that club and community building aspect, which has been really great to see. I can't speak to specifically what the rollout of the breakfast clubs will look like until we know a bit more. But it would be excellent to see that kind of provision continue in the government-funded breakfast clubs.
And why do you think that prioritising that kind of social connection at breakfast is an important part of the campaign, as well as obviously providing the nutritious food?
When kids and when children and young people have that soft start to the day and they feel comfortable in their school community, we really find that attainment can improve. They want to come to school, so it improves that attendance issues that we're having and seeing in schools. And as well, behaviour in the classroom, once they've had that settled time with their friends to kind of ease into whatever activities they've been doing in the morning and their first lesson. We know from what we've heard from teachers that behaviour improves across the board, not just for the children who've attended breakfast club that morning, but it's just a better learning environment for all the children in the classroom as a result.
So you found it has providing that moment of connection has a knock-on effect on children in schools regardless of whether they've attended the breakfast clubs or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's really nice to hear.
That's really nice. Lovely work.
Thank you. Yeah.
And as we head into the final day of the conference, what else are you looking to get out of it?
Well, we were very lucky to have the First Minister and Neil Gray, MSP, come to our stand today and sign our pledges, which was extremely exciting for us. I think tomorrow it would be great to have even more engagement, maybe from Shirley-Anne Somerville, MSP. We'd love to speak to.
Did you have the Education Minister sign in?
We haven't had Ginny Goldroth come by today. I've heard that she's feeling a little under the weather, so we're hoping she feels a bit better tomorrow and can maybe come by. But we're really happy with the engagement we've had so far, and can see there's
you
a lot
might
of
have
support.
had a lot of council leaders and
we sure have, and we have some partnerships with local authorities already, so we're really excited to engage with more and continue spreading breakfast across Scotland.
Yes, and that was something you were talking about, that Breakfast Can't Wait campaign you were relaunching at this conference. So would you mind talking a little bit more about what does that entail?
So Breakfast Can't Wait is kind of our call to action to really show the evidence base behind breakfast and what it can unlock for not just the primary and ASN students included in the current commitment, but also for secondary students. Early learning and nursery provision as well would be excellent to see included going forward. So we're really pushing for the Bright Start breakfast to go beyond that 3 million commitment and to become universal across Scotland. That's really what it's all about.
And it's interesting you're talking about providing that those breakfasts at a secondary school level as well. I know whenever I hear about local breakfast clubs and meal provisions, it's always for younger children, which is obviously very worthy.
You said it is pan across the school, isn't it?
Magic Breakfast provides breakfast to primary, secondary and ASN pupils. The current Scottish Government commitment is only for primary and ASN pupils. So,
but what will happen to the high secondary schools? Because there might be kids those who might not be able to afford their food. So is there any provision for them as well?
I think some schools may be providing breakfast to their secondary pupils. I know that Magic Breakfast certainly provides breakfast to some secondary schools in Scotland. So as part of our campaign, we're really calling for them to be included in the provision, because while we don't have enough evidence yet to really back it, we can see tangibly that secondary students really do benefit from breakfast as much as anyone else.
And is that something you'll be working on as the campaign progresses and gathering that evidence on secondary school and making that lobby to the government as well?
Yes, and if you head to our website, magicbreakfast.com, we're constantly releasing new research and new evidence about breakfast.
See, if you want to tell their viewers about where they have to search, if you can say once more, that would be great.
Sure.
Yeah.
If you head on to Google and search www.magicbreakfast.com, that's where you can find out more.
Thank you.
That was very interesting to hear about, and it's fascinating to hear what Magic Breakfast has been doing so far and what you'll be continuing to lobby the government to do. So thank you very much for joining us today, Emma. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for joining us.
Wonderful to meet you. Thank you very much.
Well, that's us. We met Jamie Hepburn,
Jamie Hepburn
from Scottish Parliament, and then we heard Seamus Logan from Westminster Parliament.
And Emma Murphy from Magic Breakfast.
Magic
It was nice to have one of the exhibition speakers and
we were supposed to have Graham, and Graham was here, and we missed talking to him, actually.
I'm sure we'll be able to get a hold of him tomorrow, particularly since the anti-racism education policy and the ending of public funding to weapons companies to Israel will be tomorrow. I know he's very active in both of those.
He indeed is.
And we've spoken to him, so I'm absolutely sure we will be able to get him on the couch tomorrow.
That's why I missed him, because I was walking with him and a couple of people wanted to take the photos with him, anti-racism and things like that. Like he had some placard with him and people wanted to take photos. That's why we missed. But hopefully we will have him tomorrow.
Yes.
So it was a wonderful day. But the highlight has been the Palestinian ambassador's speech and Sid Khan's speech. Both were moving. And again, on all these things, independence become the forefront, because an independent Scotland, what we can achieve and how we can be and the international stage. We're doing a lot and with the world power, but we can do even more being an independent country.
Yes. And some interesting discussions we had today as well about the with that, particularly linking to that rise of the far right, the resolution on integration from day one for asylum seekers and tackling that online disinformation around the far right. I think that will be interesting to see with those anti-racism motions being carried into tomorrow, as well as we're also seeing some fascinating discussions about the future of Scottish power and nuclear energy, as well as
we are going to have Alan tomorrow, and Alan is likely going to speak at the conference, or we are going to have discussion on that tomorrow.
Yes. So we'll definitely be having someone in the studio to talk about that, and we've had some discussions on a proposed fairer welfare system in Scotland as well, so I think it'll be fascinating to see all of that going into tomorrow. So thank you all very much for joining us for the second day of the SNP's annual national conference. You'll be seeing Nadia and I again tomorrow morning as we head into the final day of the programme. We'll be having a lot more guests on the couch, and you'll be seeing a lot more feeds from the SNP's main conference as well. Thank you very much for joining us. Good night.
Thank you.
I'm ready for what lies ahead. I hope I've made clear to you today how much of a privilege and an honour it is to be leader of my party.